Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Report Draft Show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com. We are on night 2 of the NFL draft, day 2, as the NFL will call it. We're ready to get into a whole bunch of Bucs discussion, both about yesterday's pick, first round pick, Graham Barton, and of course, what Tampa Bay is going to do tonight as they have 3 picks coming up in rounds 2 and 3, with 1 in round 2 and 2 in round 3. So a whole lot to get into with all the Pewter Report staff. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is my fellow co-host and the face that runs the place at pewterreport.com, SR, Scott Reynolds. Scott, round 2 getting underway. We had an awesome time last night with everybody, and I'm excited to do it again with everyone.
I am too. This is really my favorite day of the draft. It's always fun to see who that initial pick is going to be for the Buccaneers, but you get 3 picks today, unless they trade out of a round or something. But we're expecting 3 picks, 1 in the second round at 57, and then 2 picks in the third round at 89 and 92, and a couple of guest presenters for these picks today too, Matt.
Woo! That's right. One of them is going to be Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, WWE Hall of Famer, and just a very famous wrestler in general. And then another one, a little bit closer, near and dear to our hearts, a friend of the program, 2-time Pewter Report podcast guest, Will Golston, is making a guest pick as well. As many of you may know, Will is from Detroit, in that area where the draft is taking place. So he's going to be up there telling us who the next Buccaneer is. So good for Will Golston. Obviously re-signed with the Bucs recently, then came on the show and told us all about it. And now he gets to introduce the newest Buccaneer coming to Tampa.
Exactly. And really interesting about who that pick may be. We're going to spend the next hour previewing some of the predictions, some of the picks, some of the Bucs' best bets as we see them for this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team. Some different directions they can go here in the second and third round. Always important to stick to the board, get the best player available. We did see best player available overlap with need yesterday, Matt, and that's always a great thing for the Buccaneers and any NFL team. Of course, we're talking about the selection of Graham Barton from Duke, who will be playing center. At least that's the initial position that he'll be manning. They may switch that to guard depending on what happens in the rest of the draft. If they find another player that may be better suited to play center, then this guy has the elite athleticism and flexibility to play guard or center for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's funny talking to him today. We'll break down some of his press conference, and the fun thing about new additions to the Buccaneers, because we saw it with Liam Cohen when he arrived, and you see with a lot of the players as well. You do the introductory press conference and everything like that, and then there's like a separate press conference after. It's a way more low key, I would say, a little more chill with Graham Barton and the reporters in general. And I had asked him about, because he moved around. He started at center, obviously going to play the interior offensive line for the Buccaneers, and then played a lot of tackle at Duke. So I was asking him, because Tristan Wirfs last year moved from right tackle to left tackle, and he said it was like driving on the other side of the road. So I asked him, going from tackle to the interior, what is, how would you describe that? Is it similar to what Tristan was talking about? And he said, well, to kind of go on top of that, it's kind of like going from a Ferrari to a Ford F-150. And I thought that was a very creative way of describing it. I mean, he's a smart guy, went to Duke, of course, and I thought he had a good first press conference. I don't buy too much into the oh my God, I'm so excited to play in the NFL, because every single draft prospect is going to say that. What I will say is I thought a lot of his other answers were thoughtful, eloquent, gave a lot of detail, kind of long as well. One of them being talking about playing for the Bucs, and in the system said it's about fitting the person and finding the right people to mesh together. You can teach scheme, you can't teach install, and you can coach players, but you can't necessarily change their makeup as a person and who they are. And who he is an athletic player that is a nice guy off the field, but likes to get violent when he is on the field. Todd Bowles had this to say about Graham Barton as well. He fits the prototype of what we're looking for: big, fast, and strong. He's a guy we sought highly coming into the draft, and he kind of came to us, so we're ecstatic to have him.
We're ecstatic the fact the Buccaneers started off this draft by picking a Bucs best bet, somebody we had targeted for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We had 4 of those selections last year, an all-time high. It's always fun to start one right out of the gate by nailing a pick. And, going back to my draft evaluation process, really started in January with Graham Barton. This is something I had written back in a previous article. Watching Graham Barton at Duke and interviewing him at the Combine, this 6'5", 313-pounder looks, plays, and even talks like Ali Marpet. It's uncanny how Barton looks like Marpet 2.0. And that's something that Jason Light echoed as well. He really drew those comparisons. Bailey Adams had a story based upon those quotes from Light today on pewterreport.com about how he's got the playing style and the tenacity of an Ali Marpet, of a Ryan Jensen, and then the personality and the character of Tristan Wirfs. And Jason Light also had this to say: he's the epitome of what we look for in this culture that we're building here, that Todd Bowles wants and we want here, to lead our draft class, not only lead our draft class, but to lead our team. So the initial impression that I had today from interviewing him, both in the press conference, Matt, as well as the kind of post-press conference, informal sit-down with the Bucs beat writers, including the Pewter Report staff, this guy is all business. He is a professional. He has had a professional mindset since high school in terms of the fact that he loves football. He takes his craft very seriously, and he's just all business. And it reminds me so much of the attitude that Marpet brought to Tampa, coming from Hobart College. It also is reminiscent, and this is some lofty praise, and this guy has not even put on a Buccaneer helmet yet, but he is so professional. It reminds me of Tristan Wirfs coming in, very mature in 2020. It reminds me of Mike Evans coming in with just that, I want to dominate mindset. And so he won the press conference for me. And I think when you marry that with what Bowles and Light have said about this guy and the tape, I think they've got a dynamite first-round draft pick here for the Buccaneers. He is going to be a dynamite center or guard wherever they choose to play him.
One thing I really respected: firm handshake, a nice firm handshake, and he looked you in the eyes as he was introducing himself as well. That goes a long way with people, and that certainly stood out to me. And it's not just, again, the happy to be here. The way that he went into detail, a lot of stuff. Josh Capo was asking some great questions today in the chill part of the interview, I guess, if you want to say, with Graham Barton, and talking about different techniques and different systems and certain calls, whether he was making the call at center or if someone else was, and just really, really smart about the game. And again, Duke, we get it. They're a smart school, but just an interesting guy. Had a good sense of humor as well, which, again, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter for if they're going to win or lose on the field, but it does hold importance in the locker room and getting together with guys. And there's no doubt that chemistry is an important part of winning.
Pewter 941 says, are they going to make Barton gain more weight? He's about 313, 315 right now. That's actually about 10 to 12 pounds heavier than Robert Hainsey, who's just over 300 pounds. I don't think that's going to be the case. You look at Ryan Jensen, he played between 320 and 330 in terms of his weight. This is a bigger guy. This is something Todd Bowles also mentioned. They wanted to get bigger up front, more stout, more girth, more strength. And I think we saw the beginning of that, Matt, with Sua Opeta getting signed in free agency and letting smaller guys like Nick Leverett and Aaron Stinney go. And now this is just kind of a continuation of that. Cody Mauch, I think, has put on some size this offseason. A big 6'6" guard that came to the Buccaneers over 300 pounds and is probably going to be around 315 pounds as well when this offseason the strength conditioning program is complete. So I think that was part of this impetus too, is to get bigger and stronger and obviously more athletic. This guy is as athletic as they come.
Yeah, he was talking about working out with Tristan Wirfs and Luke Gedeke this year. He said, he can hold his own, but he's not going to make a bold statement about lifting more than Tristan Wirfs. And you look at this whole offensive line, and sure, there's the cliche saying of you're only as strong as your weakest link. But if your weakest link right now is either Opeta or Bredesen, whoever's going to win, presumably that guard job, and again, we'll see how it plays out. The Bucs could end up drafting another center and kicking Graham Barton back out to guard. So nothing is set in stone just yet. I mean, we're in April at the moment. So, but for the time being, a lot to like about Graham Barton and a lot to enjoy about this offensive line. Again, if Cody Mauch takes a step forward, if Barton is who we think he's going to be, and you got Tristan and Luke over on the ends, there's a lot to love about this offensive line if they can, just get steady play from their other guard position.
I agree wholeheartedly. The Pewter Report draft show is energized by Celsius. We also have got a couple of new exciting sponsors this year that are joining Pewter Report. One for the draft show that we believe will be continuing later on in football season as well is the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Now, this one's near and dear to my heart for one big reason. That is my physician, Christopher Lugo. And if you want the personalized medical care that you deserve, you need to go see Christopher Lugo in the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. If you're a fan of JP Peterson's show, that's also JP's physician as well. Are you tired of feeling just like another waiting room number waiting to get called? At the Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, they believe you deserve the personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, physician's assistant with over 24 years in medical expertise as a primary care physician. He is dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone. Men, listen up. Testosterone treatments can be affordable. I know this firsthand because I'm paying a much more affordable rate with Dr. Lugo than I have at other places around the Tampa Bay area. Don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with a consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. Now, here's the difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. Now, I'm a busy professional. I don't like to wait in waiting rooms, and that's the beauty of seeing Christopher Lugo. That means no more waiting rooms, no rushing through appointments. Imagine a doctor that takes the time to go over your extensive lab results, discuss your diet and exercise plan, and then provide a personalized vitamin and supplement recommendation just for you to optimize your health. That's what you're going to get at the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Same-day appointments are also available for your convenience. Don't take my word for it. There are hundreds of other satisfied patients of the Bay Area Modern Medical Center here in the Tampa Bay area, including myself, Scott Reynolds of Pewter Report. Ready to experience healthcare that revolves around you? Book your appointment today at BAMMC.com or give Christopher Lugo a call at 844-789-2266. Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is the priority.
All right, we got a lot of fun stuff coming on. We're about to do a hockey shift. Scott's going to head out for a little bit, but we got some more video. I guess not even more. We just haven't even showed video yet. We got video from Graham Barton speaking today, his first ever press conference with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll get to that in just a moment as we set everything up. Graham Barton had some funny stuff to say. Now, when he was playing at Duke, him and his offensive lineman, they had a fellowship, a brotherhood, if you will, and they called themselves the Dirt Devils. And you may be wondering, what's the origin behind that type of team, moniker, whatever you want to call it? Well, he explained, and here you go.
Not to take the credit, but it was my idea. We basically, so Adam Cushing was my offensive line coach at Duke my last 2 years, and he would come in every year and say, okay, what's going to be our identity this year? What are we going to, build our identity around? Let's come up with a name. Let's come up with a name of our room that we're going to refer to. And, we need, the attitude. We need a little extra toughness. We need some grit. And so everyone's throwing out names, and nothing's really sticking. And then I just kind of was like trying to get things that rhyme, and I said Dirt Devils, and everyone booed it, made fun of me because it's a vacuum, and it's like, so what does that mean? We suck, and so, but I kept hammering it, kept referring to it at times of opportunities to make a joke or something, and then it just kind of stuck. And by the end of the year, we all have, us in the quarterback room all have Dirt Devil T-shirts. But in all seriousness, we just had such a great position room, and that identity it was all about toughness and grit and playing through hard stuff, and we had guys go in and out of the rotation with injury, and just people battling and finishing every play, finishing through the whistle, playing with violence. That was just who we were at Duke. That's what we decided we were going to play each snap with, and then the Dirt Devil name kind of just encompassed all that. So a fun identity, but really spoke to who we were as a unit.
So a little background story from Graham Barton with mixed with some humor as well. By the way, joining us now, our BA, Bailey Adams. Bailey, your initial thoughts of both the Bucs drafting Graham Barton and after getting to speak to him today?
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted it shortly after the press conference, after we met with him in the media room, for what you guys called the more, I don't know if you call it the more intimate or whatever you want to call that.
I'm just calling it chill.
Yeah,
just
the chill
time.
Man.
Chill.
I think I was in response to one of the quotes he had actually from the big press conference room, that if you're a Bucs fan, you haven't fallen in love with Graham Barton yet, you're about to. It's going to happen soon, because you can just tell the guy loves football. And I know, if you're watching this, you also love football. He's an easy guy to relate to in that sense. And like you said earlier, just very thoughtful in his answers and giving a lot of insight into some of the nuances of position, some of the nuances of transitioning inside, making that move to center, and some of the experiences he had in college at Duke. So really, really loved what we heard from him today. Loved the pick last night in general. I thought it was, like Scott mentioned just now, like it's the perfect blend of best player available and the need. Mm-hmm. They really needed to shore up that interior of the offensive line. Jason Light mentioned last night that him and Todd Bowles had a conversation about halfway through last year about how they needed to really shore up that part of the offensive line. And
right.
It's been something they needed to do since, Ali Marpet retired early, then the injury to Ryan Jensen. Stuff kind of out of their control, but it's just been a big need for the last couple of years. And I think they got a really, really good guy here in Graham Barton.
As they said in dodgeball, L for love.
But, I think, more for me, kind of how they alluded to it, it's about fitting, the person and finding the right people to mesh together. And, you can teach scheme and you can teach install and you can coach players, but you can't necessarily change their makeup as a person and who they are. So I think that's, step one. And, I've gotten to, met a few guys today and just excited to grow those relationships, and then, allow, the coaches to coach me and allow them to, fit me into the scheme where they see, I can, best help, and go from there. I mean, I'm not like, when I'm out there, I'm not angry at anyone. Like I'm still mild mannered, but it's just, it's more about a love for football and a love for offensive line play. It's like, it's not that it's anything personal. It's just, I want, to me, it's about, making the right block and displacement and violence. Like that's how the offensive line position should look. And I take a lot of pride in making sure that, I'm doing that to my best ability. You can only play this game so long, so it's like, why waste the snap? Every rep is like, foot on the gas. And so I think that's kind of, why I play with that nastiness and that violence, just because, the passion I have for the game and how much I love it and how much I appreciate, just the opportunity to do this. And so I think that's more where it comes from.
So, yeah, great stuff again there from Graham Barton. There's the saying that nice guys finish last, and I agree with that to a degree. However, when the Bucs draft nice guys, it goes one way. It's the Gerald McCoy way, which will be controversial till, eons and eons from now. Or there's the Tristan Wirfs way of like, hey, you can be nice and still kick some ass.
Yeah.
And the Bucs are hoping that Graham Barton kicks some ass.
Yeah, it's a big part of what I think has been the part of their success over the last few years. I mean, I think it was kind of a shift under Jason Light, but also I think when Bruce Arians and his regime came in was about culture and about finding these high character guys. And Jason mentioned this a few weeks ago about saying he thinks he's gotten better at finding those guys that are great football players, but also great people. And you look all throughout the Bucs locker room and you see these kind of the same mold that he mentioned it last night, that he has the traits of what they look for in a great Buccaneer. And they're all over at all these different positions. They come in different shapes and sizes. He even mentioned back a couple weeks ago about finding leaders and how leaders don't have to all be vocal and rah-rah guys, but they can be, the lead by example type. And the Bucs have that kind of blend and mixture of these really, really high character guys who, really nice guys to talk to. But when they get on the field, they will kick some ass. And it's just one of those things where, they always talk about flipping the switch in football. Some guys just are always on like that, and you kind of get that. But some guys also are just, it's we call him all Ali Marpet 2.0. It's kind of Marpet was the same way. Marpet's one of the chillest guys off the field, but he gets on the field and he was dominant. He's one of the best Bucs offensive linemen ever. So I think one of those things that is so interesting is seeing the former captain or the former, all academic, whatever these different honors that these Bucs draft picks have gotten. They all kind of share those same traits.
Yeah, he said in our chill press conference that his mom was a volleyball player. So he says he thinks he got his more athletic traits, which we've complimented him on from his mom's side, from the volleyball background. And as a volleyball player myself, I think that's awesome. Let's get to some comments. Shout out to Thomas Foolery. What a silly name. Says, first, Saints overpay for Carr. The Panthers mortgage their future for the wrong quarterback. Now the Falcons take a quarterback in the top 10 after paying Kirk Cousins. It's great being the only functional franchise in the division. Isn't that so funny when you look back at like a decade ago and how different the whole NFC South was? By the way, congrats to Matt Ryan on his retirement.
I was going to say, remember it wasn't always like that.
Yeah,
it hasn't always been like this for the Bucs.
Cam Newton, Matt Ryan,
this is
Drew
something
Brees.
I wrote about this recently, and then I know I caught some flack for it because I'm referred to as Baker Mayfield as the Bucs succession plan. They're like, I thought Kyle Trask was a succession plan. My point was going from starter to starter. Kyle Trask never started a game, so it went from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. He succeeded Tom Brady. And these other teams in the division have still been trying to find that answer ever since their star quarterbacks retired, left, whatever happened with Cam Newton. It came down to them mortgaging their future for Bryce Young, and now they really hope he works out. With Matt Ryan retiring, they went for a couple of years. They had Marcus Mariota, they had Desmond Ridder, and then they had to overpay. I mean, I would say a little bit of an overpay for Kirk Cousins at his age, given his injury status. And then they do what they did last night with Michael Penix. And then the Saints kind of did the same thing. Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill, the guys they kind of just cycled through for a couple of years after Drew Brees retired, and then they went out and paid for Derek Carr, overpaid for Derek Carr, and the Bucs are sitting here pretty, looking like 3-time defending NFC South champions, looking like a well-run organization, and it has not always been like that. So seeing the Bucs go from what they were to what they have been has been just incredibly
it has not always been sunshine and rainbows, and I think it's important to point out that coming in with a new quarterback after you had a great quarterback for a sustainable amount of years is really, really difficult to overcome. I mean, you look at the Patriots, and they're still trying to get through Tom Brady leaving and going to Tampa Bay.
The Steelers, ever since Roethlisberger left,
I think, that's another great example. And I think that's why when you see, I know we talked about it on yesterday's show, but with what the Packers are doing right now with Jordan Love and what the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes, those things stand out because it's very difficult to go congruent from one to the next. And, the Brady era, yes, we have a super chat. I see it on the screen. We'll get to it momentarily. To see what Tampa Bay was able to do with Tom Brady, and listen, not every offense is going to be like Brady's offense, but not really losing too much of a step and staying competitive, I think was a really big deal. We got a super chat from Fear Factor 1906. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, Fear Factor, who says, can we discuss Dominic Puny and his fit? So Puny, a guy that we've had mocked in our Pewter Report mock draft before, done some write-ups on him. He played over at Kansas, was in the Senior Bowl, saw him do a formidable job over there in Mobile, Alabama. A physical guy, once again, can get his hands on a player and kind of make a big deal over there. So obviously the Bucs are still looking to round out their offensive line, and Puny played center and guard. Scott's able to, stomach the idea of him going to the Buccaneers. So, again, positional versatility, I think, has always been one of the greatest keys for the Bucs in their front office, whether it's on defense or offense. And Puny, I really feel like whether it's him, whether it's Bortolini from Wisconsin that we talked about, it very much feels like the Bucs are going back to their basics of the year where they drafted Ali Marpet, buzzword Ali Marpet, and Donovan Smith over again. It just feels like that they're going to do that again. And hey, the game is won and lost in the trenches.
Yeah, I'm saying anything but Puny. He's 6'5", 313, just like Graham Barton, 6'5", 313, can play guard, can play center, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see the Bucs double dip at the interior offensive line. I just got that. And Josh was a little slow to the party, a little late to the party. He just got that. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them double dip because it makes so much sense. If they're going to look at Barton as a center, they still have that left guard spot. I think they need to do something there.
Yeah.
I don't think you go into the season with either of the free agents they brought in, and they can do that with whether it's Puny, whether it's Mason McCormick from South Dakota State. One of these guys, I think, maybe on day 2, maybe even early on day 3. And again, there's Tanner Bortolini right there. If they want to draft a guy that they like who also plays center, Graham Barton can play left guard. I mean, just because they said last night, they're going to try him at center, that's not set in stone. They don't have to do that just because they said it on draft night. So I think they'll have options here, and that's part of the beauty of having positional versatility and being flexible with the different composition options you have with your offensive line.
Christian Mahogany, another one that's been mocked to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, falling into that Boston College realm of bad team, but a good player. Pete
Another
says,
ACC player.
When does the clock start?
It's always going.
It's always, damn it. That's what I was going to say. It's always clicking. But yeah, as for the draft, which I believe you're alluding to, starts at 7 today, so an hour earlier than yesterday. Now, yesterday, the Bears technically weren't on the clock until 8:10. So today would probably be right around that same time as well.
7:10, yeah.
7:10. Speaking of the trenches, while Graham Barton is coming to a new city, he admitted today it's the first time he's ever been in Tampa. New playbook, everything's new. There is a little bit of familiarity, and that's some ACC brethren. He recalled a time playing against Yaya Diaby back when Diaby was at Louisville and he was with Duke, and this is what he had to say about formerly being foes with Yaya Diaby. And who knows, maybe they'll be besties now.
My sophomore year, my first year left tackle, wasn't super fun. He's pretty good, so glad he's on my team. I just think it speaks to the ACC and the amount of talent in that league. Every week you're playing really talented players, and you've got to bring your best every week. And so I think, the ACC is definitely a league that is, obviously it's an entirely different level here, but definitely got to experience some of that talent level and competition in the ACC.
Fear Factor 906, shout out to you with another super chat. That's 2 already. Remember, you super chat us, we are the bouncers. You get to cut the line. We got a lot of great comments. We appreciate everybody in. We hope everyone starts filing in once the draft starts, and obviously when the Bucs get closer. As Fear Factor said, if you're watching, at least drop a like. You don't have to super chat us, but if you do want to super chat us, we will guarantee we get to your question, comment, concern. Again, $100 you get a round of applause. $150 you get a standing ovation, which we did give a standing ovation yesterday, so there's proof of it. $200, Josh Capo smacks me in the face live on the show. and $250, Josh Capo will do a cartwheel. Or
I hope there's a $200 one when I'm off screen.
yes. Well, no, we'll bring you
Oh
on.
no, I'm coming over the table.
All right. Well, then someone get that on video as our ring light falls and our camera falls and the mics go flying. It will make for some good video. And we are in the business of cinema.
Switch you with a neck brace.
Yeah. Yes, I will come back on Saturday in a neck brace. $250. Josh Capo will do a cartwheel. Or if you want to help and you don't want to super chat, subscribe to Pewter Report TV. If we get to 14,000 followers by the end of Saturday's show, everyone except for Scott Reynolds will be doing cartwheel. So there is a lot of incentive
Are you saying I can't
for it.
cartwheel?
Well, we need someone to video it.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could ask the Bucs PR staff.
I gotta tell you, I haven't tried to attempt a cartwheel since like 5th grade, and when I did it then,
Well,
I
buddy,
landed,
get ready
I
to
landed
learn
on my neck.
cartwheel.
I landed on my neck, so I'm a little nervous, but I'm also looking for some redemption there. So I might be in a neck brace by the time you see me the next time. So.
Shout out to Tony Khan. By the way, another shout out to SR. 1 for 1 with Bucs Best Bets. We hit 4 last year, and we are 1 for 1 to start it. The 4 last year were not Servassier Dennis, even though you wanted to pick Servassier Dennis.
Cody
Mauk.
Yaya Diaby.
Yaya Diaby.
Trey Palmer. Payne Durham.
There you go. Bam. 4. That was one of the highest Bucs Best Bets in the history of Bucs Best Bets, which you can only find on pewterreport.com.
I will say, and if you're a generous scorer, Chris Murray, because he was a Bucs Best Bet, but he was an undrafted free agent. So if you're like at a baseball game and you're the home team, sometimes you get that generous call where it's like either a generous call or if it's the official score, they like call something a hit when it was really an error. We'll call that a hit also because
it's
he
the
Bucs Best Bet.
It's the Adam Slavon presents undrafted Bucs Best Bet because he was banging the table for Chris Murray earlier.
Yeah.
Not really. Anyway, let's get back to that Bucs Best Bet graphic so we can kind of go through everybody.
I got it.
Scott says he's got it. There we are. So quarterbacks, Spencer Rattler out of South Carolina, Michael Chris Pratt from Tulane. Just kidding, Michael Pratt. Running backs, Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, Kendall Milton from Georgia, wide receiver Keon Coleman out of Florida State, Malik Washington from Virginia, tight ends Ben Sinnott from Kansas State, Tip Raymond out of Illinois, centers Jackson Paris Johnson. There are some people in the comments yesterday being like, they should get JPJ in the second round. But if you guys read pewterreport.com today, we had an article that even if Graham Barton was off the board, JPJ was not going to be the next pick of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's going to be someone else, which I'm not going to spoil it. You can read it. Tanner Bortolini as well at Wisconsin. I think we should have our eye on Bortolini for this. And then for the guards, Barton, obviously 1 of 1. Christian Mahogany from Boston College. We just mentioned Puny. We talked about as well. From the outside linebackers, Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan, Mo Kamara from Colorado State, same school as Shaq Barrett. There's some conversation about this man's next name. Rook Aurora.
It's like Aurora.
Yeah, the Aurora
Borealis.
Yeah, Marcus Harris out of Auburn. And then in the inside linebackers, Trevor Wiles from Kentucky, Cedric Gray out of North Carolina. And to round it out, Mike Sandersstill, who myself and Josh have talked about a lot, especially on last week's show, from Michigan. Dwight McLaughlin out of Arkansas. Or that's Arkansas. And then Tykee Smith, another player we've talked about absolutely a ton, how he would be a great fit for the Buccaneers, and Trey Taylor out of Air Force. Bailey, with the way that the first round went yesterday, with all of these offensive guys, there's some great defensive players still available to start off round 2.
Yeah, I think when you kind of look at, that's what Scott was saying earlier about day 2 being so much fun, is you see some of the guys who do fall out of the first round. You're like, all right, when are they going to go? How early are they going to go? How far are they going to fall? And then you look at the guys who are already, considered second round picks, and you kind of wonder if they get bumped down. You see who's available. I'm really, really curious to see how the board falls with Mike Sandersstill, with Marshawn Nealon, even with a guy like Keon Coleman, who some people had seen kind of sneaking up toward the end of the first round or early second round, how far he falls. But I think it's going to be interesting to watch some of these names come off the board. Cooper DeJean's still available.
Mhm.
I'm sure he'll go pretty early. Lad McConkey's another guy who I think will go off the board pretty early. But I think there are a few here to keep an eye on and see if they continue to slip a little bit just into that 57 range for the Bucs.
Yeah, I want another picture of essentially Jason Light praising the Lord for the way that the draft was able to fall. But let's get to another super chat. Like I said, you super chat us, we get to you immediately, like as fast as possible, like Usain Bolt type of fast. Anyway, LDBC's Most Wanted, thank you for the super chat, says, Saludos, Pewter Report. Am I crazy for saying Bowles is still on the hot seat? Can't imagine us going 9-8 or worse, and Todd still being head coach. Excellent question, LDBC's Most Wanted, because this is something that I have Christian pondered as well during this offseason. Sorry, we broke Bailey. Breaking Bailey. There you go, another nickname for you. I kind of do think I don't think it would be a mid-season firing, because as we've seen, Todd Bowles can right the ship. He did it last season.
The Glazers just also don't fire coaches mid-season.
Yeah, they don't.
Not done that.
Yeah. So there is, you want to improve every year, obviously. That I think is a no-duh type of situation. There is something to be said about teams that win like 12 or 13 games. Like, how much better can you truly get? When you're in the situation of Todd Bowles and you went 8-9 and you won the division, but in a, not really a wholehearted type of way, and then you win the division a year later, and it's a way different feeling, not just because they were 9-8, but because of the expectations, what others around the league were saying about them. But now's the time. Everything's in place. I get it. New offensive coordinator, but similar system. Baker's back. Mike's back. Devontae's back. The list goes on and on. If they went 9-8 again, but won the division, I feel like it could be like all right, Todd, this is the last straw. You got to improve from here. But I mean, if they go, 7-10, something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I think the Bucs have a team in place where it's not necessarily, hey, we're going from Dungy to Gruden and we're going to win. But they got a team in place where if Todd's not getting it done, I could see the Bucs deciding to move on.
And so much of it will be how they get to where they end up. Obviously there's these mitigating factors, and we'll see.
Right, like if Baker got hurt right away and Kyle Trask doesn't live up to his and I bare minimum expectation.
Part of it too, at that point, say they do go 9-8 again, they win the division again. That's 4 straight division titles. It's also 8-9, 9-8, 9-8. Again, it will probably get to the point where it's like, what do they do in the playoffs? Yeah. If it's a first round exit and it looks like the Cowboys game, then you're probably moving on. If it looks more like the Eagles game and they lose, if it's a carbon copy of last year where they blow out a team in the first round and lose in the second round, I have a hard time seeing them firing Todd Bowles at that point. But I think, like you said, it would be, all right, like we got to get over the hump next year, and it'll be interesting.
If the Bucs won the division at 9-8 or 8-9 again, it would be like that gif of like the really nice car, like the Ferrari under it, like parked in the front lawn of like that really crappy looking house.
Yeah,
I think you guys know what I'm talking about, and I'm talking about super chats. Shout out to Drew. Thank you, Drew. For this $5 super chat, who says, can you talk about Braswell versus Marshawn Nealand? Is Nealand best bet over him because he's better, or Braswell won't be available? Well, I'm happy to speak especially on Marshawn Nealand. This guy is a high motor player. He is relentless. He keeps it going time after time, play after play. People are saying it's a Bugatti in the picture I was talking about, and he just fits the build and the mold that the Bucs are looking for from the edge rusher position. I mean, there's a big reason why he got mocked into the first round of a lot of drafts. He's got a high motor, like I said, but he's really, really physical, like in your face, ready to crack skulls or as Josh Capo keeps liking to say, he will run through your soul.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about Braswell is we went into the Senior Bowl week in Mobile, kind of wondering because of that first route or that first edition of the Pewter Report mock draft. It was a lot about Braswell being the first round pick. We were like, let's see what he has to offer at the Senior Bowl, and it was a little disappointing from him throughout that week, and that's where we kind of saw Marshawn Nealon separate himself and become a guy on everyone's radar. I believe Josh Capo and Scott Reynolds both came away from that week impressed with Marshawn Nealon. So I think that's where you see him, and it'll be so interesting to see how this board falls. I keep saying it, but I've been looking at just some of the mocks for day 2 where people think that
hit us with the mock.
Will fall. I've seen him go as high as like 35, 36, 37.
Can you take me higher?
I don't know. I don't know any higher than that. I think 37 might be the highest I've seen him go. As far as the available players left, he's the 45th ranked overall on Daniel Jeremiah's board. It's still a little bit ahead of where the Bucs are picking. So it'll be interesting. It'll probably be a little nervous if the Bucs do like Nealon the way we think they might. It'll probably be a nervous couple hours until they pick.
Right. And again, a key out of every draft every year is don't panic. Don't panic. And the Bucs typically don't, and hopefully they won't here in this situation. Thank you to Todd Pittner for this $4.99 super chat. The TODD says, I politely requested be mandatory for Logan Hall to wear a double guardian cap during any practices with Graham Barton at center, guard, or tackle.
You took out Ryan Jensen.
He did. Yeah, Scott makes a good point. He did take out Ryan Jensen. What's this new rule with the cap? I just read Rashad White was saying something.
Allowed to wear them in games now?
That's
I don't know.
That's
I don't know
right.
how many will.
Yeah,
Rashad White already was
player
like, this
safety,
is crazy. But yeah, Rashad was not. I don't think he's going to be one of the ones who.
What are we playing the
try that
NFL
out.
in France now? I know they went to Germany
I know
and all these other
a lot.
places.
A lot of people were replying to Rashad's tweet, just like, this is what it's going to be next year. And it's just, you see like at like intermission of hockey games, they play like the bubble hockey. They're kind of like running into each other. That's what people were saying is going to happen next because, yeah, I just don't see that being a very common practice.
Todd follows it up with make center knees great again.
The Tampa Bay Bucs cruise.
Yeah, let's talk about the Tampa Bay Bucs cruise.
It's a good. It's a good.
I couldn't do it without captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, 'cause I know in my soul that it's feel.
That looks like an awesome time. So make sure you get in your deposits ASAP because they will run out quickly. 2 years of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise, and the third one should only be bigger and better. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the third annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th. So, Bailey, that's big for us. My birthday's the 6th. Your birthday is right around that.
It's
It's
the
like
8th.
it's the 8th.
The 8th, yeah.
I knew it was right after. So that's right during Bailey's birthday. March 7th through 10th in 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and the Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Kate Otten, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, and the famous voice of the Buccaneers, Gene Deckerhoff. Tristan Wirfs went the first year. He was a tad bit busy this time around with the birth of his son. But who knows? Maybe he'll be back. Even more players are expected next year, as well as a special guest appearance from Derek Brooks. I know you guys have heard of him. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, a Raise the Flag sailway party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge. I have to admit, that's what I'm most looking forward to. And Bucs trivia contests and fun games and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included. With a $200 deposit per person deposit, it is refundable until August 16th. Visit TampaBayCruise.com. That's TampaBayCruise.com, or call them at 1-800-975-7112. That's 1-800-975-7112. Chris said, I booked my spot on the cruise going in Aqua Class. Let's freaking go. That's awesome, Chris. I know we had a couple other people throughout the past couple of weeks talk about the Bucs cruise because it just happened recently, and they had an awesome time. So, listen, the opponents of the Bucs are going to be cruising for a bruising, but if you want to have a good time with the Bucs, hit up this cruise.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. I saw videos and pictures and everything from this past year, which just happened recently, as you mentioned. It looked like a whole lot of fun. So sign up started yesterday, right? So
yeah,
go book your spot.
All right, so let's look at the needs for the Buccaneers heading into round 2 and round 3. They addressed their interior offensive line. It's not even done that they're going to address their interior offensive line, but I don't know if they're necessarily going to pull a Drake and go back to back with that offensive line. Looking at how the board is right now, how it's already fallen, what are you feeling, Bailey? You thinking wide receiver, little defensive tackle, little cornerback situation? There still are a lot of corners on the board.
A lot of corners on the board. Guys who I think were looked at as first rounders, who I think will probably go off the board pretty quickly here on day 2. I kind of am curious about the defensive tackle spot. Whether it's Braden Fisk, I don't think Johnny Newton's going to keep falling much further down to 57, but Braden Fisk's a guy to keep an eye on. And I don't know, I'm having a hard time for whatever reason. I know it was something we've talked about in the past couple weeks, but I'm having a hard time looking at cornerback as a need on one of your first 2 picks. I didn't think they were going to take one yet last night. Mike Sanderson might be the exception. I just don't know that he's going to still be there at 57 because of his ability to play. Nickel played really well for Michigan. I just don't know that he's going to be there at this point with the pick 57. So I'm almost wondering if that defensive tackle spot, if Nealon falls, maybe the edge rusher spot. And then I think Jalen Polk's another one to keep an eye on if they're going to take a wide receiver at 57. And then, of course, the guys. I mean, if players continue to fall, I don't think Ladd McConkey will be there. I don't think some of these other Keon Coleman, I don't think some of these other wide receivers are going to be there at 57. But I could see a defensive lineman at 57, and then maybe they go for a wide receiver when they come around for the 3rd round at pick 89.
Yeah, so yesterday the Bucs benefited from the fact that there were so many quarterbacks taken early on. If you are in the camp of let's go with Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum, and we're good there, because let's remember the Bucs do have solid depth. They addressed that this offseason with Tavier Thomas that have played for the Texans, with Bryce Hall, not the TikToker, but the football player that played for the New York Jets. They did address the depth of corner, which I think it's at least heading into this year, if they do nothing else, it's a bit stronger this year than it was last year when they were kind of down to like D. Delaney at one point or another. And Delaney was already kind of moving back and forth between safety and corner. So I think in this round, like I was saying, with quarterbacks just going on a run yesterday and tackles, and not tackles that you kick inside like the Bucs do, tackles were big at a premium yesterday. If you are in the camp of let's just go with Jamel and Zion and we have the depth in case anything happens, you're kind of hoping that DeJean goes, that Kool-Aid goes, and so that some of these wide receivers and defensive tackles do fall to the Buccaneers when they first get on the clock. Bill Vincent, you the man, Bill. You started us off yesterday with a $50 super chat. I don't forget, Bill. You come back today. Thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think they will trade down in the second? Ooh. That's very tantalizing because they do have that other third round draft pick. I was kind of saying yesterday, and Josh Capo is shaking his head in disgust. Not in disgust, Bill. He's not disgusted. I think, if anything, they would probably trade in the third if they wanted to move up in that situation, because you got that extra third round pick. Thank you, Carlton Davis. Gives you a little more flexibility in that sense.
Yeah, I'm not seeing really a trade down in the second round. I think there's a lot of value and there's a lot of good players to be had on day two, and I think having 3 picks on day two is valuable for them. And I think, I don't know, I could be way off base, but I think if they stick and pick for all 3 of those spots, they'll have 3 three guys that you will think will feel pretty good about contributing from year one and then maybe even into the future. But yeah, I don't know how much. I mean, maybe they trade up if there's a guy that they absolutely are in love with and feel like they need to move up to get him. But if they can stick and pick with these 3 picks, I feel like that would be probably the best case scenario in my mind.
It falls into that category again where some people feel like you have to make a trade or else you're not fulfilled in your draft. And it's, once again, just like talking to Graham Barton after the initial press conference. Chill. just chill. The Bucs don't have to go and be aggressive unless they really feel like that they want to. There are still a lot of good players on the board at the moment. I'll just run through a couple of them. DeJean, like we talked about, Johnny Newton, St. Pete, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Rakestraw, the corner out of Missouri that we talked about yesterday, Keon Coleman, Braden Fisk. I know we mentioned him a little bit before. I would love if Braden Fisk falls to the Buccaneers. I got to speak to him at the Senior Bowl where he was the practice week defensive MVP. This guy is ginormous as a human being and actually ran like a pretty good 40-yard dash if I'm not mistaken. So he can move pretty well. Obviously, he can stop the run. He proved that he can play at a higher level because he was playing in the MAC and then went to Florida State last year. So, and he showed a little bit of pass rushing capabilities as well. And when you go to the NFL, you don't necessarily need your defensive tackle to get after the quarterback. The Bucs have. I mean, Vita Vea led the team 2 seasons ago in sacks, but it's not like a prerequisite in order to make the NFL or join the Buccaneers specifically. I think Todd Bowles could use him in a couple of different ways as well. I don't know if he'll be there when the Bucs are first on the clock in the second round, but man, I would love if he somehow slipped through the cracks and the Bucs ended up getting him.
Yeah, this is an interesting comment from Timothy Van Kuyik. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Let's say, yeah, that's fine.
Seems like Todd Bowles sacrificed his defense a lot for the good of the team as a whole. Gruden always seemed to have a selfish pick for his offense back in the day. Got to give him props.
Yeah, I mean, sacrificing his defense. I don't know. I mean, I felt the defense
last year. The first pick was Kalijah.
Yeah, Kalijah Kancey was the first pick last year. Logan Hall was their first pick. Joe Tryon-Chainka was the top edge rusher in 2021. Obviously, he was, still a defensive coach at that point. But
Winfield went in the second in 20.
Yeah, Winfield was a second-round pick. I don't necessarily know if he's sacrificed the Bucs defense.
Feels like it's been pretty split over the last couple drafts.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I don't know if this is in relation to them drafting an offensive lineman last night rather than a corner or an edge rusher, as maybe Bowles would think if he was thinking selfishly about his defense. But yeah, if you look at last year when they went defense, offense, defense, defense, offense, defense, offense. So it was just there was a lot of split last year. The same thing with the year before. So yeah, it's an interesting thought. I do wonder if we'll see that again this year. There's I think needs.
And I don't
needs
think
all
it
over the field.
needs to be balanced.
No,
Like, wherever
it
you
doesn't have
have
to.
issues, just address those
I
issues.
think it will be just because of where they do have needs. I think that might be the case here.
We got a super chat from our main man, Meets McGee. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Meets. Says, to the we don't need a wide receiver crowd. Matt, answer this for those guys. Have you heard any ringing endorsements for Palmer like we've heard for Zion McCollum? Well, Zion is a year ahead as well, so he's had a little more time to develop and things of that nature. What I will say, though, is, you do have Jason and some other people, Todd Bowles as well, like they mention Payne Durham and how we're really excited about Payne Durham. We hear them mention about the outside linebackers, Jose Ramirez and Marquise Watts over and over and over again. They've been asked about Trey Palmer, and they're not anti-Trey Palmer by any means. But I definitely do think that the Bucs should be in a situation where they're not just relying on Trey Palmer. I mean, he was kind of skittish at best down the stretch. Yes, he had the big play against the Eagles. That was his only catch in the game against the Eagles. And he had a nice game against the Saints late in the season. But I don't think it's in the best interest of the Bucs to say, all right, Trey Palmer's our wide receiver 3, or Rakim Jarrett, an undrafted free agent that had a hamstring injury, but we're still high on him. And I get it. Players get hurt. You can overcome it. Absolutely. I hope that's the case for Rakim Jarrett. But if they find a guy in the second or third round that, they had pretty high on their board, or someone that they're a fan of, with this offense, with Liam Cohen, it's going to be a lot more 3 wide receivers. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. The 3rd wide receiver this year in this Bucs offense is more important than it has been in over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, and I think back to the Combine when Jason Light and Todd Bowles talked about Trey Palmer. It was like they were talking about him, like you said, they were asked about him. It's not like they were just completely down on him, and it's, he's nothing. He was he a 6th round pick last year? They were kind of mentioning him in the same breath as, he's got some developing to do. We're excited about him. We're excited about Rakim Jarrett too. Talked a lot about Rakim Jarrett and how excited they are to see him develop. And that's not to say that Palmer's not making the team or Palmer's spot is in danger. I just don't know that you can cement him in as your wide receiver 3 when there's a draft this deep at the position. So that's what I think I was telling Josh Capel earlier today when he just asked me about my thoughts on day 2. I think by the end of tonight, I think they come away with a wide receiver 3.
Oh,
I think that happens.
Yeah, I think they should. And I think the Bucs deserve credit. They haven't had to draft a wide receiver on day 1 or 2 for quite a while, because when you have a great combo of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, you really don't need to. But they have kind of struck out with some of their later, I shouldn't say struck out. It didn't work with Jalen Darden when they went the later round route with Jalen Darden. Scotty Miller was a later round. Obviously, he did great things in specific moments for the Buccaneers.
Same thing.
Tyler Johnson, yeah. So I don't know. Again, 6th, 7th round picks, they're not really expected to hit. It's a surprise when they do hit. It hasn't worked out with wide receiver.
Another reason why that is so important, you mentioned that the wide receiver 3 is a starter in Liam Cohen's offense most of the time. It's also the fact that they are going to start to need to look toward the future. Chris Godwin's in a contract year. Yeah. Mike Evans is 30. He's going to be 32, I think, when the season starts. Turns 32 in August. So he's signed for 2 more years, and maybe we'll do a year-to-year thing after that. So it's as much about finding your wide receiver 3 right now, maybe on day 2 tonight, as it is finding a guy who can maybe step in for Chris Godwin as your wide receiver 2 next year. Maybe longer term, step in as your wide receiver 1 or a fringe wide receiver 1, as we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen Mike Evans drop off at all yet, and as he's getting into his 30s, but it could happen at any point. I'm not saying that he's going to all of a sudden not produce at all, but he might not always be a 1,000-yard guy.
It just feels like Mike Evans is irreplaceable. Just like how when I drink energy drinks, Celsius is irreplaceable as my energy drink. And of course, Celsius is the official energy drink of the Pewter Report live draft show. There are so many awesome flavors of Celsius. We've been slugging them since yesterday. I know the Arctic vibe was flowing around. I got a tropical vibe that's in the other room right now. I cannot wait to have it. Throw a little ice in this Buc-ee's cup that I got. Put some Celsius in it as well. But there's so many awesome flavors of Celsius. You see the vibes on the screen there. We keep the vibes very high on the show, and it's because of Celsius, because their flavors are fantastic. It's easy to be in a good mood and have a great vibe. So whether it's the Galaxy vibe or the Astro, Cosmic, Oasis, you name it, we love it. If you need to know where to find a Celsius energy drink, Go to the Celsius store locator on their website, punch in your address, and I'll tell you the closest location where you could pick one up. Could be a Walmart, 7-Eleven, health and fitness store, or your
bodega.
Nicely done, everybody. And once you keep going to your bodega, you know you love Celsius, but you're like, man, I love it. I just can't make 20 trips a day to the bodega. That's all right. We got you covered. Go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save. You can get it in bulk. Get that variety pack, because variety is the spice of life, and you can have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. You're the captain. You're in charge. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official energy drink of the Pewter Report podcast.
Matt, we've crossed over the 7 o'clock into the 7 o'clock hour. Which
Getting
ready.
Means the NFL draft round 2 is about to start with the Buffalo Bills on the clock.
Yeah, that was another interesting thing. Like happened right at the end of last night's show. Obviously, at the end of the first round, the Panthers trading into the first round they were set to start off day 2 at pick 33, trading into the first round at 32 to get Xavier Leggett, who they said they would take at 33 if he was there. They jumped up to take him, the South Carolina wide receiver. So yeah, it'll be the Bills starting things off. The Bills had an interesting approach to yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they traded with essentially their enemy.
Yeah.
Like, people are saying this is worse than trading like within the division.
Yeah. It was interesting. It was an interesting thing. There are, like we mentioned, there are a lot of wide receivers in this draft. So it's kicking off this day 2. I think they could very well take that wide receiver that they need. And they did acquire some picks, but it was just interesting to help out the Chiefs the way they did by trading with them.
Let's go through all of the NFC South and see who's picking on day 2.
Who does that say? The Panthers? Yeah. They went with Xavier Leggett with their 32nd overall pick.
2 and a 3.
They have a 2 and a 3. And so, yeah, they make one pick each. The Saints went with Talisi Fuaga out of Oregon State. That was their first pick. Now, Saints are in an interesting spot because they do have a second-round pick, but then they do not pick until the 5th round. Now, they love the 5th round because they have 4 picks in the 5th round. So 4 5s. Are the Saints going to be getting live when they're on the clock?
Yeah, 4 5th-round picks. That's a lot.
You have to think they're going to package one of those.
You would think they might. And then there's the Falcons.
Yes,
of course.
the Falcons, who took an immediate starter with their first-round pick, 8th overall, Michael Penix Jr. Shout out Tampa, Florida, Dade City as well. They have, similar to the Bucs, a pick in the 2nd round and then 2 picks in round 3. And, of course, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers went with Graham Barton in round 1. They will pick, 57th overall?
57.
And then they have 2 picks very close to each other in the 3rd round, 89 and 92. So those are your Bucs picks. That's the NFC South. There's the NFC South roundup for you. Let's get to the super chat from Jay West, maybe Jerry West, Lakers legend. Thank you, Jerry West, for this $10 super chat, or Jay West, who says, I'm hoping that the Bucs use one of the thirds to trade up. Wow, you're talking like a GM, Jerry West, who was the GM of the Shaq and Kobe-led Lakers. I'd like Mike Sarenstill as a nickel. Reminds me of Hall of Famer Rondé Barber. I like saying Hall of Famer Rondé Barber because, damn it, it took long enough.
It feels good to say it, doesn't it? Yeah, and we just talked a few minutes ago about the possibility of whether they're going to trade up or trade down. And like I made my point, I think, clear, was that I think having 3 picks on day 2 is great, and I would prefer that they stick, but they could. I mean, it's probably the benefit of having that other 3rd round pick that they got in the Carlton Davis trade, so that they could move that and move up if they need to, if they feel they need to get the player they want.
Shout out to our guy, Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse, a constant commenter. We appreciate you, Paul, especially for this $5 super chat, who says, this has been my first NFL draft with Pewter Report. What's up, brother? And I must say, you guys have been impressive with your coverage. As for the Bucs, I'm about upgrading the trenches tonight. First of all, once again, thank you, Paul, for the very kind words. Most impressive, us, pewterreport.com. You'll see those articles when the Bucs get back to playing football. You're all about upgrading the trenches tonight. Interesting, because they obviously did take a step with that with Graham Barton in the first round. But like we said, can't rule out the Bucs drafting another offensive lineman. And of course, outside linebackers in need, if you count that towards the trenches. Defensive tackle, do they upgrade over Logan Hall? Do they at least put the feet to the fire to Logan Hall and make some good competition, which helps with the storylines during training camp? Would be interesting to see. So, Paul, I guess you're saying you prefer trench guys over, let's just say, a wide receiver, or if a corner or a safety is available.
Yeah, and then it's interesting. Like, you look at the defensive linemen that are available, Ruke Ororo, you look at Chris Jenkins, Braden Fisk, who we just talked about. And then if you look at the edges, we talked about Marshawn Nealand a bunch. Another guy was mentioned earlier in the show, Adisa Isaac.
Yeah.
Maybe an option at 57. But yeah, I think, and this is just the way it feels right now, and we'll see how the board falls and what happens here early in the second round. But I think you see another trench pick tonight, and I did tell you that by the end of the night, I think they do also pick a wide receiver. So how they do that and what order they do that in, we'll see. But I do think that there will be more trench picks in this draft.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We had this conversation with Josh Capo yesterday about like the best way that the board could fall, which it kind of did, and the worst way that the Bucs could fall. And I'm not going to ask about like certain picks that should go a certain way, but I'm just trying to think like what, outside of like kicker and punter and stuff like that, what would be the worst position that the Bucs could kind of draft on this day? Well, I said outside of punter and kicker.
I don't know. You're talking about on day 2 or in the second round at 57?
Just day 2.
Day 2.
Well, we can stick to second round.
At the second round, 57, I don't think that's where you want to take a running back in this class.
Yeah.
I think that they need a running back, and we'll see what they do, because they're going to need someone to spell Rachaad White, and you can't really count on Rachaad to have the workload that he had last year and make it through 17 games every year. So I think that's a need. I just don't know if this class is loaded with second-round guys. I think that's another position that you maybe look at in the third round, or you look at with your fourth-round pick tomorrow. So, we'll see. Maybe that or quarterback, I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking like tight end, probably a little bit too early. Linebacker for sure. I think probably not the right move. But he is back. Cincy Kid is back. You spent a little time in Cincinnati. You went to a Bengals game.
Yes, last November. Went to UCF game. Saw their first Big 12 win on Saturday.
Nice. Congrats.
Then I saw Joe Burrow and the Bengals beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football.
So UCF's first Big 12 win was against like another team that came over from the country. Does that count?
It didn't really. It felt like it at the time because it was like the end of a 5-game losing streak, I think.
It's real to you, damn it.
So yeah, it felt real at the time, but then it felt more real when they ended up, hammering Oklahoma State a couple months later.
There you go. Anyway, Cincy Kid, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, woo, 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 woo. Bucs styling and profiling with Barton and Pewter Report. Go Bucs. That's right. Love it. Love the energy, Cincy Kid. Love the energy you gave to us. I mean, you just typed it out, but I felt it, Cincy Kid. Ric Flair making a pick. Got that Ric Flair drip.
Pick 92.
Yeah. And, of course, Will Golston making a pick as well. A lot of celebrities making picks. I think Sketch is making a pick for the Texans. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I don't know. He got injured with Caleb Williams the other night.
Oh, I missed that completely.
Yeah. But, yeah, I'm trying to think who else. A lot of, like, former NFL players. So,
yeah.
Cool they got that. They got Ric Flair in the mix. A Tampa local. So, shout out to Rick.
Here, he's everywhere. If you just go out on a Saturday or Sunday, you'll find him.
I'm pretty sure he owns. Hey, you know what? No free ads, no free sponsors. So the Bills are on the clock.
Yeah, looks like we have the college football playoff trophy out here to start.
They got the whole.
Yeah, they got the Michigan team.
Oh,
Rich Eisen is very excited.
Of course he is.
They got the who is it? The defensive coach. I was like crying over Harbaugh. The one game he was suspended. Like, Coach Harbaugh,
Free Harbaugh.
I ever love you. Man. It's like, you got suspended one game. Like, he'll be right back.
What was it? They came out with those shirts. The one game where he was suspended, and it was like he had died.
Right,
like-
yeah, because he was suspended at the beginning of the season, too.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah, it was the Jim Harbaugh Memorial.
They did like a special formation for him, I think, or something like that. So, yeah, Bills will be on the clock to start this.
Jeff the Champ says, I've seen Ric Flair partying in Charlotte, North Carolina multiple times, LOL. Yeah, that's where he's from, but he moved to Tampa,
Yeah.
not
I just saw like a
crazy
couple
long
days ago on social media, there was a guy who was basically saying how if you're from Tampa or if you've lived in Tampa for any amount of time, seeing Ric Flair out at a bar is like not anything like
Yeah.
special. Like, oh yeah, there's Ric Flair, but like someone else is like, is that Ric Flair?
right,
It's
right.
like, yeah, he's always here. Like, that's his bar stool.
I want to say months ago, Blink 182 played at Amalie Arena, and I didn't see this video until after. By the way, when they did their encore song, their last song, Damn It, someone ran on stage, which I thought was kind of funny. Everyone was safe, so it was all good. But I watched a video later. Awesome concert, highly recommend. Not long after, I think it was Ric Flair posted a video. It was like him and Travis Barker backstage. I was like, that's the most random combination that you could have possibly seen. Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dreamhouse with the $2 super chat. Thanks, Paul. Says, I hear Traskaholics want to redraft Trask tonight. That's an early leader for the comments of the night. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like supporting Kyle Trask yesterday. I'm not anti Kyle Trask. I'm not even for Kyle Trask. I'm just saying in the situation of drafting a rookie, how much better are they going to be than Kyle Trask? I don't know. Don't get me wrong. Baker had his struggles at points last season, but you can't look at the full body of work. I know stats aren't everything, but you look at the touchdown to turnover ratio, the amount of yards, the success of the team to a degree. Keon Coleman off the board. All right. Adam Slavon chipping in with telling us the first pick of the second round. Keon Coleman, could have went to Carolina where the weather's a little bit better, going to Buffalo. But you get to play with Josh Allen, so that's not too bad.
And for what I just said about the Bills trading away, their picks last night in need of a wide receiver and doing so with Kansas City. I mean, maybe this was the plan all along. Maybe this was the guy they wanted, and they wanted to acquire some picks with it. So
got to go up against Sauce Gardner. That's kind of tough.
Yeah. So yeah, Keon Coleman to the Bills to start this second round.
But yeah, I mean, for the Trask fans, you can't look at Baker's full body of work and say that guy's a bum. Like, he shouldn't be playing.
I wonder if the Trask haters would, instead of taking a second round pick tonight, return Trask.
I don't know. I kind of, to a degree, I respect, like, this is my point, and I am digging my heels in, and I will never, ever admit defeat.
Another super chat here.
Yes, thank you to Colster Castilleja for the $5 super chat. Says, thoughts on day 2 interior offensive line and running back combo to firm up the run game and take pressure off of the need to upgrade wide receiver 3 and the passing game. This is a good question, Coulter. Kind of goes back to a theme that we've been talking about of doubling up on the offensive line, really assuring that you got everything down pat. I think we're both in agreement. I don't want to speak for you, but I think we're good with that. Yeah, I mean, you predicted it as well. As far as running back, if they want to do it with with the 92nd pick,
maybe Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd for sure. I think it is an
bet.
interesting one. I just feel if they're going to draft a running back, it's got to be a guy that maybe it's not 50-50, but it's like 65-35, splitting with Rashad White, because I understand, like, they do need to address the running game, and yeah, you could just get it done in one full swoop, but unless he's going to see the field a fair amount, I just feel there's a number of different directions that they could go with, but I think it's a good question for sure.
It feels like a day 3 objective to me is the running back position. I don't know. I mean, you could see in the third round, like later with maybe the second, third round pick, but it does. I don't know why, and I keep making these all over the board predictions of what's going to happen tonight. But it's like if you come out of tonight with maybe an edge or a defensive tackle with your first pick, and then you get another a guard and a wide receiver, that would feel like a really good night because you're hitting on your needs, and I don't want them to overdraft anyone, just to fill a need, but that feels like it would be a good collection of players, a good collection of contributors to what they need. And this class, I think, has some of these guys at these different positions, whether it's Nylander or Adisa Isaac in the second round. Then you can see in the third round, you can see a guy, maybe I don't know if Malachi Corley lasts to the third round, but some of these receivers are third round guys that they'll have Javon Baker from my alma mater, UCF.
Yeah.
And then, interior offensive line, whether it's McCormick, like I mentioned earlier, from South Dakota State, or Mahogany. Who's the UConn guard? Is it Haynes? Christian Haynes. Some of these guys. So that feels like kind of the collection that I would look at on day 2, and then maybe you open day 3 with a running back if there's one that they like. Because they can't just draft a running back because they feel like they need one. I think they do know that they need one, but I just don't think. If there's not a player they absolutely love, it's not worth it. It's not worth just saying, we just need another guy in there, because at that point you can just sign a guy off the street. You can sign, an undrafted free agent, or you can get a 6th round pick. Some of these guys, we've seen recent drafts where there's, was it Pacheco? I think it was a 6th rounder, so 7th rounder. You've seen some of these guys be some of the best running backs in their classes on day 3. So we'll be interested to keep an eye on.
Let's stick with your guy Baker, Javon Baker, not Baker Mayfield.
Baker to Baker.
This is your moment to shine, man.
Yeah.
UCF. What do you like about him, and do you think he would be a fit with the Buccaneers?
Yeah, I do. I do like him. I think there's a lot of contested catch ability. He averaged, and then he has a lot of deep ball ability. I think he averaged around 20 yards per catch last year.
Not to cut you off, but the Chargers are on the clock. They have made a trade.
They traded up.
Yeah. Sorry. Anyway.
No, you're good.
Breaking news. Got to get to it.
I think trade up with the Patriots. Okay. I think, a good deep ball guy, a good contested catch guy. Had a couple issues with drops here and there last year. I know some of them were just some of the most mind-boggling plays that I've ever seen, where it's almost like going back to the volleyball theme, he just batted the ball up and set the defender.
Spike.
Yeah, for the defender. So that happened a couple of times, but no, I like a lot about his game. Obviously, I like that he went to UCF. UCF Bucs have never drafted a UCF player. I saw Greg Allman was tweeting about that
trivia of the day
this morning. Oklahoma State and UCF are the only 2 Power 5 programs where the Bucs have not drafted.
This is also in contention for comments of the night. Leaders Production says someone should make an AI video of Jackson Paris Johnson hitting a pong so he slides to 57.
I don't know. Like someone asked this the other day on a podcast I listened to. She was like, "Do you think that's as big of a deal today if it happens today?" As it was back then. I don't know. But I think part of the answer, I can't remember who it was asked to. It might have been Daniel Jeremiah.
Like, to me, no, it wouldn't. Yeah. Like, as long as it's just weed. But with that said, I think you can make the case, like, how could you be so stupid to take a video of that?
Exactly.
But then it's like, I don't know, wasn't it his stepfather or something?
Yeah, something set up. I think it was somebody, But they,
like, a little bit different, but the whole thing with the Colorado Rockies and, like, their hitting coach just sitting in the pilot's plane being like, hey, I'm flying the plane. Like, how stupid do you got to be to record that and put it out, like, publicly?
Yeah.
Being like, yo, man, I'm going live. Oh, they're going to love this. Like,
and I think the answer
went on to become the highest paid left tackle.
Yeah.
And I think Ladd
McConkey
McConkey to the Chargers.
Okay. Damn. If I had liquor right now, I'd pour one out. Anyway, thanks for the insight, Greg Cosell.
I think the Chargers. I thought you were calling Sly Greg Cosell.
Hey, you could be the next Greg Cosell.
Yeah, I think because of the Chargers yesterday and early with their pick, I think they picked 5th. They took Joe Alt. And some people were wondering if they would take Malik Neighbors there and get a weapon for Justin Herbert. But I like this for them. I like that they got Alt yesterday, and I like that they go receiver here with Ladd McConkey, because I think, obviously, trading Keenan Allen away and not having Mike Williams anymore, it's kind of bare bones out there in L.A., who the Bucs will see this year.
Yes, they will. The Bucs face both Harbaugh brothers this year.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's the Ravens are at home, I believe, right? So we'll see John at home and Jim on the road.
Correct. Yes, they will be going out west. Thanks to this $5 super chat from our friend Paul, aka Florida Dreamhouse. Paul says, I wanted Jackson Paris Johnson last night as I didn't think Barton would be available at 26. Definite upgrade, but hope we keep Hainsey for depth. He's a solid backup. Yeah, I agree with everything that you're saying, Paul. I mean, Hainsey needed to be replaced, but it doesn't mean he needs to be off the team. He is, and you will find this across the league. Again, Todd Bowles said something great. I want to say it was like 2 training camps ago, but it really stuck with me. He's like, you don't find a lot of really good backup offensive linemen, specifically tackles, but we'll talk about centers in this case, because if you're a good backup, you end up being a starter. Like, you do not let good offensive linemen leave in free agency. It's just the way it goes. You truly have to develop your offensive linemen. And yeah, sure, some you can't keep because you got other good players, and the Bucs saw that with Alex Kappa. But, Hainsey he's fine. He's fine as a backup center.
Something that made me think of that, something that I thought of off of that, it isn't necessarily about the Hainsey backup conversation, but it was something that Todd Bowles said today when kind of asked about building their offensive line through the draft. Obviously Tristan Wirfs, Luke Gedeke, Cody Mauch, and now Graham Barton. And he mentioned, you're not going to really be able to build your offensive line through free agency that often, because the good ones usually don't hit free agency. When they do, they cost a lot of money. So if you can find good ones in the draft, that's where you can, let's say, make your money. That's where you can build your offensive line into something where, then you're the team who you're going to eventually have to pay some of these guys, but you're the team who has control of that. And it's all right. Hey, don't let that guy get out the door. Tristan Wirfs not getting out the door, obviously. And you have these guys for their rookie contracts. Obviously, Alex Kappa walked away in free agency a couple of years ago, but that was an interesting comment to me because it makes a lot of sense. It's not a lot of these guys are going to hit free agency, and not a lot of these guys. And if they do, it's going to be a lot of money out of your pocket. So,
well, they're not going to let Tristan Wirfs go out the door. What they will let him do is get on the deck. Hopefully, Tristan Wirfs will be on the next Bucs cruise.
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course, we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr! Arr!
Looks like so much fun. I want to do that volleyball, hit up the casino on the boat, and just have a great time with fellow Bucs fans and Bucs players. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th. That's one day after my birthday and one day before Bailey's birthday. It goes from March 7th through March 10th in 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins at Fort Lauderdale and also visits Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean, Greg Gaines was on it as well. So was Christian Izzian. You also had Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Warren Sapp, and the voice of the Bucs, Gene Deckerhoff. This year, more players are expected, and there is a confirmed special guest appearance of Derek Brooks. There's going to be photo and autograph opportunities with players. There's a Raise the Flag sail away party, VIP parties with players as well. Special player interviews, the water volleyball challenge, and Bucs trivia contests and more fun games.
Rook to the Falcons.
Rook.
So yeah, during that Bucs cruise commercial, the Falcons traded up with the Cardinals and
bird trade.
And it was up on the TV a second ago. Now I got to find it. It's not there anymore. I believe the Falcons got they got the number 34 pick and a 6th rounder, and they gave up
34 and 137.
Okay, and they gave up
37 and 110.
37 and 110. Okay,
It was before Johnny knew.
Yeah, went before Johnny Newton. And last thing about the cruise, reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks and alcohol, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included just with a $200 deposit per person. It's refundable until August 16th. So go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com. And their number is 1-800-975-7112. All right. Not a lot of notable names and faces off the board already with Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, and now Rook Aurora.
We just talked about the Falcons having kind of a similar set of picks as the Bucs.
Yes.
With a second rounder and 2 third rounders, now giving up one of those third rounders to move up here.
Exactamundo. And to think they could have gotten a great edge rusher, mixed that with a defensive tackle as well. Kind of like, I don't know, when the Bucs did Kalijah Cansey and then went to Yaya Diaby. They did it the other way. They went interior and then edge rusher. But nope. They went with Michael Penix.
There's a child in the draft room. In the Falcons draft room.
He's going to make a better pick.
they need to call in some reinforcements.
You know why? Because when the Bucs play against the Falcons, it's men amongst boys. You can say that about the Bucs front office too.
Oh man,
still got it.
So who is it on the clock now? I'm looking around Josh.
Who is on the clock?
The Commanders.
The Commodes.
Scott likes to call them the Washington
Commodes.
I will say their song is a little catchy. The left hand up.
Not as catchy as the Orlando Magic song.
I don't know the Magic song.
Oh, it's amazing. I'm not going to
just
sing
hear
it
everyone
because
say, play the song, play the song.
Everyone, because I don't want to sing. But
by the way, the Magic have never, I looked up the stat, the Magic have never lost a playoff game when Rashad White is in attendance.
No, it's very true. Yeah, Rashad White.
And where they giving him a jersey. Rashad White is just collecting jerseys left and right of other sports that he is not a professional in, which is awesome. He's got a Lightning jersey. He's got a Magic jersey.
I'd do the same thing. If during my off season, I'd go anywhere they would have me and give me a jersey. And
I'm gonna buy you a jersey, but on the back I'm gonna say from Matt, like in the Office episode from Dwight.
I've thought about doing that for people as a gift, as a joke, but I don't think I have the money or the funds to throw away that much money on a jersey no one's gonna wear.
Right.
But
$200 super chat though.
Okay.
37.79.
So I wonder what happens here with the Commanders.
They gave up a third for 34.
Yeah, what do the Commanders need?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, probably a lot.
A better name, Scott.
Yeah, they do need a better name.
You don't like the Commodes?
You know what I do like? To briefly get off topic, the Utah team, like the hockey team that's moving to Utah, that was previously the Arizona Coyotes. They might be the Utah Yetis. I think that's a dope name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any. I mean, I've seen obviously that's happening. I haven't seen any of the options, but
249 away from 14,000.
We are 249 subscribers away from 14,000. Thank you to everybody that has subscribed so far. If you like our content, please follow us on our social medias. We got a ton of stuff on our YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We got more coming to our YouTube. We honestly had so much content, we had to schedule it out a little bit and couldn't even get to everything. So I'm excited to get, and this is just like Graham Barton stuff. The Bucs have only made one draft pick. So got a lot of great YouTube stuff. Trying to get to 14,000 by the end of Saturday. Again, cartwheels coming if we get to 14,000. So cannot thank you guys enough. Please tell everybody you know. I know Trustin Vorbeck yesterday stole his wife's phone and subscribed. We're not asking you to do anything illegal. Not like crazy illegal. No, well, not illegal at all. But we all got to do our part. So please help us subscribe.
Johnny Newton.
Johnny Newton is off the board. Left hand up. Left hand in the dirt. He's probably a righty.
So no cartwheel for Josh off of that.
Well, 14,000 subscribers.
Yeah. So there's still. So now, if you want to see Josh do a cartwheel, and all of us do a cartwheel, except for Scott Reynolds, now you've got to get us to 14,000. subscribers because Johnny Newton's off the board.
I was thinking too, like, well, if we did it in the parking lot, I don't think the Bucs PR staff would be too happy about it.
They might film it for In the Current.
That's true. We were in the
This
current.
one random guy was so happy that
Yeah.
Graham Barton was doing great.
Yeah, highly
Random-
recommend
random
checking
guy.
out the latest episode of In the Current by the Buccaneers. Not just because like all Pewter Report is in it and in it a lot.
Yep.
But
Guest stars.
Yeah.
Not really, but I really did. I posted it on to Twitter, but it was like the Leo meme.
yes,
I was just watching it in the background. I was doing some draft prep stuff, and I put it on the background, and I looked up, and I just saw my big head on my TV screen. And I was like, "That's me."
I did. I had a reaction. Like, you know, when you're watching a basketball game and like a guy hits a three, and then you're like, he's not going to do it again, and then he does. You're like, oh, and then he gets it again. And you're like, oh, like, he did it. That's what it was for me when I was
Yeah.
watching. Because the first, I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, oh, there I am again. And then, oh, there's Bailey. There's Scott.
Yeah.
Josh Capo in the mix. Oh, it was like, you know, it's like a Mike Reed bang.
Double, and then you get a rare double bang.
The very rare
Yeah.
double bang. Yeah, getting some nice side conversations about the hockey team. And now we're talking about dinosaurs. Carl Everett. He played for a bunch of teams in the MLB, but he had some type of quote, or he doesn't believe dinosaurs are real or something like that.
Well, not anymore.
I don't know. I mean,
Our bird
we saw a
dinosaurs.
raptor last month. Hall of Famer Vince Carter,
Oh, yeah.
also known Bucs fan.
That's a good one.
Very much is real.
Yeah. And a huge Bucs fan.
Oh yeah. Let's look at this. Hold on.
Wow. So the commode's going Johnny Newton. Just reminds me of an episode of The League where like Taco has to set his lineup and he's like, Cam Newtown.
Trying to pull up an NFL draft tracker here, and it's just not loading. So
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's going a wee bit
maybe
on the
that's not-
slower side.
Oh no,
Who went?
Jalen
That
Polk.
doesn't surprise the Patriots.
Jaylen Polk. I was excited for him, but you know, going to New England never works for wide receivers. Getting drafted, obviously.
Just like Randy Moss.
That's why I said getting drafted.
All right. So
Yeah, so a lot of wide receivers going. Makes it interesting to Christian Ponder if the Bucs will go with a receiver at 57. I guess the NFL's hate corners now, huh? They
yeah,
just-
because there are still a lot of guys that were a lot of people were mocking some of these guys into the first round in the 20s. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean still on
Yeah.
the board, which is very surprising to me.
Damn, I was I was workshopping it, but I was trying to come up with a thing like, oh, the Bucs aren't letting this player through the door, but if it was Kool-Aid McKinstry, he could just burst through it.
Oh man.
Angle puts out a good point. Adonai Mitchell still available as well.
Is this the Titans on the board now? Or on the clock?
Yeah.
Then it'll be the Panthers again.
Titans are on the clock.
Tennessee picking up.
I would have liked Jalen.
We'll have to
Polk
get
as a
Greg
backup.
Allman in here and be like, what do you think of the Clemson pick? Like, what's his name?
That's
Okay.
The name's actually not that hard to. It's
Once you know it, yeah.
right because it's just like O-R-H, essentially.
Aurora.
Aurora.
Yeah, it's like Indomitian Sue. Indomitian looks like a daunting name, but it's really not. Just Ndamukong. Indomitian. Sean Surt says that Michigan corner would be good for us. Yeah, Mike Sanford still.
Still on the board. Or we'll see.
Technically, Mikey. His
Mikey.
Oh,
Mikey or Mike E. Sanders still.
like Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Or William H. Macy.
I'm late to Shameless, but my gosh.
Great show. I never finished it. I didn't watch like the last season, but
It got too depressing.
it gets like way too serious at some points, and certain people start leaving the show, which kind of it's really not that big of a spoiler. Season 4. Yeah, good show though. You see, wow, Sly has
That's
seen.
stunning. I know a big theme of last year's draft show was all the movies that Sly hasn't seen, which is all of them. Like he has
Yes.
all of the movies that have ever been made. Sly has not seen. So
Like Citizens Kane. Rosebud. Ken Grant says, for the Bucs, Sandra Still, Rakestraw, Jackson, Green are the ones I'd like.
yeah, we'll see. I mean, there are, and this is kind of how it fell in the first round. And part of the, I guess, the byproduct of that is maybe it happening again in the second. But the board, I mean, we're still pretty far away from the Bucs pick. But
Yeah.
I think they're going to have a good deal of impressive and players that they'll rate pretty highly at different positions. They'll have their pick of some good options there once that pick rolls around, which is still about over 20 picks away.
Lord Jimbo 2 says, that is a franchise along with New England and Pittsburgh that I always root against.
Who? Washington?
Yeah, I guess it would have to be Washington. Or Buffalo? What about the Cowboys? Do you root against the Cowboys?
Everybody roots against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Cowboys fans root against the Cowboys.
That is, yeah, that's true.
You see the thing with Jerry Jones talking about Jonathan Brooks and how
Yeah,
highly
he's
they
like,
have
it's
him
the
on-
greatest
Yeah, he's like
top 30 visit in the last 30 years or something like that.
oh, Jerry Jones. Let's see.
Ah, a great joke can be made with the Patriots. Like you can't spell Jalen without L because it's capitalized. Again, another wide receiver whose career will probably be stunted by having to play against Sauce Gardner twice a year.
It's good though for Drake May. Drake May, Jalen Polk.
Yeah.
Got to rebuild that offense after the years of Mac Jones.
And just
And
no
no
wide
one. Yeah,
receivers.
Mac
Like Kendrick
Jones-
Bourne.
Mac Jones and no one.
Was it? Yeah, I guess. I mean, he didn't really make a huge impact. He's not the Juju Smith-Schuster from. Yeah. All right. We're gonna do a line change in just a moment. We're gonna bring on the face that runs the place, Scott Reynolds, along with we'll just say the man with the plan, Josh Capo.
Does
So
Josh have a plan?
we're about to do that in just a moment as Scott puts on an unreal graphic. Woo! Ric Flair will be making one of the picks for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just a reminder for everybody that maybe did not see it. Ric Flair is making one pick, and Will Golston is making another for your Buccaneers as we finish this line change.
Yeah, Scott, I actually think Will Golston will end up making 2 picks tonight, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, picks number second round, 57, and number 89. Almost a crime that he's not picking number 92. That is his number,
Yeah,
right?
I feel like that was a little bit of lack of foresight by whoever planned it out.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So what do you think of the top of the second round so far, Scott? So
Well, we've seen this run on wide receivers
Yep.
for sure. And this is still a pretty deep draft of wide receivers. Maybe Bailey Adams gets happy with a little Javon Baker action later in the draft. I don't think that he'll go in the second round, but Malachi Corley, one of my absolute favorites. It was kind of a toss-up to put Malachi Corley or Keon Coleman as a Bucs best bet. Kind of factored into the second round with the wide receiver pick. Josh, it's so difficult people kind of think, well, it's easy. Pewter Report hits a lot of Bucs best bets. It's actually really a challenge to come up with the Bucs best bets, because our goal is to try to hit as many of these as possible. And really, it's not even about how many we hit. It's about presenting the information as we know it, as we believe it to be, to you, the Buccaneer fans. It's not even about the players that we necessarily like. Our job at Pewter Report is to forecast who we think the Buccaneers are going to pick. So it's more predictive than it is celebratory, congratulatory. Now, it is fun when we like a player that the team drafts.
Yes, it's much more fun that way.
Yes, because you find yourself kind of rooting for that selection to work out. Sometimes it doesn't happen, though. I was not enamored or in love necessarily with the Joe Tryon-Shoyinka or the Kyle Trask picks in 2021, but they were Bucs best bets. And we actually had them in our mock draft in the first and second round. So sometimes that's just how it works out. I will say this, though, when you look at the selection process for the Bucs best bets, it's a challenge, because you have to kind of strategize where you want the Bucs best bets
you
to
can't
go.
just line up a bunch of first rounders because you're only going to hit on one of them.
That's right.
Right. So
exactly,
when we're thinking about the early round guys, we're thinking, okay, who could they potentially target in the first, and then in the second, and in the third, and you kind of try and evenly distribute the position groups that way, to say, if they go with these positions that we think may be better targets in the first round, these are the guys that we think, and then so on and so forth with the second and the third. And then when you get into the late rounds, it's kind of you try to do the same thing to a certain degree, but then it just becomes, who do we really think are fits overall? Because day 3, guys can go anywhere from the 5th to the 7th. You can see it depending on different teams' preferences.
Really. So I mean, and the thing too is last year we hit on the second and third round picks, Cody Malk and Yaya Diaby. So we had a great day on day 2. And then also on day 3, we had a couple of those late round picks, as you're talking about, Trey Palmer and also Payne Durham. So we had 4 picks last year. We'll see what happens here in the second round. We've already had a couple of Bucs best bets go off the board, and Rook Ororo and Keon Coleman being drafted here in the second round. And now not a Bucs best bet, but another defensive tackle, Tavondre Sweat from Texas, going to the Tennessee Titans with the
and a trade.
And we have trade with the Rams moving up.
Wow. Tavondre Sweat going this early is, I would say, honestly shocking.
Yeah, I agree. Especially given the DWI, the excessive weight that he carries.
It's a very risky pick.
It is. And you know what? As someone who watches a lot of Big 12 football, I can tell you he's a force, but he also played next to Byron Murphy, who did a lot of the dirty work for that Texas Longhorns defensive line. And so you have to wonder, if you don't have that guy next to him, what does it look like for Tavondre Sweat? Well, Tavondre Sweat is going to the Tennessee Titans that have a very good defensive tackle in place there already.
Yeah, they do. Jeffrey Simmons.
Very good player.
Very, very good player. So I want to kind of bring it back and talk to you a little bit about the thought process for the Bucs selecting Graham Barton yesterday.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we've discussed is the positional value and how that relates to the draft overall in the first round, with the Bucs seeing Graham Barton as a center. We noted yesterday that there was actually a better chance that at least one of Barton and Jackson Powers Johnson might have been available for the Bucs at 26, despite it seems like draft Twitter was completely in on both of them for the longest time, because they have some really impressive reps that show up really well on highlight reels. But we had noted that interior offensive linemen are typically not valued very much in the first round. The last 5 drafts before this year, only 8 interior offensive linemen had been drafted in the first round. And Graham Barton marked really the only one of yesterday, right?
That's right.
Everybody, all of the other offensive linemen who were taken, I think, were called as tackles.
Yeah.
And I think most of their teams in their, post-pick press conferences spoke about, we really would like to try them at tackle, see if they stick there. Graham Barton was really the only one where the team said, no, we see him as a center. And I think this goes to something that's very interesting, and it's how Jason Light I think bucks a little bit of the trend when it comes to the value specifically at the center position. So a few things that I thought I would just kind of note. Center is one of the least valued positions in the NFL when it comes to contracts. I want to say only running back has a lower APY in terms of the top 10 contracts in at that position group outside of special teams. But Jason Licht has not once but twice given out a contract that reset the center market. And those were both to Ryan Jensen, both when he brought Jensen in 2019, as well as when he re-upped with Jensen after the 2021 season, I think.
That's right. And Robert Hainsey is in a contract year, and guess what? He is not going to reset.
He is not going to reset the market.
The market, and he may not be back next year, right? Yep. This is a situation where we could see the Buccaneers draft another versatile interior offensive line. We've talked about Dominic Pooney from KU being a possibility, Tanner Bortolini from Wisconsin. They may draft another player like Graham Barton, who's capable of playing either guard or center for that position flexibility. Remember, Nick Leverett was one of those players that could play both positions as well. Hainsey is really pigeonholed as a center because of his lack of size. And so with him being in a contract year, he very well may not be back next year. Or if he is back, it's probably on a one-year deal for less money and might end up being just a one-year backup deal, essentially. Braden Fisk to the Rams. Now we're seeing a run on the defensive tackle position with Braden Fisk going. This was a player that the Buccaneers did like, and now we've seen Rook Ororo as well as Braden Fisk and Johnny Newton, 3 defensive tackles off the board here in relatively short order. Traded up with Carolina. So Carolina, which traded up one spot to get Xavier Legette, their wide receiver from South Carolina. Now they trade down a little bit and either acquire a pick or maybe move up and around for the opportunity for the Rams to come up. But your point about the centers, Josh.
Yeah, so I thought the best way to illustrate this was in, I want to say in the same year, the Bucs gave out a contract extension to Ali Marpet and signed Ryan Jensen in the same year. I'll have to double check that, but that year Marpet got $10.825 million per year on his deal, and Jensen got $10.5 million. So Marpet out earned Jensen on their contracts by just a little over $300,000 per year. What's interesting about that is when you look at the top 10 contracts for center versus the top 10 contracts for guard, the difference is like 60% higher for guard. Mm-hmm. Jason Licht didn't value it that way. And I would say at the time, Ryan Jensen was not considered as good of a center as Ali Marpet was considered a guard. Then, and just to kind of give you an idea, Marpet's deal was for 6.1% of the Bucs cap that year. Jensen's deal was for 5.9%. So almost an even valuation there. Then when Licht re-upped with Jensen in 2022, he gave Jensen $13 million a year, which represented 6.25% of the cap that year. Go ahead.
Just got a quick trade here. The Eagles now on the clock, trading up with the Commanders, doing a little interdivisional trade. Interesting.
Yep. So all of that to say that Jason Licht certainly bucks the league-wide trend, and the pun was intended there. He bucks the trend in terms of the valuation of the center position relative to guards. He places a higher emphasis on it than most NFL teams do. It's an interesting thing to look at as, I would say a kind of a quirk of his as a general manager, that he does see the pivot as a more important position than other general managers typically do.
Yeah, and it goes to, to say too, when you've got the center position, right? It all starts there. You have to be cerebral. You've got to be intelligent. You've got to be heady. You've got to have the awareness, the alertness to play the position, as well as all the physical stuff, right? And I think that's where Robert Hainsey has had some value, is getting the protections, the line calls. That's probably his strength. His strength is not his physical strength, and so I think that is probably something we should note. But with Ryan Jensen, you had it all. You had that intelligence, you had the tone setting, the attitude, and then you also had the physicality to move the line of scrimmage, to reset the line of scrimmage in the run game, to be stout in pass protection, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Graham Barton can do, adding some more size and strength to the middle of this offensive line. It starts with the snap of the football, right? The center is the tip of the spear. And so I think that if he does stay at center, it's certainly a huge upgrade. And again, we have seen Jason Light value athleticism more than any other trait when it comes to guards and centers, because he drafts those left tackles and then moves them inside.
Yeah, and as a center, just kind of remind everyone, we kind of mentioned this last night. Graham Barton, as a center, has the highest relative athletic score testing from his combine or pro day, in Barton's case, his pro day testing. Number one out of over 600 centers since 1983, I think it was. It's a really great database maintained by Kent Lee Platt. You can find him on Twitter, if you're on Twitter, under the username or handle, I guess. Math Bomb. So I think we have a couple of super chats. Do we not, Scott?
We do. We're going to get to a pick that just came in wrong, Cooper. There we go. Cooper DeJean going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles traded up with the Commanders. And Cooper DeJean. Saints are now on the clock. We've had a flurry of trades here.
Cooper DeJean is the second DB that the Eagles have taken.
That's right.
They took Quinyon Mitchell at 22. So they have certainly reinvested in that secondary.
So the Saints moving up now with the Green Bay Packers, and we've seen the Carolina Panthers move down in the draft. So the Panthers now selecting with the 20th pick in the second round, 52nd overall, and now the Saints moving up from the 45th overall pick to the 41st overall pick. And let's get some of these super chats here while we wait to see who the Bucs division rival just to the northwest, the New Orleans Saints, are going to select. Let's pull up these super chats here. We appreciate everybody for super chatting us. Let's catch up a little bit on some of these. Ward Burns, $2 super chat. Thank you. We took Christian Izien last year from Rutgers, so we must like Melton, Max Melton.
Or Max Melton, that's right.
From Rutgers also. No, I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. Certainly with Todd Bowles' son, who has since transferred but was at Rutgers, his eldest son, Todd Jr., that gave them some insight on Christian Izien, but you don't draft the helmet, you draft the player. And I don't know that just because they found an undrafted free agent gem in Christian Izien that they're automatically going to be looking to Max Melton. But he is a player that they did interview informally at the Combine. He's a good player. He seems to have some of the traits that they look for, more of like a Sean Murphy Bunting type. He's not overly tall. He's 6 foot. But kind of in that realm of a cornerback. Can play a little bit inside, can also play outside, but reminds me a little bit of Sean Murphy Bunting with his ability.
Yeah, I could see it. I think that Melton has more hip fluidity than Sean Murphy Bunting did. And I do think he profiles a little bit better as a nickel, where I think he would actually do really well because he's got a lot of short area quickness, a lot of burst. He really reacts well to the ball in the air. So I like Melton. I think that he could be a good player. I don't know if the Bucs have that, have him targeted. I don't know that they don't, but I know that they do. And while you're right, they don't scout the helmet. I think the Bucs do have certain schools that they kind of go back to the well about a few times.
Washington?
So Washington would be
Auburn?
Absolutely one of them. Auburn would be another.
Saints got Kool-Aid.
Saints, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Now, that's interesting because the Buccaneers had him in for a top 30 visit. I was not a fan, Josh. Obviously, we took a look at him. The Bucs brought him in. This is him against my Kansas State Wildcats in last year's Sugar Bowl. I should say not last season, but 2 seasons ago. And, he's a good player. I don't know that he's a dynamic corner. Reminds me an awful lot of Vernon Hargreaves, to be perfectly frank with you.
Ooh. That's not a good player to be reminded.
It's not. It's not. And so I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. And I've not been a fan of the New Orleans Saints drafts the last couple of years. I think they're actually probably one of the worst drafting teams in the NFC South. Maybe the Falcons making a run for that money with Michael Penix with their first pick in the top 10. But just not a big fan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. So the Bucs will be facing him twice a year. He's not the biggest corner, not the fastest corner. Is he competitive? Yes. He's got, I think, some decent agility to him. He's a sticky type corner, but he's not going to come away with the interceptions. He's going to be more like Carlton Davis in the fact he's going to break up passes rather than pick them off. I can't begin to recall how many interceptions Carlton Davis should have had where he just broke up the ball instead of really trying to make a play on it. And I kind of see the same thing with McKinstry. He doesn't try to go for the interceptions. He tries to go for the pass breakups. Different corners, right? Carlton Davis is bigger, longer, more physical. This is a shorter cornerback, but as you see here in the picture, it just I don't see the ball skills. Terrion Arnold had a lot more interceptions. I think McKinstry had 2 interceptions in college in 3 years as a starter.
A couple things in his defense. I guess I'll take kind of the other side of it. He didn't excite me. I would say that. I did have one corner who's still available ahead of him on my own big board, although they're going to play different positions. Kool-Aid can play outside. I had Mikey Sainristil. I can't say his name right.
Sainristil.
Yep, thank you. From Michigan ahead of him, and that is somebody who has a lot of ball skills as a former wide receiver. But Sainristil would be more of a slot corner. One of the things that I think hurts Kool-Aid's ball production in general is that he just wasn't thrown on very much. I'm trying to pull it up now, but throughout his 2023 season, quarterbacks just didn't throw his way. They threw to Terrion Arnold's direction a lot more, over 482 coverage reps. Kool-Aid was only targeted 39 times.
Yeah.
So,
Lassiter, 42.
Okay.
Kamari Lassiter, the Georgia cornerback, going to the Houston Texans at number 42.
Lassiter is somebody I was actually more excited about, even though he ranked a little bit lower on my board.
Yeah.
He's not as technically sound as Kool-Aid, but I think that there are more physical traits with Lassiter.
Yeah, I agree. And Lassiter was one of the 3 Georgia Bulldogs the Buccaneers interviewed at the NFL Scouting Combine, the other 2 being the safeties, Tykee Smith, who we both really like, as well as Javon Bullard. And so now we're starting to see some cornerbacks come off the board. We've seen some wide receivers come off the board, some defensive tackles. Those seem to be the 3 positions du jour as the draft started off with 2 wide receivers, then 2 defensive tackles, then a wide receiver, then a defensive tackle, then another defensive tackle, now back-to-back cornerbacks. Yep. So we're stuck in a loop here between wide receivers, cornerbacks, and defensive tackles. Will the Arizona Cardinals get us out of this loop at the number 11 pick here, 43rd overall in the second round?
So, is it okay to select this?
Yeah, let's get to this super chatter from Redfish. Appreciate it. $4.99. So would y'all go D-line edge rusher here because of the lack of depth, or wide receiver to get a really good one? Y'all combined me for our need, or I guess convinced me of our need for a wide receiver. It really depends on who the player is. I don't know that I would necessarily go for a position, but like Malachi Corley is there at number 57. I'm seriously considering him. If it's Marshawn Nealand at 57, I'm seriously considering him. You know, those are some players that I would look at individually. And like you said, if Mikey Sainristil is there at 57, I'm very interested in him because he can upgrade the nickel cornerback position and get the interceptions that Todd Bowles' secondary desperately needs.
Yep, I would love Sainristil there. A wide receiver who seems to be falling that I'm very high on, Troy Franklin out of Oregon. He would be, I think, a phenomenal pick at 57. Marshawn Nealand, who you mentioned, would still be on the board at that point. Roman Wilson, another Michigan Wolverine, a smaller wide receiver, but he had, I would say, probably one of the best Senior Bowls out of any player across any position group. He had a rep against Quinyon Mitchell where he had Mitchell beat.
Turned around.
Yeah, completely beat on a little out route. And it had everybody a buzz. So those are some, and then you mentioned Malachi Corley, and then Adiza Isaac, the edge out of Penn State, would be another name. And I know a lot of fans are very interested in Chris Braswell, the edge rusher out of Alabama. I'm not quite as high on him. I know you're a little bit higher than I was on Braswell, but you cooled a little bit over the process.
I did, and I think it goes back to what Bailey and Matt were talking about, where we went to the Senior Bowl. You know, and listen, when you're doing your first mock draft in January, you basically have a dartboard because it's so fresh in the evaluation process. The Senior Bowl hasn't happened yet. Max Melton, the cornerback from Rutgers, is off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. So again, we've seen now 4 cornerbacks drafted in a row. This is considered a run, people. You've got Cooper DeJean going to the Eagles, Kool-Aid McKinstry to the Saints, Kamari Lassiter to the Houston Texans, Arizona Cardinals selecting Max Melton from Rutgers, and now the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, inching closer to the Buccaneers. In between, then we believe that there'll be another divisional pick. The Carolina Panthers have the 20th selection in the second round. That's number 52 overall. Buccaneers would be picking next within the division at number 57, barring any trades. So, again, it's all about the player. And you mentioned Adisa Isaac. I liked him better than Chop Robinson. And let's just spend a second on Chop Robinson, because if you didn't have a chance to read my insider this morning, actually I wrote 2 of them. I forgot which one it was in. But I talked about the fact that Chop Robinson going at number 21 did not bother the Buccaneers one bit in the draft. And they just were not high on him whatsoever. The athleticism is there, and you could almost forgive Marshawn Nealon for having a couple of 4.5 sack seasons because of the way that he rushes the passer, the very physical bulldozer type mentality. Trevor Sickerman said it best from Pro Football Focus, Pewter Report alum. It's like watching a car crash every time you watch some reps from Marshawn Nealon, because he's just a physical player. He reminds me so much of Cam Jordan coming out of Cal. Now, Jordan was bigger, 20 pounds heavier, but Nealon is more athletic. He's faster. But Cam Jordan didn't have a lot of sacks at Cal. His top year was 6 sacks as a senior at Cal. And that led him to be a late first-round draft pick. So I kind of liken those two similarly. When you look at the sack production, 4 sacks just this past year for Chop Robinson. With the speed and the athleticism, you should have more production. That speed and athleticism against college tackles should get you more than 4 sacks. And as I had somebody within the organization tell me, it's not even the 4 sacks, Scott. It's 15 tackles in 12 games. That's hard to do. It is hard to avoid that many tackles to where you wind up with 15 at the end of your last season in college. And so it's a stark lack of production that really turned the Buccaneers off the Chop Robinson. They viewed him as Joe Tryon-Shoyinka 2.0. Our analysis was spot on about that. He was never going to be in consideration. If he was there at pick number 26, they would have easily blown by him to race the card up to get Graham Barton.
I was going to say anyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, with Chop, he has one of the highest ceilings out of any edge rushers in this group because of the pure athleticism. And I compare him to the Tasmanian Devil. It's a ton of energy.
Yeah.
And it has nowhere, it doesn't know where it's going.
He doesn't channel it.
There's no refinement. It's basically, he's going to try and beat you off the edge. I actually think he rushed a little bit better when he was standing up in the A gaps.
I agree.
Because it was just kind of point and go. And he could get past some of those interior offensive linemen who just weren't quick enough to grab him off of his burst and explosiveness. But you can't live that way in the NFL, because basically you're describing Chop Robinson now as Devin White, even only not as good of an inside linebacker.
Right.
So I think Adisa Isaac has a much higher floor, because Chop is either going to be one of the best edge rushers in the league, or he's just not going to factor at all. He's going to fizzle out. Probably not be starting by the end of his rookie contract.
Yeah.
Isaac has a lot more potential to be a guy who's in the league for 7-8 years. Maybe he's not the top edge rusher. He's not considered one of them, but he's a consistent contributor. And he's got some really nice physical traits himself. He's very long. He can bend the arc a little bit. He's got, long arms that he can use. There's some hand fighting there. So He's an interesting edge rusher for sure. So we've seen 3 cornerbacks go in a row now 4 corners go in a row. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Kamari Lassiter, and then Max Melton.
Yeah.
Which means that
Raiders, JPJ.
the Raiders just took Jackson Powers Johnson at pick 44, 13 spots in front of the Bucs. I know a lot of fans were holding out hope maybe he would continue to fall to 57 and the Bucs could double dip on the interior offensive lineman and somehow grab him and Graham Barton. It is not to be, as the Raiders take Jackson Powers Johnson, 44th overall. That is the last of my first round grades, Scott.
The interesting thing about Jackson Powers Johnson and what I learned from
Your sources.
from my sources, the Buccaneers, it wasn't even close between Graham Barton and we appreciate the super chat here from Redfish. We'll get caught up in these super chats in a second here. $1.99. Bucs Cruise was awesome. Sap, everyone was great. Yes. Can't wait to join the fun next year on the Tampa Bay Bucs Cruise, and we want you to sign up. Registration is now open, and we'll have another announcement about that later in the hour here. But in terms of Jackson Powers Johnson, it wasn't close between Graham Barton and Jackson Powers Johnson. What I was told is Graham Barton is a much better locker room fit, and that's all I was told. But that's kind of significant. It wasn't medicals. It was finding the right fit, and Graham Barton had that over Jackson Powers Johnson. And you know what? That might be something that has traveled around the NFL, because for Jackson Powers Johnson to essentially go maybe an entire round, because he was considered at the top, right, at his peak, a mid-first rounder, now going in the middle of the second round. Maybe that's where he was destined to go, but at the same time, probably a little bit later than people thought.
Yep.
And so there is something, to that. I don't know that the Buccaneers would have come back and drafted him in the second round, even if he was there at 57, based upon what I found out. Edgerrin Cooper.
Okay.
This is one of the linebackers the Buccaneers brought in. There were 3 linebackers that we know of that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers brought in for a top 30 visit. Edgerrin Cooper, one of the more athletic linebackers, gets after the quarterback, likes to blitz, wears number 45, probably got Todd Bowles' attention looking at the film, because goes with pick 45. Number 45 at number 45. That is 45. Get live right there. Edgerrin Cooper, along with Clemson's Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace. Those were the 3 players that the Buccaneers that we know of from the inside linebacker position brought in for top 30 visits.
Now, Edgerrin, I believe, is linebacker 1 off the board.
Correct.
And this means that for all the talk about his medicals clearing, that Peyton Wilson maybe has more of a medical red flag than has been let on, because from everything we've heard, his interviews went great when he was meeting with teams during the pre-draft process. This is Peyton Wilson, inside linebacker out of North Carolina State.
Correct. Yep.
And, he had some very impressive testing. He's very fast. He can trigger on the ball very quickly. The one thing I worried about, as I kind of scouted him myself, his arm length is extremely short, which is difficult when you play a position where your primary job is to tackle people.
So makes it hard.
It was very concerning for me.
And you know what, Josh, to put the pause on the injuries, just because a player is cleared medically, and we've seen this now with Liatu Latu, right? Like, it seems like the neck injury has been put behind him. Jamel Dean, for example, Panthers are on the clock right now. It seems like Jamel Dean, right, who tore 2 ACLs prior to coming to the NFL. One was, I believe, was in high school. Another was in Ohio State. Then he transferred to Auburn, was healthy, and has not had an ACL issue, knock on wood. Since then, he's had some nagging injuries, but nothing, that severe where it's season ending. So sometimes a player can get past the injuries. The problem with Peyton Wilson is twofold. He has had a plethora of injuries, multitude, to where you almost say he is injury prone at this point, both knees and both shoulders. The second point is, for linebackers, you lead with your shoulder. Linebacker and shoulder injuries do not go hand in hand. That alone will cause red flags. I've talked to multiple general managers and coaches, defensive-minded coaches, that say, I'd rather see a linebacker have a broken leg, have a torn ACL, have a broken forearm. But when you start talking about shoulder injuries, that is what's really difficult to overcome.
Yeah, and just in general, this linebacker class, I would say, is kind of down. Can it stretch? And I'm not surprised to see the first linebacker off the board kind of mid-second round here. And I don't think you're going to see a ton of others in the second round. I don't think that this will be like cornerback, where there's going to be a run on linebackers. I think Edgerrin Cooper kind of was seen as a clear number one in this class. Yeah. And then there are a lot of other guys. You might see him later tonight in the third round, but I think it's more going to be a position that hits in the in day 3.
Yeah. Is this going to be a Zach Frazier pick here for the Panthers?
They had to trade up for this, correct?
They did. Let's see what.
The Raiders announced JPJ as a guard.
The guard 2022. I want to
the
say.
Panthers are taking Jonathan Brooks after trading up. Establish the run, Dave Canales. Establish the run with the running back coming off of a torn ACL.
Oh, wow.
So. Unfortunately, that just cost me some money because I had Trey Benson as
the first overall
running back taken. But
Jerry Jones has to be heartbroken right now.
Exactly, yeah. So Carolina trades up to get Jonathan Brooks, and Dave Canales now giving some weaponry to Bryce Young, a running back to turn and hand the ball off to, a big receiver to throw the ball to. They needed to score points in Carolina. There's no doubt about it. That's why Dave Canales is there from the offensive perspective. Look no further than their last game, a 9-0 shutout at the hands of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the Carolina Panthers desperately need some weapons for Dave Canales and Bryce Young.
Yep. Paul Bowen with $1.99 super chat. Paul, thank you so much. We appreciate it. At this point, should the Bucs double down on O-line? It's an interesting thought process. I would say the value will be there in terms of some of the players who will be available. Just a few you could think about. Christian Mahogany or Christian Haynes, the Christians.
Yep.
Cooper Beebe from your alma mater.
Yep.
Kansas State. So I think that there's talent to be had there. I would say it's a position I wouldn't be upset if they doubled down on, specifically because I am not high on who the Bucs have brought in from a free agency standpoint to play left guard. All right. If the Bucs want to take Graham Barton and make him a left guard and keep Robert Hainsey at center, I'm actually a bigger fan of that roster build out than I am with Barton supplanting Hainsey as the starting center and then letting Ben Bredesen and Sua Opeta kind of duke it out for the starting left guard spot. I think both of those players are fine depth pieces.
Right.
I am not a fan of either one of them as a starter. I think there's good value to be had for some of the guards, some of the interior offensive linemen who will be available. It looks like will be available at 57. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, depending on obviously on the player. I would love Christian Haynes there. I think that he would be the best player off the board. Depending on the system that the Bucs run, I'm okay with Cooper Beebe if it's more of a gap power system, a little bit of pin and pull, which is funny because Graham Barton talked a little bit about running pin and pull at Duke. And I think it's a system that the Bucs could run well with their current offensive line, at least as far as the guys who we are fairly certain will be starters. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. What about you, Scott?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think everyone's a little surprised. I'm not standing on the table for Cooper Beebe, and I think that's the reason why. If this team is going to be running more zone, I think Cooper Beebe is definitely more of a power gap type of guard. I think he's got a little bit better quicks straight ahead than he does laterally, although he did play some left tackle at Kansas State. So he has played across the board his natural positions guard, but there have been some times where Kansas State needed him to play left tackle or even right tackle, and he's done that. He does have some athleticism. I think he tested better than
everyone expected.
Than people expected. And he made a really smart decision. Usually I'm in favor of playing football as much as you can. And he opted out of the Senior Bowl. He had a Senior Bowl invite. He opted out to lose some weight, to perform better in the athletic testing. And because he played around 330 pounds at Kansas State, he dropped down to, I want to say, just below 320 for his combine workout. So I think that paid off, skipping the Senior Bowl to work on some more of those combine drills and to shed some weight. I don't know that he would have gone to Mobile and necessarily bolstered his draft stock. I think he is probably a round 3 guard and maybe round 2 if you happen to like him. But I'm certainly in favor of doubling down on offensive line and getting another interior offensive lineman. Jonathan Fuentes with the $2 super chat. Josh, Bettina says, "Go Birds. I may leave her."
So Jonathan Fuentes is my best friend. Thank you for watching, Johnny. I appreciate it. His wife is from Pennsylvania. That is a reference to the Eagles. The rest of the chat, feel free to flame her. It's interesting to me. I still can't believe that the Panthers went with a running back. Like that's beyond me.
Are you kidding me? After watching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and how many times Dave Canales wanted to establish the run?
I get that, but I just thought some sanity would. No, I shouldn't with David Tepper at the top. Never mind. I retract my statement. I did see Ken Grant said something about, the Bucs are definitely going to run a wide zone offense with Liam Cohen as the offensive coordinator. I would pump the brakes on that.
Yeah.
There will definitely be some wide zone, some mid zone elements to the offense. But from what I've seen of Cohen's offense, and I still need to do some more digging, but what he did at Kentucky, I think that the run game was extremely varied. And you'll see a lot of these Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan disciples. Yes, that was kind of the penchant of that offense 6 years ago.
Yeah.
They are, I think the bigger penchant of a Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay offense isn't so much these core tenets that they began with. It is that they are constantly evolving their offenses. And as the league tries to emulate or stop what they've established, they move to the next kind of wave. They zig where everyone else is zagging. You can see Shanahan over the last 2 years has gone to much more of a power counter gap system than his wide zone days. And you're seeing McVay do something similar over the last couple of years. Look at the guards that Sean McVay just signed, or the Rams just signed in the offseason. They spent a lot of money on 2 guards who are not really wide zone, mid zone guys. They're more gap counter power guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if Liam Cohen has a much more varied system that may have a stronger gap power base than we all might think.
Yeah, and I think, too, Liam Cohen is a very intelligent coach. That's the word I've heard used an awful lot. He's very smart. And the smartest coaches in the league do not take their system and force it down players' throats. What really good coaches do is they adapt their scheme to their roster, to the personnel that they have to work with. That's smart coaching. Do what your players do best. Now, if you're out looking for new players and you have an idea of what you want to run, and it may be a little bit of a departure or a little different from what a team has done in the past, then that's okay. But for the existing players, for the Tristan Wirfs and the Luke Gedekes and the Cody Mauks, the guys you've already invested high draft picks in, you need to play to their strengths. And these guys, I think, have the athleticism to do both. And it's not going to be 100% zone, nor is it going to be 100% man gap scheme. You're going to see a mix, and you're going to see a balance of that, whether that balance is 50-50 or whether it's 60-40 one way or the other, to be determined. That's what off-season work is for, to see how these guys move in concert, to get a feel for their athleticism. Then the pads come on in camp, and you really start to see the whole orchestra come together, right, with all the musical instruments as they come together in concert when the pads come on in camp. And if there's one thing that I shouldn't say one thing. There's a lot of things I despise about the current state of the NFL as an old school guy. It's the fact that the entire offseason program is nothing but flag football. It's completely wasted. And I've heard from so many offensive linemen that it is the biggest waste of time. I'm not saying you have to have training camp in the spring, but to not be able to do any type of light contact or any type of physicality periods, it's tough. And to see that, I'm not advocating for 2-a-days, Josh, like we used to see, but for training camp periods to be so timid in terms of their lack of physicality, their lack of full tackle periods, of full contact periods. I think it really has harmed the Buccaneers in their approach to the running game.
Yeah, I just saw that. So couple things, and if you guys can maybe get the Jags and the Bengals, because it looks like those picks are in. So I guess my response to you, in the year that we're going to have the Olympics, for you to disparage an Olympic sport like flag football just makes me sad. I mean, where is
Don't
your
get me
sense-
started on the Olympics either.
Where's your sense?
Okay. I've got better things to do for 2 weeks than watch the Olympics. Jaguars have taken defensive tackle
So-
Mason Smith from LSU.
Well, Tyler Nubin went right before that. Tyler Nubin went 47 to the Giants, then 48 to the Jags was, I'm sorry, who? Mason Smith, and then 49 to the Bengals. Do we have that one yet? Chris Jenkins.
Yep.
Chris Jenkins was my defensive tackle too on my board. So I like what the Bengals have done so far with offensive tackle in the first round and defensive tackle in the second.
Chris Jenkins, and sorry, we've been remiss to get at the super chat here. Paul, aka Florida Dream House, Chop had more tackles than Trask had snaps. Continuing up with his antics about Kyle Trask. Geist 85 $2 super chat. Do we need a cornerback? Do we really trust Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum? Remains to be seen. I think Todd Bowles has more trust in them than I do, and maybe the Buccaneer fans do. At the same time, they did sign Bryce Hall, which I believe is a move that you favored in free agency.
Yes,
as well as myself, and I know our Jets aficionado Matt Matera also gave that a thumbs up as well, and newcomer to the Jets party, Adam Slavon also in favor of that. So I think right now you look at the top three corners for the Buccaneers. I'm curious to see the jump that Zion McCollum makes. And I think if there's a player on the hot seat this year in Tampa Bay, it is Jamel Dean. He has got to step up and do two things: stay healthy, which that might be out of his control. That's hard to do. And number two, he's got to come away with more interceptions, because he is falling down the Carlton Davis pathway right now towards finding another home in 2025. If he doesn't stay healthy and start getting interceptions, when you make that much money, $12 million a year, you need to pick off more passes and be more available. So I do think there is some promise here. If Zion McCollum can make the leap that he did from awful tackler and very good special teams player as a rookie to competent tackler and pretty good coverage guy, if he can take that type of a jump to go to almost a shutdown type of coverage guy with his speed and athleticism and size and start picking off some passes, I think the Bucs would be thrilled with his development.
Yeah. And there are some talented corners who are currently still available. Three names that I like. I don't know if all of them would necessarily be Bucs fits. We've talked a good bit at this point about Mikey Sanderstill from Michigan, but there are two Missouri corners who I would think will go soon, here late second round, maybe early third round. That would be Ennis Rakestraw. And then Chris Abrams-Drain. Chris Abrams-Drain had a good Senior Bowl. And I like both of them. I don't know if they would necessarily be Bucs fits.
Yeah, I don't know that they would. They're a little undersized, and I think if you're going to go undersized, you go with Sanderstill, because he is a special player for sure. And now with John Spytek, a proud Michigan Wolverine, seeing Chris Jenkins come off the board, well, he probably would be jumping for joy if his alma mater's name was called in connection with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Giants just made the biggest reach of the draft for my board,
which is
Tyler Nubin. I was not high on Tyler Nubin at all out of Minnesota. I know a lot of people who were and kind of projected him as a second round pick. I think he was in the 140s for me. So I was very low on Tyler Nubin. But I think that will not end up being a very good pick. He was 129 on my board. When it's all said and done, he just does not have the athleticism that, especially a position like safety, really requires.
Yep.
So he's not going to be able to play center field. He doesn't have the speed or the burst for it. You're going to have to keep him in too high. And even then, I still don't think that he's great to cover full halves. He's more of a quarters kind of guy.
Yep.
And if you're a quarters kind of safety, then you're a dime safety and you're not playing a bunch.
Exactly. Well said. Also well said is Shaggy, one of our biggest advocates and probably one of our biggest cheerleaders in helping us get to 14,000. We're inching closer. We're less than 250 subscribers away. We've got over 1,200 people in the chat here. So if you have not subscribed to Pewter Report TV, it's our YouTube channel, we ask that you do. YouTube has this word subscribe. It's really just hit the button. It's free. That's all it is. It's an absolutely free decision. You don't have to pay anything to join Pewter Report TV on YouTube. Same still to the Commanders. So
I really like the Commanders' second round.
Yep.
Oh man.
You know, last year the Detroit Lions took so many players that the Buccaneers liked, and now I think it's the Commanders' turn on day two. To exactly. And as Matt Matera says, and they beat them twice with the players that the Bucs liked in last year's draft, including Jamar Gibbs, one of their big time picks. But Shaggy is exactly right. We want you to help us get to 14,000 by Saturday. We'll extend it to the end of April. We still have a couple of days left, but we'd love to hit it by the end of the draft. So we're less than 250 away. We've already gained about a dozen subscribers tonight. So please join the masses of the Pewter people. Help us get to 14,000, that Chris Godwin number. We would greatly appreciate it. Also greatly appreciate the fact that, that my personal physician is in the house and part of the Pewter Report sponsorship group here for the NFL draft show, the Pewter Report draft show. And I want to tell you about Christopher Lugo and about Bay Area Modern Medical Center. Are you tired of feeling like just another number in the waiting room? At Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, they believe that you deserve the personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, who's been with the Bay Area Modern Medical Center for over 24 years worth of medical experience and expertise. As a primary care provider, he is dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone treatments. That's right. I am on testosterone treatments. I started this a couple years ago. I found it to be incredibly expensive, almost cost prohibitive, until I found Christopher Lugo and Bay Area Modern Medical Center. I feel like I'm getting a better grade of testosterone for way less money, proving that testosterone treatments can be affordable. Don't let your age slow you down. As we get older, we naturally lose testosterone as men, and it's important to reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with the consultation at the Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. And here's the difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. This is what I love about him. That means no more waiting rooms. When you call and you have a 10 o'clock appointment, he sees you at 10 o'clock. No rushing through appointments, no waiting for other patients. That time is yours. Imagine the doctor taking the time to go over your extensive lab results, discuss your diet and exercise plan, provide you with a personalized vitamin and supplement recommendations to optimize your health. Same-day appointments are also available. Don't just take my word for it. There are hundreds of people in the Tampa Bay area that are patients of the Bay Area Modern Medical Center. I am a very happy patient, and I encourage you to visit BAMMC.com and schedule your appointment today, or you can give Christopher a call at 844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is the top priority.
Scott, in the chat, there's a little bit of a debate about some edge rushers who look like they may be available when the Bucs come up at 57. Marshawn Nealand, who we at Pewter Report have covered, I would say, extensively at this point.
Yes.
And then another one who has become a bit of a draft darling here late in the process, Mo Kamara out of Colorado State.
Yep.
We actually have Mo Kamara, I want to say, as a late round Bucs best bet, correct?
Yeah, probably in the fourth round,
Yep.
just due to the measurables. But you know what? Steelers are taking Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia. Buccaneers were not very high on him. I know that they're actually higher on Tanner Bortolini. We'll see if that ends up being a Bucs best bet.
I wasn't high on Zach Frazier.
I wasn't either. Yeah,
I wanted to be. Seems like a good kid. I wish him success. And Steelers certainly can develop good offensive linemen. But when looking at him, I think he was kind of thrown around with Barton and with JPJ, and I saw, a clear difference in the
big gap.
tape
I agree.
between the first two and Frazier. So
Frazier looked like a good college center to me.
Yep.
Right. He looked like, and also Cedric Van Pran also, I think is
I
that.
like Van Pran a little bit more.
I like him a little bit more too. He's a Georgia Bulldog.
Yep.
I'm going to give him some props for that.
30 minutes away from my house.
Yeah.
In Georgia.
Bulldogs.
Yep.
Yeah.
As far as Mo Kamara, I don't see him being a second round target for any team. And
Right.
that comes down to a lot of his measurables, because you don't see many edge rushers who are his size who are successful.
6'1", 250.
6'1", 248, 78.5-inch wingspan, 32 and 3/8 inch arms. So those are 3rd percentile in height, 11th percentile in weight, 22nd percentile in wingspan, 10th percentile in arm length, and 9-inch hands.
Yep.
That's 5th percentile. And makes it very difficult to win consistently. And you're looking for somebody who's going to be
Right.
consistent in the second round at those measurables. That is more like a Jose Ramirez,
Yep.
who was a late round draft pick for the Bucs last year, or Marquise Watts, who was an undrafted free agent. Both guys
Yes.
the Bucs are high on as situational pass rushers. Neither is really being looked at to be a starter. And I kind of think Mo Kamara would be similar. The Bucs may target him on day 3. They may like him. The production's really great. That's another one where that measurables with his motor and the way he plays the game, that can bring you a lot of consistent success at the college game.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult to do that against 6'6" offensive tackles with 84-inch wingspans
That aren't
in the
playing
NFL.
in the Mountain West Conference
Right.
either, right?
Yeah.
That's something to be said about the degree of competition that he faced as well. He was not doing this in the SEC or the Big 10 or the Big 12 or the ACC. He was doing it in a lesser conference. Still, the production's there. But as you mentioned Marquise Watts. Marquise Watts had more sacks than Alex Highsmith did at Charlotte, right? Highsmith was a 3rd-round pick who's had a great career for the Steelers so far. Signed a contract extension, I believe, that's pretty lucrative. But the measurables are so similar between those two. Do the Buccaneers want to double up on essentially the same kind of guy, the same body type? Maybe they do. You had Shaq Barrett, who was also 6'1", 250 last year, but you don't do it in the second round. And I agree with you, Josh.
Yeah.
I think that's the case.
What's that?
Adonai Mitchell to
Indianapolis. So
Yeah.
the Colts have taken Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas, who I would say his tape is top 5, top 6
Tantalizing.
receivers in this draft. There's a reason why I think he's going in the middle of the second round. I think a lot of that has to do with, while he has some absolutely amazing plays, you see a lot of plays that he takes off. Certainly as a run blocker for the running game, even in route progressions where he's just not going to be one of the first 2 reads. There have been some talks about he has, I want to say, diabetes.
Yep.
And if it's not managed well, as anybody whose blood sugar drops, you become a little cranky. And then you become
lose focus.
You become a
Yeah.
personality
Yeah.
that's maybe a little bit difficult to interact with.
Right.
So I do hope that, going to Indianapolis, that they have a good program in place to help him manage his diabetes. If they're able to do that, I think you're going to get a much more focused, much better personality.
And you know
he
what?
could be very successful.
We saw the professionalism today firsthand in 2 conversations, the press conference and then the after press conference meeting with the local beat writers, including all the Pewter Report staff, with Tampa Bay's own Graham Barton today. He has had a professional mindset since high school, watching film, taking care of his body. He even said, it's not what you do in practice, it's what you do between practices, training table, getting enough sleep, the weight room, film study, getting together with your teammates, developing the camaraderie. This guy has the it factor, that professionalism. And if you do have a health condition, like, say, diabetes, you have to treat that in a professional manner too. You have to understand, exactly. You have to understand that your body is your temple. Your body is your resume, as Graham Barton said today. It's what got you to the NFL. It's what's going to keep you in the NFL. You've got to take care of it. And if you don't take care of it, if you don't have the professional mindset, that can be a turnoff. And I think that's why this guy is a first-round talent that has slid in the draft because he's not taking his health seriously. And that's unfortunate, but that's a maturity thing. And that's why the Buccaneers were so attracted to someone like Graham Barton, because of the maturity and the professionalism that he has.
Yeah, in the as Matt called it, the chill kind of scrum with us in the media, it was very impressive. This is a 22-year-old man.
Yeah.
Right. Young man. He's sitting there with literally a room full of strangers, and the way that he could command the room and manage that setting with a bunch of strangers. And let's remember here, I haven't seen a study in a while, but I'm pretty sure that public speaking still remains the number one fear among people of almost any society.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the old joke is it's number one above death. Right. So if you're at a funeral, you'd rather be in the box than delivering the eulogy.
Well
right.
said. Yes.
And he seemed so very calm, obviously very professional. There was no stuttering in his answers, no equivocation.
Very sure of himself.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not a cockiness, a quiet confidence that I think is going to endear himself to the coaching staff, to his teammates, and certainly it endeared him to, I would say, our entire media room.
Exactly. Just like Cincy Kid has endeared himself to the Pewter Report live draft show here with the $5 super chat. How about that, Mark Cook transition?
I like it.
Cookie is shining down on me from heaven in this moment, and I feel him here with us. He says, let's go 250 subs away on the YouTube. Let's get it. Woo! Woo! Pewter Report is styling and profiling. Let's see some cartwheels by the staff. Well, I will say this. I do have to correct you, Cincy Kid, because we are not 250 away. We are now 239 away. Ooh. Thanks to you Pewter people out there that keep subscribing to Pewter Report's YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. So keep this momentum going, and we could be below 200 by the end of the night, heading into the final stretch tomorrow on day 3.
Yep. Scott, another player that I see some of the people in the chat have been hotly debating is the one who would have quite a bit of name value here in Tampa Bay.
Yes.
And that would be TJ Tampa.
Right.
Out of Iowa State, the cornerback.
Yep.
We'll get to him in just a second. We do have a super chat here from Architect79. Do you guys think the Bucs would be interested in Sanders? That's Jatavian Sanders, the tight end out of Texas. I know Jatavian Sanders is tight end 2 on my board. Brock Bowers already being off the board. He's a talented player.
He's a talented player. I'm not a huge fan. I think because this team needs, well, first of all, they do need a different dimension at tight end, someone who can really stretch the field. Cade Otton, I think maybe that game against the Eagles is more of a ceiling than a sign of things to come. I don't want to, get on the Cade Otton hate train here, but 8 catches, 89 yards. It was good to see that type of production from Cade. He was actually very productive in both of the postseason games. Having said that, I'm not really crazy about the blocking from Sanders, and the blocking across the entire tight end room was poor. Even O'Keefe, who is primarily a blocking tight end, regressed as a blocker, and I think that's why you saw Justin Peele come in as a tight ends coach, because he can teach the technique better. Former tight end himself that played in the league. They've got some work to do. And I just don't know, with Sanders being more of a one-dimensional guy, and I don't mean to be a homer here, but Ben Sennett from Kansas State, if he went to KU, I would be standing on the table for him, because I think he can do both. He can be a blocker as well as and Ben Sennett just went to Washington.
Wow.
That's early.
So I was not a big fan of Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall to the Commanders, but I have absolutely loved their second round here.
Yeah.
Wow. They are definitely dealing here on day 2. 53 overall. So yeah, I think that you bring up a really good point, which is it's not just about the talent level of the player, but it's the fit within the offense.
Right.
If you are targeting a tight end, you really need, if you're the Bucs, you need to target a tight end who in 12 personnel can kind of be that inline tight end and allow Cade Otton to really be at his best as more of a move tight end. So I don't think Jatavian Sanders really fills that role. If the Bucs would have taken Brock Bowers in the first round, I would have been like, how are you going to fit both of these guys onto your roster, or at least under your starting lineup? Absolutely, Brock Bowers has the talent, but you're kind of negating what Cade Otton can then bring to the offense. So we had Ben Sinnott as a Bucs best bet in the early rounds, and you look at both of our Bucs best bets, they fill kind of that inline tight end role. And our late round guy, I guess this would be a good time to kind of bring him up, was Tip Ryman.
Yeah.
Ryman. And Tip Ryman, he's a big guy. I think he clears 260 pounds, if I remember correctly.
From Illinois.
More of a project, but the mass is there for him. And I would even say he's got some good blocking reps on his tape for him to kind of occupy that role. And it would allow Cade Otton to really move into more of that move tight end role and leverage his skill set a little bit more.
Yeah, and Ryman probably going to go on day 3.
Yep.
Right. Maybe 4th round would be the ceiling for him. Maybe even a 5th or 6th round pick. Buccaneers don't have a 5th round pick right now, but we shall see what happens there. This might be a good time to bring up our Bucs best bet and kind of refresh everybody to what is left for the Buccaneers as we kind of look at some potential picks as we inch closer. 3 picks away.
That means, did Cleveland make a selection?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So here are the Bucs best bets. We saw a couple of them come off the board. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State, was one of our wide receiver Bucs best bets. Ben Sinnott from Kansas State. Also Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, is off the board, as well as Mikey Sainristil from Michigan off the board as well. With that, also Rook Ororo from Clemson was another defensive tackle. So right now, as this stacks up, and if you believe that the Buccaneers might take one of these players from our board, the outside linebacker position, Marshawn Nealand, is a player that is still on the clock that the Buccaneers, I think, would have an interest in. Might be a little early for Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky. I think the other player that might get some consideration, maybe not in the 2nd round, but maybe in the 3rd round, would be Marshawn Lloyd from USC. Tykee Smith from Georgia, probably around early.
Yep.
But
I like him.
I like him a lot too. Christian Mahogany, this might be a little early for him. Adisa Isaac is a player not on our Bucs best bet board, but he was someone that we put in for consideration there. It's going to be very interesting to see which direction the Buccaneers go. And I think it's all going to come down to not just a position, Josh. It's going to come down to the player. TJ Tampa is a player that I don't believe the Buccaneers are high on. I've not heard a lot of buzz from him. Matter of fact, I believe that they're not terribly fond of his tape. So
well, that means the Bucs and I are in agreement.
Yeah, so. Yeah, me too. I like TJ Tampa as a college cornerback. I just don't know that he has a super translatable skill set to the NFL in terms of his speed and athleticism. I think he's a very physical outside corner. Reminds me of a poor man's Carlton Davis a little bit.
Yeah. Guys, Jatavian Sanders went to Cleveland, or who took him?
Looks like Michael Hall for Jordan Schultz.
Gotcha. Michael Hall, 54th overall to the Cleveland Browns. That's per Jordan Schultz through our own Adam Slavon. Michael Hall's an interesting defensive tackle. I liked him out of Ohio State.
I didn't care for him. He had a good Senior Bowl, but I'm just not a huge fan of Michael Hall. Staying in Ohio. Buckeyes defensive tackles don't really do it for me. I'll just say that. I know you're not supposed to scout and draft the helmet, but that's just the way I feel about it. One thing that I do feel pretty good about, though, is the Bucs cruise that's coming up, the Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, of which we're going to be a part of in 2025. We want you to be a part of it too. The Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, the official cruise of the Buccaneers, is open for registration. So please sign up now. And you can go on the website, TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Here's a video that has more information.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without Tampa right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, 'cause I know when my soul's in the field.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise sets sail March 7th through 10th in 2025. Make sure that you reserve your cabin today. You can do that by going to TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Pewter Report staff is going to be on the cruise next year. We want you to join the fun. Join us and hundreds of Bucs fans for the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise that will be on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale with visits to Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had a lot of Bucs players: Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, K-Dot, and Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, the voice of the Buccaneers Gene Deckerhoff, and others. Even more players are expected next year, as well as a special guest appearance by Derek Brooks. Hall of Famer has already been confirmed. There will be autograph and photo opportunities with the players, a Raise the Flags sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests, and fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcoholic drinks, folks, in addition to Wi-Fi and tips, they're all included with a $200 deposit per person. It's refundable until August 16th. So if you're thinking about going, reserve your cabin now so you lock in your space. They have a limited number of single rooms. Most rooms are double occupancy. So if you want to go and get a single room, you need to act now. TampaBayBucsCruise.com. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Or give them a call at 1-800-975-7112 to reserve your cabin for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise.
All right, Scott, I'd like to play a little game with you as we're closing in on the Bucs at pick 57. We're only a couple away here. Okay. Wide receiver. Looks like there may be some value as the Bucs pick approaches.
Yes.
So there are 3 main skill sets that I think people tend to value when looking at wide receivers. I don't want you to pick a name.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the name based on the skill set.
Okay.
Do you value, out of these 3 skill sets, which one do you value the most? The ability to just get open, the ability to make difficult catches, or the ability to create after the catch? Which of those 3 skill sets would you prioritize if you were picking a wide receiver at pick 57?
If I was picking a wide receiver at 57, it would be yards after catch.
Then Malachi Corley is still your guy.
He's still my guy. I knew that. He is the Yak King. However, having said that, and Malachi Corley was in for a top 30 visit. That is significant. I would love for the Buccaneers to draft him. I think everybody in the Bucs brass knows of my strong affection for Malachi Corley.
Your affinity for it.
Have I been championing his cause and campaigning for him? Yes. Do I need to do that? No, because I think the tape speaks for itself. He's not a finished product, but boy, he is a player. If you put him behind Chris Godwin, get him in this locker room with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, he's a physical run blocker. He's a physical force after the catch. Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting thing is when I asked Liam Cohen what he looks for in wide receivers, because that's more important than myself. And again, this is not about what Pewter Report is championing for or advocating for. This is about what we think the Buccaneers are going to do. Sometimes those players align. We like the player. The Bucs like the player. That might be the case with Malachi Corley. But for Liam Cohen, he said catch radius was the biggest thing he looks for in a wide receiver.
Interesting. I'm trying to see if I can sort for that really quickly.
Dolphins take Patrick Paul.
Dolphins take Patrick Paul. So now the Buccaneers are the Cowboys are on the clock. That means the Buccaneers will be after Dallas selects. So we are getting perilously close. A couple of players that the Buccaneers could go in terms of direction. Marshawn Nealand could be one of those players. Let's look at our Bucs best bets. Dominic Pooney from Kansas could be another interior offensive lineman. He played tackle last year at KU, and surprise, surprise, Jason Light likes to take left tackles and move them inside to create and manufacture interior offensive linemen. He can play center or guard. That could be a possibility. Adisa Isaac from Penn State, more of a speed rusher than Marshawn Nealand, is also an option. Chris Braswell is a player that we had in our very first mock draft. So those are some of the names that come to mind. If he does decide to go with a pure guard, which he has not drafted since Kadeem Edwards back in 2014 in the 5th round out of Tennessee State, then Christian Mahogany or Christian Haynes, one of the Christian brothers, could be the selection there for Tampa Bay.
Yeah. So kind of finishing up what we were talking about, I don't think Malachi Corley will be the pick if Liam Cohen's catch radius qualifier is applied, because his wingspan is only 74 7/8 inches. But a guy I like, who I think can get open quite a bit, Troy Franklin, has a 77 1/4 inch wingspan. Javon Baker out of Bailey's alma mater, UCF, has a 78-inch wingspan. So some interesting choices there. Also, somebody who, again, we have covered extensively, we think the Bucs may be very interested in him, is edge rusher Marshawn Nealand, who is still on the board. He was getting some, round 1 buzz right up in the lead up to the draft over the last week. I want to say Peter Schrager said he might be a guy who could go in the first round. A couple of the other insiders who really are pretty good at these predictive things said that he might be a name to go first round. Interesting enough, with Patrick Paul, there was somebody in the football world saying that he would go in the first round, and it was none other than Patrick Paul himself. He was very convinced that he was going to be a first round pick. He was wrong.
He was wrong. It's interesting, too. Brandon Dorlus is a player that I like, and I don't know if the Buccaneers have a huge liking to him. He's another Oregon Duck defensive lineman that if Tampa Bay wanted to bolster their defensive line, and we've seen a rash of defensive tackles come off the board here, that might be a player that still has some decent value, maybe a little bit high, probably more of a 3rd-round pick than a 2nd-round pick, but with defensive tackles coming off the board in rapid fire fashion in the 2nd round, that might be someone that is considered. I thought he had a pretty good Senior Bowl week, and he breaks up a ton of passes at the line of scrimmage. That's a trait that Jason Light really likes, is the ability, if you can't get to the quarterback and sack him or hit him or even pressure him, if you're at the line of scrimmage, do you have the wherewithal to know where those passing windows are and break up passes? I want to say he had some ridiculous number, like 9 pass breakups at the line of scrimmage this year.
Jason may covet that skill. I don't think Baker Mayfield does, though.
No, absolutely not.
All right. He doesn't do it to him. So Bailey Adams has a very good point there. He said that Baker may want the Bucs to draft Dorlus for that skill so that it cannot be applied against him, at least on game day. In practice, it may make for a little bit of tough sledding for Baker and the offense.
The pick is in for Dallas. We don't know who is going to be the next Dallas Cowboy. But barring a trade, that means one thing, folks. That means that after a long wait, about 3 hours, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
All right. Do we know? Have we gotten the Cowboys?
Jordan Schultz, 14 seconds ago. Marshawn Nealand.
Oh,
Marshawn Nealand to the Cowboys.
Goes to the Cowboys. 1 pick ahead of the Bucs. So we won't know if the Bucs would have taken Nealand at 57.
Wow.
Because the Cowboys did.
That's
interesting.
Very interesting. Yes.
I think that does put wide receiver way up. Wide receiver and corner would be the 2 positions I think you're getting the best value for at this juncture in the draft. And I would say it's still too early for running back, but do you agree? Is there another position that you think the Bucs could be looking at in terms of the value for the players available? Still interior offensive line as well? There hasn't been an interior offensive lineman and taken in a while.
Yeah, I'm going to have to probe the powers that be to see how high they were on Nealon and if they just had a gut-wrenching moment there in the war room. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I don't think they're busy. You want to text them right now?
I just might. But yeah, we'll see which direction the Buccaneers end up going. Troy Franklin, according to Pro Football Focus, is the top pick remaining. And the interesting thing about Troy Franklin is Franklin was actually coached by Brian McClendon at the University of Oregon when he was out there a couple of seasons ago. 2021 was the last year that McClendon was out there at Oregon.
Cowboys are also in talks with Ezekiel Elliott about a return to Dallas.
Yeah, I saw that in the last 24 hours. I mean, they could use a good mascot.
So as we are waiting here for the Bucs selection, we've done kind of like all the speculating we can. This is
What's interesting is Matt talked earlier. He did this yesterday. He did it earlier tonight. Kind of like, what's the best case scenario in terms of the board falling?
Yeah.
And what's the worst case scenario? And I would almost say it's close to the worst case scenario for the Bucs.
Yes.
Based on who we think that they have been targeting.
Correct.
Which would almost make me say I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit of a trade back at this point.
Exactly. You have to wonder, there are some quality interior offensive linemen here, right?
True.
With Christian Haynes, who we almost had as a Bucs best bet. We almost put him there. Christian Mahogany was kind of the pick because, again, we thought if they were going to go somewhere, it might not be guard in the second round. We kind of figured it would be first round with Graham Barton, and that ended up being the case. So, a comment here. I do like Cooper Beebe. I don't know that he is a great scheme fit. We shall see.
Yep. I know former Pewter reporter Trevor Sikkema is not nearly as high on Beebe as most analysts are.
Correct. Chris Braswell.
All
Wow.
right.
Interesting that the Buccaneers select Chris Braswell, who we had in our original mock draft way back when. And so maybe we did know something after all. Chris Braswell, a very good athlete. The reason why we had Chris Braswell go to the Buccaneers in our first mock draft, and we really can't take credit for it now because, I don't think
We moved off of it.
We moved off of it, yeah. But I can understand the pick simply because with Braswell, he's a little bit of a one-year wonder in the fact that he had to wait behind not just Dallas Turner, but also Will Anderson Jr. at Alabama. And you have to wonder now, Josh, with them going with Chris Braswell here, did they have Marshawn Nealon in mind instead?
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one to kind of look at and to see if we can find out if Nealon would have been maybe the pick over Braswell. In the meantime, a little bit about Chris Braswell. So he's a edge rusher out of the University of Alabama, 6'3", 257 pounds. His relative athletic score was 8.67. My own scouting notes on him: he has a high motor. He's very strong. Uses his hands well. He does have a push-pull and a long arm.
Yes.
Pass rush moves. I didn't see much bend on tape with him. Ankle and hip fluidity is limited. He turns his hips to get to the corner rather than bending around it. So he's got this real quick kind of he just kind of rotates on an axis almost to get the corner against tackles. He advertises his loop, takes on pullers well, and he will be good in the run game. I will say that. And I would say he's more of a cerebral player on the field who reacts rather than instinctual, kind of gets to the play before it develops. Those were what I saw. What did you see? Because I know we just talked about it a little bit earlier. You were very high on him early in the process. Yeah,
I was. And it's for a couple of reasons. Number one is I think this guy has some upside and some room to grow, right? Again, when you're behind back-to-back SEC defensive players of the year, right? When you're behind two NFL first rounders in Will Anderson Jr. and then Dallas Turner, you're not going to get on the field that much. And so he didn't up until this year when he replaced Will Anderson in the starting lineup, and he was opposite Dallas Turner. And 10.5 tackles for loss, 8 sacks. He did have an interception that he returned for a touchdown.
3 forced fumbles too.
Yeah, he gets the ball, and he's a violent hitter. And we have a picture here that kind of illustrates that to a degree. He also plays on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
He blocked a punt. He blocked a field goal. So this is a player that can come in, and as he develops, he can be a factor on special teams. That's always an area of emphasis for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But you see here, getting the ball out with a sack on Joe Milton. He's a violent pass rusher that has a very sudden closing step to get to the quarterback. And typically when he gets to the quarterback goes down. And that's not been the case, say, with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who's just not a good finisher. I think that Braswell, when he gets to the quarterback, he does finish well. The quarterback does go down. He is a good tackler. The ball does come out. And also, too, this is from his interception. He can drop in coverage. He has that athletic ability to do some of the things that Todd Bowles likes to do. So I preferred Nealand. I'm not crazy about the Braswell pick, but at the same time, whether it's Braswell or Adisa Isaac, I think they're in the same conversation. I like Adisa Isaac maybe a touch better, but obviously Todd Bowles and Jason Light like Braswell better. But it's not like I don't like this pick or the Pewter Report doesn't like this pick. We had him in our initial mock draft for a reason. I wish that he would have gone to the Senior Bowl and showed more of what he did at Alabama there. I think he had kind of an underwhelming week, and I think that tempered some of, I should say it stalled any type of draft momentum that he could have had, right? And now this is a second-round pick, and is this the next Noah Spence for Jason Light, the next Joe Tryon-Shoyinka? I don't know. Time will ultimately tell. He's not done a great job of drafting edge rushers. You look at Anthony Nelson and Yaya Diaby; those are the better guys, and all we've seen from Yaya Diaby is a very small sample size. And Anthony Nelson, he is what he is. He's a guy that can get you.
It's number 3, number 4 edge rusher.
Number 3, number 4 edge rusher.
High
exactly.
floor, low ceiling. Yeah. The path. A couple things about Braswell. So we were talking about Chop Robinson not too long ago, and Chop.
I like Braswell better than Chop Robinson.
I won't go that far, but
I do.
One of the things that impressed so many analysts and scouts about Chop Robinson was his 10-yard split, right? Which is a better a measure of quickness for an edge rusher than, say, a 40-yard dash. You're not running 40 yards to take down the quarterback unless you're chasing Lamar Jackson all around the field. It's more the 10-yard split. And Chop Robinson had the fastest 10-yard split for a 250-pound or heavier edge rusher ever at 1.54 seconds. Chris Braswell was not that far behind him at 1.59 seconds, which is the 87th percentile for all edge rushers. He's got shorter arms, but interestingly enough, a really good wingspan, which means he's broad in his shoulders, right? At 39th percentile arm length at 33.25 inches, and the wingspan at 81 3/8 inches is in the 67th percentile. So the path to success for Braswell, it starts with his motor. He is, as many people like to say, he's a dog, right? He runs really, really hot. He's going to give you everything he has with every single snap. And that's certainly something that endeared him, I'm sure, to Jason Light and to Todd Bowles. From there, it's about expanding his pass rush arsenal from those two kind of key moves that he uses, which is the long arm. And I think the long arm is going to be the real key for him.
It is,
the basis for his success. And they're going to have to work with him on unlocking his hips, getting him more from that rotation into a full bend around the arc. And from there, he starts to put together a better pass rush arsenal. Now, what I do like about it is that long arm allows him to win on the outside, and then he can use the push-pull as a counter to get inside. So there is a core base set skill for him to be successful at the next level. There's going to be a lot of development that needs to happen. What I think is interesting, Scott.
We're getting a live look here from, maybe not live, but tape delay, but the Buccaneers very happy. Todd Bowles very excited about the pick. Can one of you go outside and see if we're going to be getting Jason Light or Todd Bowles now, or if it's going to be at the end of the draft?
Yep.
The reason I say that just because there's a big gap here in between these picks.
So what I want to ask you at this point, Scott, the Bucs already had a very full edge room, right? Or outside linebacker room. Not anybody who's like that premier alpha rusher.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys who, again, kind of like we described Anthony Nelson, high floors, maybe low ceilings.
Yeah.
Even those detractors for JTS. He's a high floor guy. Yeah. He plays well against the run. He's always in position. And he's actually a really good dropper, which is, like it or not, that's something that Todd Bowles asked his edge rushers to do. But instinctually, how do you feel like this edge room now stacks in terms of a pecking order? Who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, who's 4? Who are the 2 guys who are the odd men out? Because there's going to be, they may have 5 outside linebackers that they keep on their 53-man roster. They also may go with 4. I think more likely 5, and there is somebody who's going to end up on that practice squad again.
Yeah, it's to be determined. That's the beauty of it. Is it's kind of like last night. I mean, the Buccaneers said that Graham Barton was going to be a center, and maybe that's where they'll start him. But I was texting a couple different people within the organization. They said, we're going to throw him in the competition, see where he fits, right? That's kind of what you do here. You throw another pass rusher into the mix for the Buccaneers and see what happens. I will say this. Todd Bowles is looking at this season, as he should, with both eyes on 2024. As a general manager, you can never do that. You always have to have one eye on the current season and one eye on the future. That's the difference between the general manager, is he's got to look at the long-term development of the team and the roster, as well as trying to get the best team fielded for this season. When you look at next year, Josh, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in a contract year, Anthony Nelson in a contract year, Randy Gregory signed for 1 year. Yep. So half of your outside linebacker room, in theory, could be gone next year. You could be left with Yaya Diaby and maybe Marquise Watts if he's worth keeping, and maybe he was a flash in the pan, or maybe he develops into the next Shaq Barrett. Who knows? Same with Jose Ramirez. So there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of youth in this room, and I don't think there's anything wrong with throwing another guy into the mix and seeing who sinks and who swims, and let competition, let training camp decide. May the best man win. And you know what? It might be an evolutionary type of position. We saw Joe Tryon-Shoyinka start the season and Yaya Diaby finish it as a starter replacing JTS. So you might have Randy Gregory start. Maybe Joe Tryon-Shoyinka ends up replacing him at some point. Maybe Chris Braswell ends up replacing him at some point.
Yep.
So I think this is going to be an evolution because of the young outside linebacker room and the young pass rushers here. But whether it's Adisa Isaac or Chris Braswell, again, I don't hate this pick. I would have preferred Marshawn Nealon. Maybe the Buccaneers would have preferred him too. We'll never know because the Cowboys took him one spot ahead. But Chris Braswell's the pick, and I think there are some interesting things to work with there.
Yep, absolutely. I've told you this in the past. I used to be a merchant marine, worked on tugboats up in the New York Harbor. And we had an old saying that if you can't tie a knot, tie a lot. Yeah. And the Bucs are taking that approach to the edge room. What I think is interesting is they are daring every one of these guys to just outplay the others. Yeah. They are saying there are plenty of spots available in our starting lineup for one or two of you, but we're letting you guys decide who it is through your play in practice, through OTAs, through training camp, through those preseason games, and really 4 spots because of the way that the Bucs rotate their edge rushers quite a bit. And I would say it's kind of anybody's game. I don't think that there's a world where Randy Gregory necessarily. I think there is a world where he's maybe not on the 53-man roster. Yeah. His contract certainly isn't one that is cost prohibitive for them to cut him. I do think Gregory brings a veteran presence and maybe has a little bit of a lead on a roster spot over some of these other guys, but I think it's anybody's kind of, and Braswell will obviously make the team because of what they've just invested in him. But beyond that, they could cut Anthony Nelson. They could cut Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. These aren't giant cap hits that they would take on. If somebody like Marquise Watts, or Jose Ramirez really balls out in training camp.
I'm with you. A couple of things here real quick just to get to. Sorry, we've had this up for a minute, but Geist 85. There's been some debate. Did Chris Braswell have 10 sacks? Did he have 8 sacks? He officially had 8 sacks. When you look at the NCAA statistics, I know Pro Football Focus, they will inflate or deflate a player's sack totals.
Well, they don't deflate. They only inflate.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's the case. They will count a half a sack as a full sack sometimes. And sometimes on their film, if they feel the NCAA has incorrectly attributed a sack, they will go ahead and do that. We use the official sack numbers by the NCAA. That's what's going to be on the guy's football card. So he did get 8 sacks at Alabama. Do you give him credit for 10?
PFF actually had him for 13.
Yeah.
So
13 sacks last year?
They had him for 13 because according to them, he got to the quarterback while the quarterback still had the ball in his hand, brought him down 13 times. PFF does not penalize a guy just because one of his teammates had a good rep as well, whereas the NFL will credit. What's interesting, or NFL, the NCAA does this as well. If 3 guys get to the quarterback at the same time, they all get a half a sack, and that's 1.5 sacks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's impossible. Really.
Well, yeah, I mean, math tells us that, but
yeah.
So anyway,
so I will say this: in his lone season as a starter, and if you are a production guy, if you look at sacks as the end all be all, which I don't. I think it is a measurable for sure. He did have more sacks than Chop Robinson. He had more sacks than Marshawn Nealon for sure. He was also playing opposite though, and this should be noted. Dallas Turner, who was a mid-first round pick.
Yep,
and he was also playing behind a guy that was a top 3 pick last year, and Will Anderson Jr. went to the Houston Texans. Yep. So in very limited playing time, he ascended quickly once he got that starting lineup, and I think that's probably what Todd Bowles, with the Bucs scouting department, and what Jason Light see is this is a player that has the potential to continue that arrow pointing up with his pass rush approach. Again, I love the fact that he closes. I love the fact that when he wins the rep and gets to the quarterback goes down. He goes down hard, and the ball sometimes comes out. And I don't think the Buccaneers have done enough of a good job of getting the ball out. We saw that on occasion. Yaya Diaby had a strip sack and a fumble recovery against the Jacksonville Jaguars on Christmas Eve. We also saw a very big strip sack from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, better late than never, his 5th sack of the season. That was huge in the 4th quarter against the Carolina Panthers. So we talk about the Bucs needing more takeaways on defense. We always kind of point the finger at the secondary, not getting enough interceptions.
Oh, that's much more of a defensive line stat.
It really is. When you get to the quarterback, it's having the awareness to get your hand up and knock the ball out as well. And you know who does that the best on this team? Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting, kind of going back to that, it's not just the forced fumbles, but it's creating the consistent pressure to make quarterbacks make mistakes. That's where you can find more interceptions from a defense as well, just because the quarterback's throwing the ball to them more often. I think a couple things that I'd like to say about Braswell. Number one, his relative athletic score was very high. I want to say it was 8.67, but there is something telling about the drills that he ran and the drills that he did not run. You and I talked a little bit earlier. He's much more of a linear athlete, very straightforward, straight line, kind of sets a hard edge. Not unlike Yaya Diaby. So now you've kind of got a type, and if they're going to play across from each other, you don't really have that bendy guy to get around the arc. You have 2 guys who really want to go straight for the quarterback on a straight line. And I think that was backed up in the decision that Braswell made in terms of the drills that he decided to perform leading up to the draft and the ones that he didn't. Notably, he did not do the agility drills. He didn't do the short shuttle. He didn't do the 3-cone. He did do vertical. He did do broad jump. Both of those were pretty solid scores. And then, of course, the speed was very good with a 4.640 and a 1.58 10-yard split. I am going to read off from Dane Brugler's The Beast, Dane Brugler of The Athletic, one of the best draft analysts out there and certainly the most comprehensive. His strengths for Braswell. He plays with functional length and violent hands. He's a 2-time member of Bruce Feldman's Freaks List.
Yep.
Which he clocked in at 21.9 miles per hour and squatted 705 pounds. So the man is very strong in his lower half. He has a quality get off, is fueled by an aggressive upfield charge. His most effective rush move is a well-leveraged long arm, which is something that you and I noted earlier.
Correct.
To get blockers going in reverse. He also uses a well-timed stab and strong swipes to knock down the reach of blockers. Lateral quickness leads to effective tackle end stunts and twists, which is very true. Something I didn't note it in my notes, but thinking back to the tape, he can loop around very well, and that's something that the Bucs love to do. So he works well into their scheme there. He's a heavy tackler with dogged pursuit skills, greets pullers with his lead shoulder. He will blow up pulls really well. Stays active with his punch to separate from blockers at the point of attack. He reads the backfield well and shows fluidity in lower half of smooth redirects to string out wide runs. He had 2 blocked kicks on special teams during his college career, 1 punt, 1 field goal, which you noted earlier. He started only 2 games in his career, but he played starter level snaps in 2023, and he was productive. He led the team with 3 forced fumbles. Now, here are his weaknesses. He doesn't have commanding size, and he can be engulfed at times by big-bodied blockers. He has some tightness when attempting to turn the corner, hindering his ability to wrap and bend the tackle's outside shoulder. 1 speed rusher and must add more moves to his arsenal, which is something we noted earlier. He needs to be more disciplined as a finisher with too many borderline late hits on his tape. And he had 2 roughing the passer penalties and was ejected for targeting in 2023. Inexperienced as a drop cover player, although he has the athleticism to improve in that area, I'm sure Todd Bowles will get the most out of it from him. And he has only 1 season of starter level snaps. Lastly, here's what Brugler kind of had to say as an umbrella statement. Overall, Braswell is slightly undersized and still a work in progress in several areas, but his first step quickness and ability to convert speed to power are solid starting points for a developmental pass rusher. He has down the road starting potential and reminds me of the Cincinnati Bengals' Joseph Osai when he was coming out.
I think that's a great comp.
Texas. That is a really good comp.
Yep, I think that's a very good comp.
He had Braswell as his number 8 overall edge rusher. And based on who was left when he was selected, Brugler, like you and I, both had Adisa Isaac ahead of him, but he was the only edge rusher that that Brugler had ahead of him. So and he had him with a late 2nd, early 3rd round grade, which is exactly where the Bucs took him. So the value is there.
I do think the value is there. And also too, I think, Josh, when you look at the fact that you and I were both in agreement, and I don't want to speak for the Buccaneers, but I think it's no surprise. This is not a great edge class at all, right? It's not. And you saw that in the fact that usually when there is a real premium pass rusher, they go top 5. We saw that with Will Anderson, for example. We did not see the first pass rusher come off the board until after a dozen picks. 13, 14.
I think if he didn't have those medical issues, there was a good chance that Latu may have gone a little bit higher because the tape is there. But absolutely, mid-round sounds about right when you consider that.
Yeah, and then there just isn't that depth. To me, it shrinks rapidly after the 2nd round. And I think, in my opinion, after Isaac, the only guy that I'm even fond of that's left is Mo Camara. And of course, I don't think they're going to get him now.
Braden McGregor out of Michigan would have been an interesting day 3 guy.
He's an Anthony Nelson type.
You and I talked a little bit about. Here's something kind of cool. You know the handshake emoji that people use when texting and when kind of on Twitter X, if you will. I'd like for you to be the Bucs right now, and I'm going to be me because the Bucs took Chris Braswell at number 57. And he was number 57 on my big board.
Nice. There
so
you go.
There's perfect value there from my own scouting. So I'm going to take that as a tiny little win that I lined up perfectly with his selection.
I definitely think this is good value for the Buccaneers. This is not a reach by any means. Again, it would have been interesting to see if there is a situation where they end up going with Marshawn Nealon instead. We'll never truly know because the Buccaneers have made their pick. And typically what you will find from the Buccaneers in any other team really is if they like a player and the player goes before they were going to get picked, they're never really going to come out and say, Yeah, we really wanted that guy, so we took the consolation prize instead. They're going to say we went ahead and got the guy that we liked, right? So we'll never truly know if Marshawn Nealon was rated higher because they've absolutely moved on. Action Bastard has got a funny remark here, if I can find it. There you go.
I think right there, yeah.
If Braswell drinks a Celsius, he may improve. Well, everybody improves when you drink a Celsius. That's why Celsius is the official energy drink of Pewter Report. I've had 2 Celsius today, Josh. That's why I'm alive and awake right now.
I am going to need a Celsius as soon as we have a line change here because we still have a whole other round to go and two more selections as of right now for the Bucs. Now, interestingly enough, those selections are 3 picks away from each other. Do we see the Bucs maybe make a move up, move down, or do you think they'll stick and pick at 89 and 92?
That's
gut feeling right now. What have you got?
I think they stick and pick.
Stick and pick.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I unless there's a particular player that they really have, the hots for. I just see Jason Light right now, and he kind of hinted at this a little bit in his pre-draft press conference. And sometimes Jason actually tells the truth, and you have to take him at face value.
I think he does that more than most GMs.
I think he does too. But he said that they're more in favor of keeping their picks this year, and why not? Because I believe that this is the round where or I should say the day, second and third round, where you really have some good value, and there's still a lot of players that I really like that are out there, not the edge rusher.
Well, I was going to say, a few of them may have gone off the board because, as you and I have been talking about the Bucs pick at 57, apparently the draft has continued. They have not frozen
Let's
it.
catch some people up.
So at pick 58, the Green Bay Packers took safety Javon Bullard out of Georgia, somebody you and I both liked.
Yep.
It's really been a run on DBs and tackles. So listen to this. So after him, Blake Fisher went to the Texans at 59. He's the tackle out of Notre Dame. Then the Buffalo Bills took safety Cole Bishop out of Utah, somebody I liked. Then the Detroit Lions took cornerback Ennis Rakestraw Jr. to pair with Terrion Arnold, who they took in the first round.
And Carlton Davis.
And they traded for Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions hated their secondary last year, ejected them all, and except Brian Branch, and have brought in basically a completely new unit at this point. And then after the Lions at 61, the Ravens took Roger Rosengarten, the offensive tackle out of Washington. And the Chiefs at pick 31 took Kingsley Suamatia. I think I got that right.
I think you did.
Offensive tackle out of BYU in a trade with the 49ers where they came up one spot, if I'm reading NFL.com correctly.
I believe that's the case.
So, and now the 49ers have the pick that is in. I do not know what it is at this moment, but it will represent the last player taken in the second round of this draft.
Yep. So let's take a quick little look and see what the other teams have done in the NFC South. You see the Buccaneers. Trench warfare, as Jason Light kind of forecasted, with interior offensive lineman Graham Barton, who we believe will get the start at center. Outside linebacker Chris Braswell in round 2. Carolina Panthers got some much-needed help for Bryce Young, the quarterback that they really mortgaged the future for. And Xavier Leggett, the wide receiver out of South Carolina, and then coming back in the second round and getting Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas. The Falcons had the earliest second-round pick, and they used it on Rook Ororo. And that, of course, followed up the pick of Michael Penix, the 8th overall selection in the first round. And the New Orleans Saints, who did the Saints had?
The Saints took
another selection.
Yeah, the Saints took Talise Fuaga, the offensive tackle out of Oregon State in the first round at 14 overall. And then at 41 overall, they took Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback out of Alabama. So that means both the Bucs and the Saints have taken Alabama players here in the second round.
Yep. And unless the Saints really do something spectacular in terms of a draft, and they probably would have to get rid of all 4 of their 5th-round picks or dip into next year, they're done for the night because the New Orleans Saints did not have a 3rd-round pick or even a 4th-round pick this year. They have a plethora of picks in the 5th round, 4 total. And so they will be busy on day 3, it looks like, unless they, again, make some moves. But with Talise Fuaga helping their offensive line and then Kool-Aid McKinstry helping their secondary, they're done until the 5th round again, unless there is some movement. And so that is the look at the NFC South. And we're going to be having a line change coming up here in just a minute. Did Todd Bowles or Jason Light speak, or both?
Jason Light at the end of the night, not a timetable yet for the picks.
Okay.
We're going to probably get them virtually.
Okay, great. We want to grab Bailey. And do you want to be on with Matt?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, let's see if that 49ers pick is announced yet. Doesn't look like it is. So when you look at kind of the NFC South as a whole, Scott, who would you say has gotten markedly better out of the 4 teams?
You mean in free agency included, or just in the draft
Let's
so
just say
far?
for tonight, for the draft so far.
Well, I mean, let's take a quick look here. I'm not a fan of the Saints picks. I think Fuaga is better than Penning, their offensive tackle before.
I don't think Fuaga is going to replace Penning, though.
No. But what I'm saying, though, is I just don't think the Saints are very good at drafting.
Okay, fair
Right?
enough. They had a decent stretch at the late 2019s or
They
2010s.
did, but Trevor Penning has not panned out at all. That looks like a first-round bust is happening. We'll see how Fuaga plays. And as you mentioned yesterday, almost a pick of desperation because Ryan Ramczyk.
I don't know if he ever plays again. Yeah.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, not a fan of this pick, so I would definitely not say that the Saints. Huge fan of Rook Ororo from Clemson. He was a Bucs best bet for us, and I really like that pick. I just think that drafting the quarterback the same year that you signed another quarterback to a massive deal in free agency, not a smart move for the Falcons. It is so long-term, so future-oriented. I can't get on board with what the Falcons are doing. Now, the Falcons rebound and have a tremendous pick in the 3rd round and the 4th round, and they finish the draft strong. I'll change my tune,
Mm-hmm.
but it's tough to imagine. The 49ers just ended the 2nd round with their pick, Renardo Green, cornerback out of Florida State. He had a good battle against Malik Neighbors on opening day. So to finish up with your question, Carolina Panthers, I really do like Xavier Legette. I'm going to bet on his senior season as opposed to his previous career, which was largely non-existent. Mm-hmm. Kind of a one-year wonder, but I like the track. I think the traits are there. I think that he can be a dangerous receiver for the Panthers. And I think Brad Idzik, former Bucs wide receivers coach, who's the receivers coach in Carolina, followed Dave Canales there. He'll be the quote-unquote offensive coordinator, not the play caller, but the offensive coordinator. I think between Malachi Corley to the Jets to start off the 3rd round, wow. Well, that stings a little bit. It was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Jonathan Brooks, when healthy, I think can be a productive running back. At the same time, against Todd Bowles, Bijan Robinson hasn't done a whole bunch, right? Running backs don't really scare me against Todd Bowles' defenses because he does such a good job of shutting them down. But you know what? They need some weapons around Bryce Young. I don't think Bryce Young is a franchise quarterback in the fact that he alone can carry a team. I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
I think he is more Baker Mayfield than he is Patrick Mahomes, right? Where Mahomes is dynamic, and I think that he can create and he can elevate the play of those around him. He can take a Rashee Rice and make him really rise to the occasion. I don't think that Bryce Young is that type of quarterback. I don't think Baker Mayfield makes Mike Evans better. I think Mike Evans makes Baker Mayfield better. And I think if you give Bryce Young some more weapons, some better weapons around him, I think that he can be better. I don't know how good. So I like what the Bucs have done so far. Graham Barton's been the best pick out of any of these picks in the NFC South, as far as I'm concerned. Braswell has some upside. I like what Tampa Bay's done so far. Call me a homer.
From a strategic standpoint, from where they were, okay, I want to make sure I'm phrasing this correctly. From where they were before the draft, I would say from a strategy standpoint, I like the Panthers draft the best so far because to the point you just made, they are making a concerted effort to create a much better offense than they had last year and to surround Bryce Young with more talent than he had. Because let's remember, his number one target last year was an 800-year-old Adam Thielen, right?
Who actually had a pretty good year.
Well, yeah, if I got 800 targets, I might catch 80 balls too. That is not true at all. But I think that there is a clear strategy in place. And what they're doing is they are trying to find out what they have in Bryce Young as quickly as possible so that they can then determine what is the long-term strategy of this team. So I do think that the Panthers have and that extends to their offseason as well, because their offseason, they signed a couple of guards. They overpaid for them, but they got good guards in. They are creating that offense will be better this year than it was last year. Yes. I can safely say that. I think they have a better play caller. I'm on record as being a very big Dave Canales fan in terms of how he structures his passing game, and there are flaws with him, but I think that between their offseason, and I know I told you just the draft, but I'm kind of going more holistically here through their free agent signings on the offensive line, and now getting not one but two offensive playmakers to surround Bryce Young with, I think it's a very good strategy. I think the Bucs are taking a much more holistic approach to their entire roster, right? First round, they went offense. Second round, they went defense, both trying to upgrade the floor of a room, right?
Yeah.
A lot of talk. We've talked about it. The offensive line is kind of a weak link system. And we have the Cardinals are taking running back Trey Benson out of Florida State. So I believe that's 2 out of the last 3 players selected have been Seminoles.
Yes.
So one on defense and one on offense. Trey Benson was my running back 1.
Yeah.
I think he was yours as well, correct?
He was, yes. Yep.
So, but overall, like I said, the Bucs are taking a little bit more of a holistic approach, not trying to leverage any one part of their roster to say we're going to make good, great, or great, excellent, but really looking at the overall roster and saying what rooms can we raise the floor of and hopefully the ceiling. I think they definitely did that with Graham Barton in the first round. I'm a little bit more hesitant with Braswell in terms of does he really raise the ceiling of this edge room? I don't know if he does, but he continues to reinforce that floor, which plays into Todd Bowles' defensive scheme.
Yeah, exactly. So, we want to give a shout out here to Bay Area Modern Medical Center. That's right. That is my physician, Christopher Lugo. And I'd like for him to possibly be yours as well. Are you tired of feeling just like another number in the waiting room at Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa? They believe you deserve personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, PA, with over 24 years of medical expertise as a primary care provider. He is dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone. So men, listen up. Testosterone treatments can be affordable. I know because I am a client and a patient at Bay Area Modern Medical Center getting testosterone treatments there. It is an absolute game changer if you're in your middle age. I'm 52 now. Do not let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with a consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. Here's the difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. That means no more waiting rooms, no rushing through appointments. Imagine a doctor who takes the time to go through extensive medical lab results, discusses your diet and exercise plan, and then provides personalized vitamin and supplement recommendations to optimize your health. Same-day appointments are also available for your convenience. Take my word for it, folks. Bay Area Modern Medical Center. I've never had a better physician than Christopher Lugo. I cannot praise him enough. JP Peterson feels the exact same way. So if you're in the Tampa Bay area, please go online at BAMMC.com and book your appointment or call Christopher Lugo at 844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is the top priority.
All right, we're making a little change here, a hockey shift, as we like to say. Matt Matera rejoining the show, and Adam Slavon will be on with me too. As we make this switcheroo, good time to remind everybody that Celsius is the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. A variety of great flavors. The vibes, obviously, we talk about all the time. The Galaxy, Cosmic, Astro vibe. Tropical vibe is fantastic as well. The consensus favorite is the Arctic vibe, I would say, for a number of people. So if you need to know where to find a Celsius, go to the store locator on their website, and it'll tell you the closest location where you can go get one. Could be a Walmart, Target, health and fitness store, potentially your bodega as well.
Bodega.
So make sure you get to your local bodega, pick up a new Celsius, or if you want to get them in bulk, which I would recommend, get that variety pack, because variety is the spice of life, and you can have Celsius sent to your place of residence whenever you want. If you go on Amazon Prime, just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks. We're in the middle of the draft, so make draft your number one pick. I know we're on day 2, but make Celsius your number one pick.
I like it.
Celsius, the official energy drink of the Pewter Report podcast. Myself, Matt Matera, Adam Slavon on with me as we start to enter the third round. Already off to a hot start. The New York Jets took Pewter Report draft crush, Malachi Corley.
Another weapon for Aaron Rodgers.
Another
and the Jets
weapon
offense.
if Rodgers can stay healthy. And that's what I've been saying from the beginning to people that I know that are Jets fans. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. They did that in round 1. There will still be a good wide receiver there in round 3, and they took care of that. Now it looks like Trey Benson just went off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals are looking kind of sneaky good.
Yeah, I like all the Cardinals picks so far, really targeting athletic players. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr., but also Max Melton, who ran a 4.39 at the NFL Scouting Combine, really put himself on the NFL radar there. And then adding Trey Benson, who Scott Reynolds thought, and I kind of thought, was going to be the first running back off the board. I mean, he was really productive during his time with the Seminoles. Obviously, Jonathan Brooks went a few picks before to the Carolina Panthers, but really like the pick for the Cardinals. And suddenly, Kyler Murray, he's getting some weapons out there in Arizona.
Yeah. It's funny. Some teams are really some previously bad teams are really building something.
Yeah.
Like
the
Bears,
Commanders.
The Commanders. I was going to say the Bears, the Commanders, and I think you got to put the Cardinals there in that situation as the Commanders selected guard Brandon Coleman out of TCU. But let's get back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We obviously talked about Chris Braswell. When I say we, I mean Scott and Josh.
Yeah.
Adam, let's get your thoughts on Chris Braswell, the newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer. Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide. So actually back during the Senior Bowl week, had the chance to talk to Chris Braswell for a couple minutes. You never know who you're going to talk to at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, there's a litany of prospects when you're going around the conference room. But Braswell, he stood out to me. Josh Capo and I, we spent the night before watching tape of him. And throughout the Senior Bowl week, he was working on getting better, especially in terms of his technique, in terms of pass rushing. And not just that, run defense. I think that is a very underrated aspect for an edge rusher. Obviously, you want him to get after the quarterback, finish plays, which he did at Alabama. If I'm not mistaken, he had 8 sacks during his last season, but also containing the edge and doing well in terms of run defense. It's really important. And obviously, the combination of both is what led him being the Bucs' second-round pick at number 57. The Bucs didn't get a top-tier edge rusher. They didn't get the Latus or the Verses. But of the remaining options, especially with Nealon coming off the board just a pick before, Braswell was probably the best option there.
Right. Yeah, I tweeted it out before. It feels like Braswell is a nice consolation prize. It's like, you apply to a couple different colleges and maybe you didn't get the one that you totally wanted to get into, but your fallback school isn't.
You didn't get into Harvard, but you got into UT.
Yeah. Yes. UT, the Ivy League of the state of Florida.
Yes.
For sure. But yeah, I mean, when you're picking with the 57th pick, you still should be able to get a guy that can be a starter. but there's obviously a reason why they dropped to the second round and weren't a first round guy. So no, I think you're Adam. I think Josh and Scott did a good job of kind of highlighting his strengths. You know, there is a good motor. He has like all of the size, which is nice. You know, I think the Bucs in the past have kind of either gone with. I know he wasn't a draft pick, but like, you know, Shaq Barrett was an undersized type of outside linebacker, or they love taking the tackles and kicking them inside where they're not doing something kind of natural, or at least for some of them, not exactly natural. But in this case scenario, they're picking a guy that if you just went by the measurements and the height, weight, all that stuff, length of the arms, you got something there. There needs to be more, a little bit added on, but I do like the idea that he is essentially the anti-Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in the fact that he's a finisher. If he gets to the quarterback, he will go and finish the play, which has not been the case for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka.
Yeah, and when you look at Braswell, I think Josh Capo, he kind of hit the nail on the head, and you don't know how much he elevates the rest of the room. There is a defined ceiling there, but what he does bring is a quality player right off the bat that has more upside than Anthony Nelson. You could argue Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He can kind of slot in there as that number 2, number 3 edge rusher with the potential for more to grow over time. And playing in the Crimson Tide?
Yeah, Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide defense faced a lot of high-quality competition, too. When you look at the opponents that they face, the big game experience that he has, there's a lot to like there. And maybe some untapped potential as he had to sit behind a lot of really quality edge rushers there.
I believe that this is the first Alabama player taken by the Bucs since O.J. Howard. I want to say, it's been a little bit, but I think that might be the case. So Bucs go tackle, well, guard, I guess. A tackle that's moving to guard and center in round 1. They go edge rusher in round 2. So far, this third round, kind of seen a little bit of everything. Wide receiver, running back, guard, a little bit of offense. We've kind of seen everything. I wonder where the Bucs go with this, with these next 2 picks that they have, because they do have 2 more.
Yeah, and it's still quite a bit of ways yet. You're looking at 20 picks away from the first of 2 third-round selections. When you look at it, though, I wonder if it's a wide receiver, adding another skill position player and somebody that, you have Baker Mayfield, the $100 million man in Tampa. Yeah. You're protecting him, but giving him another weapon. I think that could really appeal to the Bucs at number 89. And then with number 92, maybe adding another defensive player, getting another corner that maybe fell down the board a little bit. What do you think, Matt?
I don't mind Troy Franklin, who we were just talking about, but if Troy Franklin isn't there, I don't think they should kind of reach for a wide receiver, if that makes sense, since you had a lot of good wide receivers come off the board. I like Malik this comment. Washington. Yeah, SK saying Malik Washington and Tykee Smith. Yeah, that I would go Tykee Smith in that situation. Malik Washington out of Virginia, he was mocked to the Buccaneers in one of Pewter Report's mock drafts. So
round 4.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. We'll see. I have been on the record since the beginning that the Bucs are going to double up with those picks and kind of move up with both of them to ensure that they get who they want in the third round. And it's funny how we've seen with this draft so far. Round 1, everything fell their way.
Yeah.
Most notably, the Cowboys trading out of where they probably would have gone with Graham Barton.
And then those Cowboys.
And then the Cowboys, again, rear their ugly head, and they end up drafting Marshawn Kneeland, who, we can't guarantee was going to be the pick. I don't know if the Bucs will necessarily say that either, but Marshawn Kneeland certainly was a guy that we were pinpointing could have been a player in Tampa Bay. So Darren Dabbs also says Jerry Rice's son would be a good wide receiver. I don't know about the third round. I think he's more of a 4th to 5th round wide receiver. Now, if he's there in the 5th round, I'm all for taking him. I
Run
think
that pick in.
Yeah, I would be all for that type of selection. I think 3rd might be a little bit too early for him, considering some of the other options that are available.
Yeah, and you also have to wonder, Stephen here with this comment, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., you have him, Trevin Wallace, and Cedric Gray. They could all be options. The latter two, Wallace and Gray, being the Bucs' best bets at the linebacker position. But looking at linebacker, I mean, you have Levante David, right? The Ring of Honor does deserve more attention and perhaps being a Hall of Fame player someday.
Yeah.
But that's another discussion. But then you have a lot of uncertainty. You have Servassier Dennis, KJ Britt. You know, they can maybe fill in there, but getting another guy to add to the room, perhaps with more upside, and Levante could pass the torch on to, it's a tantalizing idea.
Some people bring up Kyrie Jackson. I think he's about to go to the Chargers. I would be kind of pissed.
Yeah,
Kyrie Jackson was my guy. He was my guy. I really liked his game. I would have liked if the Bucs picked him in the 3rd round. Jay West saying Roman Wilson is still available. He met with the Bucs at the Senior Bowl, and everyone kind of meets everyone at the Senior Bowl. I would be okay with him too.
I would say so. With Michigan, I believe he had 12 touchdowns last year, and was really, although J.J. McCarthy didn't throw the ball a lot, they relied a lot on Blake Corum, and he killed it on the ground. I mean, he was rushing all over the place, led the Wolverines to a national championship. But Roman Wilson was a very underrated receiver, and thought he had a really good Senior Bowl week too. When you look at the wide receivers that maybe stood out the most during the Senior Bowl, Ricky Pearsall, who went to the 49ers. But Roman Wilson, man, his ability to create separation, run clean routes, that has to appeal to Tampa Bay.
It would be appealing. And he was a charismatic guy as well. Is a pretty good route runner, a smooth player. Some wide receivers are just smooth. I'm trying to think of, he plays for the Packers now, Jaden Reed.
Yeah,
I remember last year, he was our smooth wide receiver, and obviously has found a good deal of success with the Packers. I'm not necessarily saying that he's going to be the same exact type of player, but Roman Wilson certainly somewhat falls into that same category. So there still are a couple of wide receivers out there that are available. Linebacker, I just feel it's too early for a guy that's going to be competing for, 3rd or 4th string.
It looks like Junior Colson actually went to the Chargers at number 69. So a Michigan player reuniting with Jim Harbaugh out there in Los Angeles.
Very cool.
Peyton Wilson is also still on the board, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Some people are saying that.
But again, there's a lot of red flags there with his injury history. But the upside, there's comparisons to Luke Kuechly in just terms of him being an all-around linebacker, ran a 4.43 at the NFL Scouting Combine. Linebacker is not the most pressing need for the Bucs, but with them addressing two of their biggest needs with offensive line and edge rusher, then maybe you could take the best player available with both of their 3rd-round picks.
I remember speaking to Colson at the NFL Combine. Sorry, I got distracted by the door.
The magical door.
Yeah, because Bailey's bringing me my laptop. So an early thank you. Oh, it's not Bailey. I thought that was about to be Bailey, but spoiler.
Ooh.
We're getting Chris on Zoom.
Okay, we are getting Christian Braswell on Zoom. So got that coming up.
Yeah. Comment here from Aaron talking about another wide receiver. Would you take Tez Walker? And if so, what round? So Tez Walker, actually, he was also at the Senior Bowl. A little bit of a raw wide receiver after he transferred to the University of North Carolina.
Oh, perfect.
But
thanks, man. I was going to say you can wait after Braswell, but yeah, appreciate you, Doug.
When he was at the Senior Bowl, two of the wide receivers that he said he modeled his game after and he watched a lot of were Randy Moss and Mike Evans. And when he talked about Mike Evans, he started smiling and he was like, the part of his game that I like the most is his blocking, which was kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, known for being a great blocking wide receiver. I think Tez Walker would be a solid fit, probably round 4 or 5. Same thing with Brendan Rice there.
It's funny because we had Greg Cosell on the show, like a week or two ago, and he talked about the importance of wide receivers blocking in this new offense for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Liam Cohen as the new offensive coordinator. It's going to be a requirement of these Bucs players. Now, we know Chris Godwin can be quite a physical dude.
Yeah.
Mike Evans can be physical when he wants to. Not saying that he doesn't try or anything like that, but he's got to conserve himself a little bit and conserve his body to a degree because he's getting older as the Giants are taking Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. So another corner off the board. So, yeah, I think physical, scrappy, that type of wide receiver. I'd prefer a guy with length, but if you got to go smaller, I think that's fine too.
Yeah, I agree. But with Corley off the board now, I think going more physical is the route to go, especially when you look at the wide receiver room. Obviously, you have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, as you said, but they could get another guy that's 6 feet, 6'1", maybe a little bit taller. That could be a red zone target for Baker Mayfield too. And he had a lot of success last year throwing to the 6'5" Mike Evans, but getting another tall wide receiver would really help Baker Mayfield out.
Baker needs height.
Yeah.
There's no question about it that Baker Mayfield, he needs to be in a quarterback-friendly offense, which is helpful that Liam Cohen is providing that. And Dave Canales provided that as well. Yeah. But Liam Cohen will certainly be providing that for the Buccaneers. And height has been his friend. If he doesn't totally have it by himself, it helps having a guy such as Mike Evans, such as Chris Godwin. So I think height is the way to go. Ward Burns says, I can see the Bucs taking Florida State wide receiver Johnny Wilson and converting him to a Darren Waller tight end type. Yeah, that's kind of been the discussion about Johnny Wilson, is that he's not really set up to be a wide receiver in this NFL career. He's going to have to go to tight end. Just not fast enough. Had some drop issues as a wide receiver for Florida State. Still a very talented wide receiver, but a lot of things to clean up.
Yeah, but for the tight end option with Ben Sinnott going off the board back to the Commanders, it's interesting to see who the top tight ends left are and if the Bucs could maybe go the route of converting somebody into a tight end. Otherwise, when you look at it, you have Tip Ryman, Illinois, more of a day 3 guy. Cade Stover from Ohio State. There's a lot to like about his game, but is there enough room in town for 2 Cades at the tight end room? I don't know about that, but interesting to see if the Bucs address tight end as well. Again, a lesser need, not so much like an edge rusher, corner, but still a position they could add some talent to.
See some of the best available as we're in round 3. Wide receivers still available, of course, are Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, like we talked about, Tez Walker, Johnny Wilson. So a lot of these guys we talked about. Javon Baker, I know Bailey Adams would be happy about that. Yeah, Baker to Baker, I think that
would sell a lot of merch.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Man,
it
go
would.
Crazy.
It absolutely would. Is that? Yeah, got a super chat from Meets McGee. Thank you, Meets McGee. Jinx had him. Says, I want running back, kick returner, speedy Isaac Guerendo. Very glad you said that, Meets McGee, because Yaya Diaby also wants Isaac Guerendo as well. Of course, they were teammates at Louisville. And when we had Yaya on the show last week, he was raving, and I mean raving about this running back. A complete lightning burst of speed, can obviously be a kick returner as well. Speed, and more speed. I think that certainly would be the move for the Buccaneers at running back if they wanted to go that type of route. Just something different. Like I know Trey Palmer's really fast. The Bucs have gone the route of like trailblazing speed wide receiver. We saw it with Scotty Miller. We saw it with Trey Palmer to a degree, but I want to see that at the running back position. It's been a while since the Bucs had a true trailblazing speedster at the running back.
Yeah, you say speed. I think Lightning McQueen, speed, I am speed.
There you go.
With Isaac Rendo, the 4.3 speed obviously would add a different dynamic to the Bucs offense. And when we did our second live mock draft, just before the NFL draft, we had him going to the Bucs in round 6. And I think he would be a great option, probably a day 3 guy, either the Bucs maybe trading up and getting him, or maybe he's there at 220, but Isaac Rendo, he does offer a lot of things that would intrigue the Bucs and offer a different, Rachaad White's fast, but Isaac Rendo would be furthermore more lightning.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see some other running backs that are available.
Braylon Allen, Blake Corum.
Yeah, I'm surprised Blake Corum.
Yeah, you think the production, some team would be like, yes.
Yeah, Corum still available. Bucky Irving out of Oregon, Ray Davis, Marshawn Lloyd. Some of the later guys, Isaiah Davis. A lot of people go crazy for Audric Estime.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's certainly a big guy. He kind of reminds me of Brandon Jacobs.
maybe the wrong era for him.
Yeah, I don't see all the hype with Audric Estime.
Yeah, 4.6 speed. I mean, he probably plays a little bit faster, but in today's NFL where speed is like highly prioritized, don't see a fit there.
Yeah, every year there's going to be a player that drops. I don't know. Blake Corum, I find it a little surprising.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got. Thought we were missing a super chat. Adisa Isaac. Ooh. Is he still on the board?
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of either of the Penn State guys. I really wasn't.
Now with Braswell taken, don't think they get another edge rusher here.
No.
Ooh, Frank Gore Jr. That's another running back. 6th, 7th round. Looking at Marshawn Lloyd, Matt, what are your thoughts on him? Being a Bucs best bet, he does have a really good skill set, but is it almost too similar to Rachaad White?
No, I think there's enough. I think there's enough of a difference between the two. We've talked about him a fair amount on the podcast. I don't know if I'd want him in the 3rd round, but I certainly, from any round on, I would be down with. And I love the idea of putting him in these short yardage situations, 3rd and 1, 4th and inches, whatever it might be, and just give him the ball, let him hit the hole, whatever it may be, and you don't even have to worry about these short yardage situations. Something a little bit different from what you have with Rachaad White, but certainly a player that they can complement each other and be a force in this offense. What's up, Scott?
Chris Braswell was a top 30 visit here. Had a great visit.
Chris Braswell, as Scott is saying, was a top 30 visit for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the Bucs want to know a little bit more about him, and they did learn about their newest player. So once again, Chris Braswell, your 2nd round pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3rd round should be fun for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
1, they have 2 picks at 89 and 92. 2, you got guest celebrity picks as well. With Ric Flair and Will Golston. If Will Golston isn't picking at 92, though, does that mean Golston's going first and then it's Ric Flair?
Yeah.
Oh,
you got to cap the night off with a bang.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It would have been fun, though.
The night is still young. It may be 10 o'clock Eastern time, but the Bucs, Pewter people, they still have 2 more picks to make tonight.
Yeah. Last night, we didn't get out of here until like 1:30. It's probably going to be like that
up to be a similar night. We've been here since 1:30 pretty much.
Yeah. Have not left the building.
No.
But
we're camping out.
We are burning the midnight oil, as they like to say. Let's get to some more comments, Adam.
Yeah. Oh, there's a couple people mentioning that Golston already picked.
Oh, he made the second round pick. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
But
didn't.
he's making 2 picks tonight.
All
He's
right,
making
now I'm
2
confused.
He's making 2 picks, and then Ric Flair's making the other one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So he made the first one already.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Interesting. He's picking a guy that like could be lining up right next to him.
Right.
Well, I was thinking about that before. We love Will, but wouldn't it be like a little bit odd if he's like, oh, and they draft Johnny Newton or like whoever was available, and they're just he's announcing a guy that's like at his position. That I don't know. That would have been interesting to me for sure. Okay, Kieran says that he's also doing pick 92. I like that. That is how it should be.
Yeah.
With Will Golston making the proper picks.
Looks like Braylon Trice is going to Atlanta.
Okay.
Falcons moved up to get him. Washington edge rusher.
The NFC South has been extremely busy
Yeah,
today.
they've been
making
trading
trades, moving up, moving back, all these different things. So, yeah, the Washington edge rusher, I'm sure Vita Vea and Greg Gaines and JTS know a thing or two about this guy. Yeah, it's usually the Bucs picking Washington players, but not this time around.
Yeah, now Atlanta, they get their second Washington player of the draft because they got Michael Penix. They're the new Husky pipeline. Yeah.
The Bucs are going to be tweaking like, we got to get an Iowa player now or an Auburn. I guess Auburn would be next. Though they did stick SEC, Alabama. Yeah, it's just haven't seen as many Alabama players come through I mean, like Julio Jones, but he didn't get drafted by the Buccaneers.
He's already kind of like towards the end.
I wonder if Julio's going to play this year because he was on the Eagles for
and he kind of did all right with them.
Yeah, I mean, he was okay for a beleaguered,
injury-prone, mid-30s wide receiver. I mean, he was hanging on, but
yeah. So the Falcons, quite interesting what Atlanta has done. I mean, again, we mocked the heck out of them when they did the Michael Penix Jr. thing, but since then they've kind of bounced back a little bit.
Last night they took a L. But tonight,
right?
Yeah.
Kind
of like
Big Sean. Detroit. The draft is in Detroit. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So they went Rook Ororo in round 2, and then Trice in round 3. So maybe they didn't bounce back as much as I totally thought that that they did.
Obi Trice.
Oh, real name, no gimmicks.
Yeah, but very interesting that they chose not to get an edge rusher at number 8. But they were very high on Trice, enough to make him the 3rd round pick.
Yeah. Who would you say through 2 rounds, who do you think's been a winner? And if you have a clear-cut loser, feel free to give one. I don't even necessarily think there's a clear-cut loser at the moment. But everyone in the chat, feel free to say as well who you think has been winning the draft so far. And if anyone's kind of stunk up the joint, feel free.
Yeah, what big winners? I would definitely say the Commanders. The vibe that they're giving off in this draft cycle kind of reminds me of the Lions last year. They're taking the right players, it seems like, in picking Newton, Sainer still, Ben Sinnott. They're taking a lot of quality players who are going to be plug-and-play starters on day one and very impactful at that. And then obviously the Bears, they did no wrong. They went with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, really building a nice offensive core. You really have to like what they're doing, especially with a solid defense. And then I like the latest comment talking about the Eagles secondary. I thought the Eagles, they did very well.
Yeah.
Oh, you have Darius Slay and James Bradbury, but then you got the new era. You got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I think they're going to fit right in, and they're killing the draft. Like Jason Light and Howie Roseman, they're neck and neck for 2 of the top GMs in football.
Yeah, there was one of the big time, NFL analysts yesterday. Maybe it was Dane Brugler. It wasn't like Rappaport or Schefter. Oh my gosh.
Shefty.
It wasn't either of them, but someone was like, wow, like Jason Light should really be in the category of Howie Roseman for a great GM that isn't just an analytical GM, but kind of like looks at things in different ways and all this stuff. So I thought that was good hype for Jason Light, even though they have the same amount of Super Bowl wins. I guess the Eagles have been to more Super Bowls during the Howie Roseman era, but still. Anyway, love this comment from Doodle, who says, PR listeners winning the draft so far. Getting to a couple other people's opinions on this. Ward says Falcons losers. Angle says Washington has killed it this draft.
Shaggy, Atlanta thought it was a mock draft.
Thought it was a mock draft. Ward also saying
The Cardinals, yeah.
Cardinals. Another one saying the Falcons lost. Commanders again. Washington again. Yeah, a lot of Washington. Eagles secondary from Narav, who we kind of already talked about. That's a move by the Bucs as well, is drafting 2 corners in a row.
Yeah.
The Eagles doing it.
And then also the Lions, too, taking 2 corners. And the Lions just win for having the draft in Detroit and the reception that it's garnered and having Barry Sanders, Eminem, Big Sean all out there, really revitalizing the franchise.
Yeah. Lions, I'm certainly not questioning it. But, Terrion Arnold, then Ennis Rakestraw Jr.,
Then
but
Carlton Davis.
you also traded for Carlton Davis. I mean, sure. I mean, have depth. Who knows how long Carlton will be there for? Carlton gets injured a lot. Sure, you can do some stuff with the slot as well. So, got some teams they're kind of hogging all the cornerbacks.
Yeah, I would say so. And in the second rounder, day 2 in general tonight, it's been a lot of runs on specific positions. I think you saw it early in the night. Wide receivers, then defensive tackles, then corners. I felt like every single pick was going to be a corner.
Yeah, so just to recap the last couple of picks. In round 3, we are on pick 77. So we're getting close. We're getting close into 10 picks away for the Buccaneers. The Raiders are on the clock. The Broncos went with Utah edge rusher Jonah Ellis. The Bears took, talking about Harvard before, Yale, Kieran.
That's a tough last name.
Omega J. That's how I'm going to go with it.
I like it.
Yale offensive tackle going to the Bears, and Braylon Trice, who we talked about. So those are some of your more recent picks. I would say the most notable picks of the 3rd round off the top of my head. Not even top of my head, just scrolling through, thanks to PFF. I think right off the bat, Malachi Corley to the Jets and Trey Benson to the Cardinals, I think were quite notable. Drew Phillips to the Giants, I would put in there as well. Trevin Wallace to the Panthers, so Bucs will see them.
Oh, we do have a super chat here.
We do. Shout out to Trustin Vorbeck, our main man.
Thank you, Trustin.
Trustin saying,
like
trust in Jason Light. Let's go. Be honest. Do y'all think Baker can win a Super Bowl for us? Go Bucs. Loaded
that is a
question. I think Baker can be the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily know if the Bucs are going to win a Super Bowl because Baker had a, let's just say, Joe Flacco-esque type of playoff run like he did when the Ravens won the Super Bowl all those years ago. I think maybe you saw it a little bit in that game against Detroit in the playoffs. They did have a chance to tie it up, and he threw a pick at the end. Mm-hmm. I don't think Baker folds under pressure by any means. Like, let's remember, his first playoff win before he went to the Buccaneers, he beat the Steelers with the Cleveland Browns, and that was like right before the decline of Ben Roethlisberger and everybody. So Baker can have flashes of brilliance. I think he can win a game, a playoff game for the Buccaneers. Like, again, no one's going to forget about how he balled out against the Packers in Green Bay. But I can't see him. Like, he could win Super Bowl MVP in one of those Super Bowls where, like, no one does anything spectacular, so you kind of just give it to the quarterback. Again, it's kind of the Brad Johnson effect, if you want to go to that.
That's what I was
comment from Sep Frio. Where you at? Who says, if Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl, Baker can too. And I want to preface this. I'm not saying it's going to be an elite lights out defense, and the Bucs win it that way.
Yeah.
I think you got to have like insane talent around Baker, and then Baker literally just needs to place the ball wherever it needs to go. Now, if the Bucs offense is balling out, Baker's going to look good regardless, because the stats, if you score 4 touchdowns and 3 of them are passing touchdowns, it goes, hey, Baker had 3 passing touchdowns. That's pretty good. It's a good question though.
Yeah, and I would say a lot of the moving parts around Baker everything would have to go right. And as you mentioned, with like Joe Flacco having an immaculate run with the Ravens back in the day, backed by a really good defense, I think that's what it would take for Baker to win a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. But I thought you treaded the line really well there when you said he can be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but don't know if it's in Tampa Bay. I think with Baker under center for the Bucs, they're going to be a competitive team. They're going to be consistently in the playoff hunt. He's going to have those flashes, those really good games, like he did against the Eagles when things were firing on all cannons, so to speak, when they decimated Philadelphia. I think you'll see that. I think you'll see the Bucs be a 10, 11 win team at their peak, but it's questionable that he would be the Super Bowl difference maker.
Yeah, I kind of look at it as if you put Baker Mayfield on let's just say the 2020 Super Bowl winning team, do the Bucs win that Super Bowl? I think they would have won the game itself, but I don't know if they get through the whole playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the big question. Now, if you put Baker Mayfield on the original Bucs Super Bowl winning team, do they win the Super Bowl? Yeah, probably.
I would say so. Yeah. Probably a slight upgrade over Brad Johnson. Another super chat from Trustin here following up. Kind of like Brad Johnson, won't kill the game. Like, he won't be a liability. I mean, when you look at it last year, Baker, he was a difference maker at times. He threw 28 touchdowns, had a career season. All the measurables pointed to him being a top 12, top 15 quarterback, but he's not in that upper echelon where he'd really elevate the rest of the team. Like when you look at Aaron Rodgers for the Packers for so many years, the only reason that they were a contender was because they had Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You take him away, they're a 4-win team. If you take Baker Mayfield away from the Bucs, replace him with a replacement level quarterback, I still think they win 6-7 games.
Who would you want that replacement level quarterback to be?
Ooh, I don't know. Maybe a 39-year-old Joe Flacco.
Yeah. Hey, he did kind of have a career revival the season before. There just was a trade. I believe the Texans traded up with the I thought it was the Eagles, maybe with Seattle. Thought I saw it. Anyway, the Texans are on the clock. The Raiders went with Maryland tackle Delmar Glaze.
Wow.
Yeah.
77.
Yeah.
He was mocked in PFF in like the 7th round.
They're Raiders are really glazing this draft. With, Brock Bowers and then Jackson Powers Johnson. They're bringing some hard-nosed football to Vegas because
they were having a good draft up until that pick. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a massive reach getting Glaze, but.
So you like the Brock Bowers pick?
I do. I feel like if you have a chance to take a really elite weapon, which Brock Bowers is, I think you got to take him. And then pairing that with getting Jackson Powers Johnson, I think you're establishing a new identity on offense. And then you have some Minshew magic. So I don't like it.
So it doesn't bother you. I shouldn't say bother, but you are not affected by the fact that they drafted Michael Mayer the year before from Notre Dame, who also plays tight end.
Originally, I was. And then Josh Capo, he was kind of mentioning how the Raiders could really go about using both tight ends within the offense. And with Antonio Pierce kind of being that old school throwback coach, I can definitely see a lot more 2 tight end sets and them utilizing both tight ends in a way to make the most of them. And then you have a guy like Devontae Adams. Defenses are going to have a lot of trouble preparing for that.
It's funny, right? Because we laughed at the Falcons for what they did with Michael Penix. We've praised the Eagles and the Lions for what they did at corner. The Raiders one, I think, falls a little bit more in the middle. But again, that's why there's more stock on quarterback itself versus all the other positions. And also in these other situations, the other teams were not giving the starters ahead of who they drafted over $100 million. So Let's go to Narav. Shout out to Narav, who says, as we get lower to our picks, how are we feeling? I'm eyeing a wide receiver and running back. Let's check again. I mean, the more that I think Troy Franklin's still there, the more that Troy Franklin stays on the list, and same with Roman Wilson.
Ooh.
I feel like if those two wide receivers are there, should definitely give the Bucs good reason to draft them. And then the running backs too. I mean, I still don't know why Blake Corum fell so much. I mean, there were a lot of people that had him as the top running back going, and
he'd be a great compliment to Rachaad White.
Yeah, and he had the big injury last year. It wasn't like he had the big injury this year. So I don't know. But let's go to Trustin. Trustin, again.
Trustin coming
you
in
are
clutch.
you are a second half player, because even last night you came in pretty much from like 9:15 on, whatever. And we appreciate the super chat so much. So yeah, we're just gonna have a full blown conversation with you, and that's the whole point of the super chat. You get special privileges when you super chat. So thank you, Trustin. What's up? Kalen Bullock,
safety from USC,
the Texans, going to Houston. But anyway, Trustin says Baker will stay in the top 2/3 of the league.
Agree.
Would you trade Jordan Love for Baker with 2 picks? Silly, but want to hear your opinion. So are you saying
like 2 first-round picks?
Yeah, can you specify on the picks? Like, are you talking about the 2 third-round picks that the Bucs have? And you're saying 2 third-round picks and Baker for Jordan Love? I mean, as the Bucs, yeah, I would do that, but I don't think the Packers would.
No.
If it's 2 first-round picks, I don't know if I would. Like,
I'd probably pass on that.
I know Jordan Love. The Packers had a good last month of the season. Is that indicative of he's going to be amazing for the rest of his career? Like, he didn't light it up. And right before that game against the Bucs, the Packers lost a bad game to the Giants in the Meadowlands. But with that said, he obviously dominated the Cowboys and looked really good against the 49ers before they lost. So his stock is in the correct direction.
Yeah, but when you look at Jordan Love, and in terms of like him being a top tier quarterback, I would say he's on the way into being like a top 10 quarterback, but you also got to pay him too. The Packers are about to make him probably one of, if not the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
He was on the 5th year of his deal.
Making like $50 million a year. I don't know if I'd pay him that. And then you compromise the rest of the roster. So
yeah, so TJ Tampa is still available at corner. Some people are asking about that. Kyrie Jackson as well. A guy I like kind of later on, Jarvis Brownlee out of Louisville. I think that is a guy that maybe the Bucs can get. I mean, obviously this is the last round of today, so maybe tomorrow, that type of thing. But that would certainly be interesting. And another Bama player is off the board. The Bengals going with wide receiver Jermaine Burton from the Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
So we are within 10 picks for the Buccaneers. We are getting closer.
Saw this comment from Aaron before. Matt and Adam, could you see guard as one of the 3rd-round picks? Solidify the offensive line. Christian Haynes is still available.
Yeah,
I think he's
best available for interior offensive line. Christian Haynes out of Connecticut, Mason McCormick as well, Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. Maybe they double up on SEC. And Christian Mahogany. Mahogany is still available as well. Borderlini too. So, man.
There's a lot of talent.
There's a lot of talent in a lot of different places. So
I think the first pick at 89, you take the best player available. You get that, hey, Troy Franklin has that connection to Brian McClendon. Could make a lot of sense at wide receiver, and then maybe add more trench depth.
Jason Light once said, he didn't say at the latest combine, but the year before, he said, I wish we had 15 picks so I can essentially use half of them on the offensive and defensive line.
Yeah.
Jason Light is very much a build through the trenches type of general manager. May not look like it because when you think the Bucs, you think like, oh, Tom Brady and
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans. But you also got to remember Ali Marpet. And I know people didn't love Donovan Smith, but Donovan Smith was a core starting tackle
caliber
for the Bucs for quite a while.
Alex Kappa. Now
Alex
got Luke
Kappa.
Gedeke and Cody Mauch.
Tristan Wirfs. So he's very much a general manager that is thinking with the trenches first in mind, and then let everything kind of falls into place. Michelle C with a funny comment says, every time y'all mention a name, the team that picks next takes the player. So maybe stop jinxing us. Hey, I mean, half the time we're just kind of responding to the comments and what the people want. But I hear you. It's
What about Spencer Rattler? Just change it up.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler. Yeah. There has not been a quarterback taken. Obviously, there was a million taken off yesterday, but there has not been a quarterback taken yet today. I'm very, very intrigued to see where Jordan Travis, the Florida State quarterback, will end up going. Because let's remember, Jordan Travis was in the Heisman discussion up until his gruesome injury that essentially derailed Florida State's season, even though they went undefeated in the regular season. Got a lot of athleticism, can play under pressure in the pocket. He's obviously very mobile. He can run. He doesn't look to run. He had to run a lot out of necessity. Man, if I was a team that already had a quarterback.
I did see some buzz about him maybe going to the Jets.
Yeah, so I did have the Jets in mind. Just put him in. I mean, it depends how long he's going to be there for. Like, if he's there in the 6th round, hell yeah, take a flyer on Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
Trustin, back to our conversation. And thank you for the
MVP.
1999 super chat, Trustin, who says, I believe in Baker. Let's cheer to him. I don't have an alcoholic drink on me at the moment, but I will gladly raise a toast to him.
Yep.
Let's cheer to him. Baker for the win. Matty Diamonds, I got Keon Coleman to win Rookie of the Year. Yeah, I remember you saying that yesterday. Is Mike going to stay for his Cole contract, or will he retire next year? Wide receiver round 4 or 5. We may see wide receiver right now.
Yeah.
I hope you win with Keon Coleman Rookie of the Year. They usually give it to quarterbacks, so.
And Buffalo, he's going to have a lot of volume, though.
He is, but if the Bears make the playoffs, Caleb Williams is going to get it.
For sure.
I think Mike's going to play out his contract, especially will play more than 1 year. He's going into what, his 11th season? So I don't know. I kind of see the situation because he signed a 3-year deal where he plays this year 11. He plays out his contract. So it goes 11, 12, 13.
Yeah.
That's Mike's number. It's not as special to him as maybe, when Chris Godwin was 12, but he gave that up for Tom Brady. The 12 still very meaningful to him. But Mike has always been number 13. And going back to his days at Texas A&M, I can see him retiring after 13 years. And I don't know, kind of having that little aesthetic to it as well.
It was kind of telling, though, that right after he signed his contract, Jason Light was already talking about the next
He
one.
was, yeah.
It's like, as long as Mike keeps performing, we've mentioned it ad nauseum, he's the kind of wide receiver that's going to age gracefully.
Yeah.
And with his...
Next one, yeah.
Ask Jason Light his favorite Mike Evans contract.
Right.
And
yeah, that is good. Sorry, by the way, real quick, the Cardinals took Illinois tight end Tip Raymond off the board. So anyway, wide receiver. I feel like wide receiver could come in this round. Could wait until the next round. But they would have to do it next round because they do not have a 5th round pick.
Malcolm here, how do you guys feel about Troy Franklin at 89? Kind of connects with Trustin and his super chat, talking about a wide receiver. Probably the top wide receiver on the board. Either him, Jaylen McMillan, or Roman Wilson. All of them make sense.
I would almost, again, because of the wide receivers still around, between Franklin, Wilson, Walker, and we'll throw Javon Baker in there as well. Even Jaylen McMillan. I would kind of wait until 92.
Yeah.
So you pick whoever you want in 89, obviously at a different position, and then bam, you're right back on the board a couple of picks later. If someone else goes and takes a wide receiver,
Makes your decision a little bit easier.
makes it a little bit easier. If you like all of them.
Yeah.
Say you only like Troy Franklin, then fine. Go with Troy Franklin. No harm, no foul. But it's a good question.
Yeah. Interesting for Arizona. They've been really loading up on offense. Really surprised to see Tip Ryman go so early.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks like Christian Haynes went to the Seahawks.
See. Yeah, Christian Haynes. We missed that one. But we missed it because we got super chatted. So no harm, no foul there.
Matt, we were talking earlier about the biggest winners and losers of the NFL draft, and you mentioned the Raiders kind of being in the middle. Where would you put the Bucs? On the side closer towards the winners?
Yeah, if we're talking about like a tug of war and it's either you're on the winning side or the losing side, I would say the Bucs are certainly on the winning side because
Are they at the front of the rope, like willing the team?
Well,
Like
how do
in
we
the
view
middle?
it? Because typically, it's quite the tangent we're about to go on. But typically in tug of war, you put your strongest person in the back.
Yeah.
That pulls the most weight.
So you got the Commanders and Bears in the back.
Correct. Yeah. So in our thought process, the further back you are in the tug of war, the better it is. I wouldn't put the Bucs all the way in the back, but I wouldn't have them as like the first three teams up front. So I think they're like
a top 10.
Directly in the middle of the winning side of the tug of
All
war.
right. That makes sense.
This is the most complex analogy that you will get when it comes to draft discussion. But nonetheless, it hasn't been bad for the Buccaneers, especially with Barton being the first pick. I mean, after that, Braswell, there's certain things we like. There's certain things that need to be worked on. Blake Corum finally off the board. The freaking Rams have been taking everybody that I have wanted the Bucs to get. Jared Verse, Braden Fitz, really just Florida State guys, and then Blake Corum. So the Steelers are on the clock at 84. Again, the Bucs are picking at 89 and 92. So the Bucs are coming up very, very soon. Yeah, we're going to do a switch in just a moment. But right before we do that switch, another thing that's coming up, you have some time, but it will be up sooner rather than later. That is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise coming up next March. But you want to make sure you get your deposits now.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without my captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know in my soul's in the feel.
I've talked about the volleyball a lot with this Buccaneers cruise, but there are so many other things that look so much fun about it. They look like they were playing some type of family feud or something along those lines. That's some good old-fashioned family fun. And, you know, a lot of people view the Buccaneers as family as well. So make sure you get your deposits in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. It started last night, the deposits, not the cruise, because that cruise is going on March 7th through 10th in 2025. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the third annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise. Again, that's setting sail from March 7th through 10th in 2025. It's on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. This is a 3-night cruise that begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and the Bimini Bahamas. Last year's cruise had outside linebacker Yaya Diaby, running back Rashad White, and many other players, including Luke Gedeke, Greg Gaines, Cade Otton, who's featured in a rap song now, and Jamel Dean. Do not make a scene. It also had some Buccaneers legends, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, and Hall of Famer, Bucs Ring of Honor member Warren Sapp, along with the voice of the Buccaneers and Florida State previously, Gene Deckerhoff. And even more players are expected next year, so you never know who you're going to see. But what we can tell you is that there's going to be a special guest appearance by one of the greatest Buccaneers of all time, linebacker Derek Brooks. There's going to be photo and autograph opportunities with players, also a raise the flag sail away party, VIP parties with the players, and special player interviews, along with a water volleyball challenge, which if you watched our show last week, Yaya Diaby was hyping it up. He had a chip on his shoulder that he wasn't picked last, but he's picked towards the end, and he was not happy about it. And he ended up being the volleyball MVP. Those are his words, but I believe him. And the Bucs trivia contest as well, like I was talking about, and more fun games. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, and Wi-Fi and tips are all included, just with a $200 deposit per person, and that's refundable until August 16th. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com, and the number is 1-800-975-7112. All right, Scott Reynolds is back on the show as we inch closer and closer to a two-timer with pick 89 and 92. Bailey, what's up? Roman Wilson going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So another target for probably Russell Wilson, but maybe Justin Fields necessarily. We won't know just yet. But Scott, these Bucs best bets, they're
flying off the board.
Flying off the board as if there's some type of big sale coming up for the 4th
I know.
of July.
Even some of our day 3 guys, like Tip Ryman from Illinois.
That was very shocking.
Yeah. At the same time, we said they may not draft the tight end this year. And if they do draft the tight end, it won't be a Bucs best bet because Ben Sinnott and Tip Ryman are gone. So let's catch everybody up to the Bucs best bets and see what we have left. Both quarterbacks are on the board if Tampa Bay is looking to pull an Atlanta Falcons.
Right.
Although
no quarterback has been taken today.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit more reasonable pick to draft a quarterback in the future on day 2 rather than 8th overall, especially when you've got Kirk Cousins just under contract and
with over $100 million.
With over $100 million, hasn't even thrown a pass yet as an Atlanta Falcon, and they're already drafting his replacement. A couple of running backs, and this could be where you might see a running back get selected by Tampa Bay. Jason Light loves the 3rd round for running backs. He's done it multiple times. Charles Sims in his first draft in 2014, more recently with Rashad White, and then Keyshawn Vaughn a couple of years ago in 2021, all 3rd round picks. Kendall Milton is the 4th, or I should say the day 3 Bucs best bet there, and Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt. Those are the 2 quarterbacks we have for Tampa Bay. Malik Washington is a 4th round pick, I believe. If the Buccaneers are interested in like a slot receiver, this guy has got absolutely sticky fingers. He's a fantastic receiver, very small, but there was a player that Wan'Dale Robinson, that was a 1,000-yard receiver for Liam Cohen a couple years ago.
Went to the Giants.
Yeah, went to the Giants, exactly. So this is a great comp for that type of player. They could use a guy that's kind of got that Amon-Ra St. Brown yards after catch ability to really work the middle of the field and be elusive. If they decide to double up at interior offensive line, that's something we've forecasted and talked about as a possibility. Tanner Bortolini from Wisconsin still available, as is Christian Mahogany. Christian Haynes went off the board this round, the UConn guard. But the other Christian, the other guard, Christian Mahogany for Boston College, still available. Dominic Pooney from KU.
Talked about him earlier today.
Yeah, he is still available. Could play guard or center, and also provide some depth as a swing tackle. Don't think they're going to be going after another edge rusher. Mo Kamara still technically out there.
Yeah,
you know?
I would never rule out the Buccaneers doubling up on a position. Like we've already talked about it with offensive line.
Right.
We've seen it in the past with positions like cornerback.
But they did that last year.
But but outside linebacker, I mean, after signing Randy Gregory, obviously going with Chris Braswell with their second round pick, there's just simply no more room for outside linebacker.
No more vacancy.
No more room
in that room. And last year, getting Yaya Diaby and Jose Ramirez.
Yes. Marquise Watts, obviously, as an undrafted free agent, but a player that they acquired last season. So there's just that would be, I mean, you want to talk about surplus?
They do have a need, I think, a defensive tackle that did not get addressed because you saw that massive run on defensive tackles in the second round to start things off. But Marcus Harris, who we saw at the Senior Bowl, Auburn defensive tackle, is a player that I think could be a day 3 selection. We've already seen Trevin Wallace go off the board, even earlier than I expected, from Kentucky. But Cedric Gray from North Carolina, our own Adam Slavon is a fan. He could be either a 3rd or 4th round pick for Tampa Bay. Then you look at the secondary. Dwight McLaughlin, if they're going to go outside corner, is a player that I think has Todd Bowles' traits, ball skills, length. And then both the safeties, boy, I'm really hoping Tykee Smith is one of these picks here in the 3rd round, the safety from Georgia. And if not, Trey Taylor from Air Force might be a day 3 pick.
I don't know why I just see like a situation where they do draft Tykee Smith, and it would be a good pick. And Todd will get asked about like, the connection between like your son and Tykee Smith and, all these different things. And he's like, we drafted him because he's a good player. It has nothing to do with my son playing at Georgia, or whatever it may be. I don't know. I could just see Todd kind of getting not angry, of course, but maybe rolling his eyes at it a little bit.
Yeah. So we're inching closer towards the Buccaneers selections. The pick is in for the Browns. The Colts are now on the clock, followed by the Cowboys.
The Browns went with Zach Zinter, the guard
from Michigan. Yep. So now the Colts are on the clock, followed by the Cowboys, then the Packers, and then the Buccaneers with the 89th overall pick. Then the Cardinals, then the Packers again, and then the Buccaneers again with pick number 92, and then just a few picks after that. The 3rd round and day 2 will conclude.
Not to cut you off, the 49ers just traded up to go to the 86th pick. So now San Fran is on the clock.
And Jason Light will be speaking after the 2nd round, or I should say the 3rd round, the day 2 for the Buccaneers. Let's take a look real quick at where the NFC South has been busy here on day 2 and what's left for them on day 3.
Starting with the Saints, unless they trade back in, they're done. They're done. They went with Talisi Fuaga with their 1st round pick out of Oregon State, and then went with cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry in round 2 out of Bama.
They traded up to get McKinstry. Got rid of one of those 5th round picks.
They did get
4 of them.
Yeah, they did get rid of one of those 5th round picks. So they go from 4 5th round picks to 3 5th round picks. Ironic too, because the Bucs do not have a 5th round pick, and the Saints have a billion. The Falcons infamously took Michael Penix Jr., a day 1 starter in the 1st round pick. Round 2, Rook Ororo, the Clemson defensive tackle, who we spent a lot of time talking about during this draft process. A nice pick there from Atlanta. Can't troll them on that one. And then defensive end Braylon Trice out of Washington. So stealing a page out of the Bucs playbook with all these Washington players. And they will have, they're done for the day. Unless, again, trades are always possible.
Sure.
So when we say done for the day, you never know. But they have a 4th tomorrow.
The Braylon Trice pick makes sense because Jimmy Lake, former Bucs
friend of the program, he was on the podcast.
That's right. Talking about Joe Tryon-Schwenk a couple years ago, who was the Washington head coach. Before that, the defensive coordinator for UW, and before that, the defensive backs coach for the Huskies. So he had a hand in getting Braylon Trice to Washington, coached him up there. Dominic Puny
off the board to the 49ers.
Okay, so there's
after trading up. So once again, Dallas helped out the Bucs on day 1. They're up now with the 87th pick. Dallas helped out the Bucs on day 1 with trading out of their spot. they hurt the Bucs earlier today
Yeah.
when drafting Marshawn Nealand, and then of course Bucs went with Chris Braswell 1 pick after. So we'll see if the Cowboys do something that impacts the Bucs this time around. We're going back to the NFC South with the Panthers. Xavier Leggett was the first-round pick of the Panthers, the last pick of the first round after they traded with the Buffalo Bills. Then they want to establish that run, as Dave Canales has infamously been all about. Jonathan Brooks, the running back in round 2, and then in round 3 going with Trevin Wallace. So a couple of players that we've discussed a little bit, but inside linebacker we never really thought was going to be a top pick for the Buccaneers.
But that was a player that they did like. Obviously, with Liam Cohen coming from Kentucky, had some firsthand experience there with him in 2021, 2023. They brought in Trevin Wallace for a top 30 visit in Tampa. So there was some interest in him. Very athletic linebacker. Now they got to face him when it comes to the Panthers twice a year. And it reminds me a little bit of Devin White and the best and the worst of Devin White.
Right.
Very kind of undisciplined player. Don't know about the ego. Haven't really scoped him out from that perspective, but very fast, athletic, not as fast as Devin, not a first round, not a top 5 caliber athlete, but very athletic. And, but at the same time, we'll do a little bit of freelancing. We'll get run over a little bit in the run game. And we'll see how Trevin Wallace shakes out as a pro in Carolina, but their first defensive pick under Dave Canales, the offensive minded head coach.
Yeah. And then the Bucs obviously have only made 2 picks so far. We've talked about them a ton because that's what we do at PewterReport.com. We talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but it will be interesting to see what direction they go with. It's kind of nice that they have 2 options.
Yeah. You know, one guy we probably should talk about a little bit. We talked about some inside linebacker candidates. We have Cedric Gray as the Bucs' best bet, but they did bring in Jeremiah Trotter. Cedric Gray was a top, or I should say was a formal visit at the combine. Jeremiah Trotter was brought in on a top 30 visit. So those are 2 players that I think might be on the Bucs' radar, possibly in the 3rd or the 4th round here at the inside linebacker position.
Speaking of inside linebacker, that is what the Cowboys did with their pick. They took Marist Liufau from Notre Dame.
Yeah. I think that's a player that maybe wasn't the best fit for Tampa Bay. I don't think the Bucs were sweating that too much. You know, there was some interest in Marist Liufau, but very high tackler. I did not like his form. Very violent player, very aggressive player, but does not have a lot of athleticism, knee bend, etc. And I think that when you look at Todd Bowles, he likes those athletic linebackers better. Cedric Gray from North Carolina is probably a better fit from an athlete standpoint. And Jeremiah Trotter is interesting because he's more of that KJ Britt type. He's not the athlete that you want, but he's stout. He does have a couple of interceptions in his career. He's very heady. Obviously, he is the son of Jeremiah Trotter.
Yep. Bucs have success drafting the sons of NFL players.
Yeah,
Antoine Winfield Jr.
That's right, exactly. So Jeremiah Trotter was a thorn in the side for the Buccaneers for a long time with the Eagles, and now the Buccaneers might return the favor by drafting his son. I think this is a player we haven't talked about a bunch, but we probably should mention as the Bucs are approaching their picks here.
Yeah, let's get back to some super chats. Thanks to Fred Madison for the $4.99 super chat, who says, how much thought goes into countering picks by division rivals or even conference rivals that select ahead of the Bucs? Good question, because you obviously just want to build your best team possible.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you're going to play a team twice a year, if they have fantastic wide receivers, I mean, you got to make sure your pass rush is tip top in shape, or obviously you have 2 great corners to counteract it. So it's certainly something that Jason Light in the front office keeps in mind of, but I don't think they go, oh my God. Like, for example, with the Falcons taking Aurora, they didn't just draft, Graham Barton to counteract that. Obviously, they drafted Barton first anyway.
Yeah.
They drafted Barton because they wanted to improve their interior offensive line. the Falcons just happened to do that as well. So
yeah, I've asked Jason Light about it, and I kind of think that he does take it into consideration, but he says he doesn't.
Have to.
But I think you have to.
Yeah.
Exactly. Packers just took Marshawn Lloyd. Wow.
Marshawn Lloyd going to Green Bay.
And
obviously a new era for running backs in Green Bay because Aaron Jones is over with Minnesota. And
this might sting a little bit because the Buccaneers did like Marshawn Lloyd. He was one of our Bucs best bets and a player that I think Tampa Bay had an interest in for sure. A very versatile back. I think he would have been a really nice complement to Rachaad White. So very interesting to see. And does this put the Buccaneers on the clock? It does.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock with the 89th pick.
Christian Mahogany would be a good pick here if they're looking for a guard candidate, especially with some of these guards coming off the board. Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe, Dominic Pooney. If you're going to get a guard, this might be the time, and Mahogany might be the guy.
Yeah, will the Bucs go in the trenches, really fill out that offensive line, leave no stone unturned? Will they go with the wide receiver, have competition for that wide receiver 3 with Trey Palmer and Rakim Jarrett? Do they find a running back to pair and complement with Rachaad White? Or could it be another option? Oh, Tykee Smith. From the University of Georgia, a player that we have talked about a ton, a fantastic defensive back for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yes.
A lot of familiarity between Tykee Smith and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, the son of Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Bucs. Troy Bowles plays for Georgia and was teammates with Tykee Smith. This is a fantastic pick that adds to the secondary of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucs get a defensive back, a safety that can do
love
this
pick.
safety can do it all. We're not exactly comparing him to Antoine Winfield Jr., but he's a physical guy. He has great football instinct. And for a safety, for any defensive back in general, when you have a high football IQ and you can anticipate plays and you can reroute receivers and make a play on the ball before the receiver is even looking at it, that is a huge check in the box for a column of positivity. This is a guy that can play up the line of scrimmage. He can make tackles. He can take the ball away. This is a slam dunk, home run, pick 6, 99 yards for the good guys. Fantastic job by the Bucs with this pick.
Yeah, this was a guy that we've had targeted for the Buccaneers for a long time. He is a Buccaneer safety. He is a Todd Bowles safety. A couple years ago, Matt, Todd Bowles liked Lewis Seen from Georgia. This guy, I think, is even better, and Seen went in the latter part of the first round. This is exciting, man.
Yes.
We've had him in our mock drafts. He is a Bucs best bet. Tykee Smith, this is a guy that can tackle. He can blitz.
Yeah.
He can create interceptions. He had 4 picks last year for Georgia. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. I liked him better than Javon Bullard, and Bullard went ahead of him. I liked him better than Kwame Lassiter, and Lassiter went ahead of him. But this guy just has the intangibles, the toughness, 2 years at West Virginia.
Yep.
And then this guy fills out the stat sheet, like you said, similar, not as athletic, not as fast, bigger than Antoine Winfield, but kind of the same guy in terms of just when he's on the play, he's going to find the football and make plays. This is an absolutely outstanding pick for the Buccaneers. It gives the Buccaneers some absolute backup at the safety position, because if this team right now, they just got rid of Richard LeCount the other day, another Georgia Bulldog. If this team has to play without Jordan Whitehead or without Antoine Winfield Jr., all of a sudden the safety just position crumbles.
Right.
He can also play nickel corner too. He can also be the slot guy. So it's not like he's going to be a backup. You're going to see this guy contend for playing time, whether it's at safety, whether it's at nickel corner in the slot. He is a chess piece, and he is a dynamic player. This pick excites me. And if you're watching ESPN right now, or is this NFL Network?
This is NFL Network. But yes, they have the camera on the Buccaneers room as they all just clap it up making this pick.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you
Home
said
run.
he is a player. He is a chess piece.
Yes.
He is a guy you cannot just pigeonhole him and put him in one spot. They got a great football player with Tykee Smith. I got to talk to him a little bit at the NFL Combine. He's a dude that means business. He absolutely means business. And just think what this can do for opening up things if they want to play Smith on the field with Antoine Winfield Jr.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And Jordan Whitehead as well, because Todd Bowles can draw up and line up a lot of different things. This allows Antoine Winfield Jr. to roam free if you want, or you could have Winfield play back, and it allows Tykee Smith to roam free as well. We know how great Antoine Winfield Jr. is as a blitzing safety, but he can't do it every single time. Now, you can do it way more often than they already do, and they send him a bunch. You just helped out an all-pro safety in Antoine Winfield Jr. by adding this chess piece. And you might be thinking, oh, well, they already have two safeties. That's not what it's about.
That's right.
Partially, it's about depth, but it's about just adding something different to this Buccaneers defense. And we know Todd Bowles loves to draw up different things. We see it a lot on the interior level, on the defensive line, but he can do it in the secondary as well. Let's remember,
That's a great point.
Todd Bowles was in charge of coaching up these young pups back in 2020 when, Carlton Davis was much younger and Jamel Dean was much younger and Antoine Winfield Jr. was a rookie. So he knows how to implement players of all experience, whether it's a rookie or a veteran. He did it with Christian Izien last year, who was an undrafted free agent. With all due respect to Christian Izien, there's a lot more talent with Tykee Smith, who obviously played for a national championship winning team a couple of seasons ago and still perennial powerhouse. So
he comes with championship pedigree. At the same time, the Packers pick is in, so the Buccaneers will be on the clock here.
Yeah, and we're about to do it all again in a matter of moments.
So the Buccaneers are again on the clock. The one thing I'll say about Tykee Smith is this guy creates turnovers, and that's something that the Todd Bowles secondary desperately needs. Todd Bowles, and you mentioned it, Matt, he is a defensive mastermind, but he's known for his pressure packages up front, but he designs his coverages first. And then once the coverage is in, then he will formulate what pressure package he wants to marry with that coverage. So this is a chess piece that I think Todd Bowles is going to absolutely love. He knows this guy inside and out because of the Georgia connection. Todd has spent a lot of time at Georgia, watching his son, going up there for visits. And out of all three Bulldogs that this team had formal interviews with in Indianapolis, this was the guy that I believe Josh Capo, yourself, Matt, we wanted to see Tampa Bay draft. They brought him in for a top 30 visit, and he is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
What's up? You would enjoy this. During the pre-draft scouting process, Marcus Whitman, friend of the program, compared Tykee Smith to Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
Marcus Whitman comparing Tykee Smith to Antoine Winfield Jr., who was drafted on day 2. He was a second-round guy, but nonetheless was drafted in day 2.
To the Packers. Bucs are on the clock.
Bucs are on the clock.
The Cardinals went Elijah Jones, cornerback out of Boston College, and Packers go with Tyron Hopper, the linebacker from Missouri. So once again, the Buccaneers are on the clock at 92.
So maybe Christian Mahogany here. This would be a good value to get Mahogany if they like him. We think that they do. As a guard, or you know what? Here's the wild card, Matt. Spencer Rattler's there.
I wouldn't like that.
Spencer Rattler's there. He's got some Baker Mayfield too, and Michael Pratt is there. If you want to go quarterback of the future, if you want to press the fast forward button on Kyle Trask, maybe this is the round to do it because you're not picking again until later in the 4th round, and you're not going to have a shot at probably one of these guys that are going to come off the board early in the 4th round. Cedric Gray from North Carolina is another option here as well. We've seen some inside linebackers come off the board this particular round, and you're kind of getting to the point where you're running out of good ones. This is not a deep inside linebacker draft. We just saw Tyron Hopper go to the Packers from Missouri. So Cedric Gray might be in play here. He is a Bucs best bet.
Right, and a couple wide receivers still available. Troy Franklin, Tez Walker, Javon Baker. So
Malik Washington as well.
Malik Washington too. Yeah, we spoke about him a little bit earlier. So again, couple of options for the Buccaneers. I love the Tykee Smith pick. I think right now that's probably my favorite pick. We're still quite early. We still have all of tomorrow and this pick that's about to come up. So we will wait with bated breath as the Bucs get ready for their 92nd overall pick.
Yeah, and so far through 3 picks, Matt, we've successfully
you 2 for
nailed
3.
2 Bucs best bets. And the interesting thing is Chris Braswell, we had our first mock draft.
Yeah.
Now we cooled on him.
Pick. Yeah.
We're not taking credit for him, but at least our job with these mock drafts and Bucs best bets more than anything is not to be right. It's to put these guys on your radar, Pewter people. So when the Buccaneers do make a pick, you have some familiarity with these guys. And I don't think that we've been surprised by Graham Barton. We haven't been surprised by Tykee Smith.
No.
And we haven't really been surprised by Chris Braswell because it makes sense. And Josh Capo said, that's kind of like the value at number 57 for where he ranked on the board. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. He did have an interview with the Buccaneers. We didn't know this, but he actually came in for a top 30 visit. Had we known that, we probably would have been a little higher on him. But we'll see what the Buccaneers do with their last pick here in the 3rd round. They are on the clock right now.
Pins and needles as we wait. So, the Buccaneers are on the clock once again at 92 after picking Tykee Smith 89th overall. That must have been the Ric Flair pick, I'm guessing, if this is Wilk Olson about to make that pick.
Yeah. And the great thing, again, about Tykee Smith is this guy can be the nickel corner, too. He can be the slot corner for this team to get him on the field. We saw them we saw them try to upgrade the position with Tavierre Thomas. He's in the mix with Christian Izien. That's not going to preclude the team from drafting another type of slot player.
Oh, okay. The Bucs are going with Washington wide receiver
Jaylen
McMillan, a player that we've talked about on the podcast before. Obviously played with a very talented group over at Washington, led by Rome Adunes. McMillan had some injury issues, if I remember, that kind of plagued him during his time at Washington. But when healthy, obviously can do a lot for the Buccaneers. He understands how to win. These are some of the pros about him based off of PFF. Understands how to win with leverage and by attacking blind spots. A really good feel for finding soft spots against zone coverage.
He's a slot guy.
Slot guy.
This is a player that's 6'1", 197. The Buccaneers did have a formal interview with him. He was on their radar. He's bigger than, say, a Malik Washington. He knows how to get open. He's kind of a crafty guy. Reminds me a little bit of Chris Godwin, and I think you're going to hear that a little bit. He wins in kind of a crafty way.
Yeah,
good
he's
hands.
A nuanced route runner. Yeah, is the way to describe him.
Yeah, and
the Bucs keep their Washington pipeline going. Yet another Husky, as Adam Slavon pointed out. They keep going with Washington players. The streak is alive.
Yep. So this is a really kind of a triumphant day here for the Buccaneers, especially in the 3rd round. This is a very good pick. Jaylen McMillan is a dynamite receiver. He is going to contend for that 3rd wide receiver spot. Trey Palmer, you better wake up pissed every day. Because
you better be pissed off now. I know he wakes up pissed off. He's probably pissed off tonight.
Yeah.
And to your point about him helping out in the slot, in 11 games played last year for Jaylen McMillan, on 259 pass snaps, he was in the slot for 231 of those snaps, with 15 lined out wide. So he is going to be a guy that lines up in the slot for the Buccaneers. Interesting, because we've talked a lot about Chris Godwin potentially moving into the slot. That's not to say that he won't on certain plays. But it was important that the Bucs grabbed another wide receiver and a player that can kind of fit this offense that Tampa Bay is running this year under Liam Cohen. His best game graded by Pro Football Focus was against Oregon, got an 81.1 grade there. So at least against better competition, he played his best. And again, used to playing with guys that are going to be the breadwinner in the offense. With obviously with Polk and Odunze, with Washington and with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin with the Bucs.
And the thing too about Polk, he emerged last year as the number 2 because McMillan was hurt. McMillan was the number 2 to Odunze in 2022. He had 79 catches for 1,098 yards, a 14-yard average, and 9 touchdowns. And then this past season, injuries caused his production to drop a little bit. We saw the emergence of Jalen Polk.
Yep.
He kind of became that de facto number 3, but he has had plenty of opportunities to catch passes from Michael Penix. And as you mentioned, 45 catches, 559 yards, 12.4-yard average, 5 touchdowns for Jaylen McMillan, who again was a formal visit for the Buccaneers.
Yes.
And he was in the mix. He was there with Malik Washington, with Keon Coleman, with Jalen Polk. We have to make a selection. We got
right. You
pick
can only
a guy.
choose one. That's we'd be cheating the system. By the way, his best season was in 2022. He scored 9 touchdowns that year, had 79 receptions. I think it's no surprise that's where he played the most games as well. Played in 13 games that year in 2022. Again, so many snaps in the slot, 459 in the slot on 496 total passing snaps of that season. 79 catches on 118 targets, got over 1,000 yards. Excuse me. I'm just so excited about this pick. 1,098 receiving yards and averaged 13.9 with 9 touchdowns, like I said. So his best year was in 2022 when he was the healthiest, playing in 13 games. Didn't have a crazy drop-off. I mean, obviously the touchdowns and the yards dropped off a little bit, but his PFF grade that year was 70.3 last season, where it was 77.5 in 2022. So we got Josh Capo with us now. Josh, your initial thoughts about Jaylen McMillan joining the Buccaneers?
So yeah, I just kind of tweeted this out. He was, I think, 62nd on my big board. So to get him at 92 is like a full round worth of value. So I like that. He wins intermediate to deep. So he's got legit speed. He is a threat at the 2nd and the 3rd level. The Washington also used him on a lot of bubble screens. He was primarily a slot receiver for them, and the Bucs are going to run a lot of 11 personnel. What'll be interesting is the Bucs have talked about putting Chris Godwin back into the slot. McMillan isn't a guy I would see on the outside a lot.
Barely played it at Washington.
Yeah, and what's really going to be interesting about that is Washington's offense created a lot of opportunities for him to get open in zone. It's not going to be as easy at the NFL level, and I would say one of the things that he's going to have to get better at if he's going to succeed as a slot receiver is his functional play strength. I think a lot of people here know that I was a big fan of Jalen Polk because he's the guy who can go over the middle. He's going to make tough contested catches. He's going to play through contact. None of that is Jaylen McMillan's game. And so that is going to be something that he's going to have to work at, but he can threaten deep. He's got a lot of subtlety in his route running, which allows him to win late in the route. Little head fakes and shoulder twists to get defenders turning in the wrong direction. And then boom, he is gone. So that's something to really like about his game. I think he's going to pair well with Chris Godwin and with Mike Evans. I think there's actually a lot of similarities between him and Trey Palmer in terms of how they win deep downfield. I think it's a good pick. I think that the Bucs needed to add something to their wide receiver depth. I think McMillan definitely does that for them.
Let's get to a couple super chats. Trustin, again, appreciate you, Trustin, with the $1.99 super chat, who says, add me to the podcast. This would be awesome. We love you, Trustin. Cannot do that right now during the Pewter Report live draft show, but nonetheless, appreciate the super chats, and we'll make sure we answer anything else you got. Maybe one day. Do not lose hope, but can't do it tonight. Dustin Demler, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Please do a salute to the late, great Mark Cook. Always loved watching him during draft day. Love Mark Cook, RIP.
We have a little story about him from yesterday when we were setting up for the podcast.
Yes,
we were pulling out all of our equipment and getting it all set up.
Yeah, we have like a red duffel bag that kind of holds our podcast equipment.
In this red duffel bag that we have obviously had for quite some time, Matt randomly pulls out a contacts case that we have traced back. Its origins are Mark Cook.
It had to be, because we were looking for everything else. I had seen the eye contact stuff in there before. And this red bag, like Trevor Sikkema had it before me when he produced the podcast. I think Mark had it for a while as well. So Mark's imprints are all over this red Under Armour. It's essentially like a gym bag that holds our soundboard and stuff for when we do live shows. So
I took it as him blessing our podcast.
Yes, very much so. And yeah, miss Mark a ton. He was a huge mentor to me. I always think about like what his thoughts would be about this current Bucs team. And no one can do segues and transitions like him. I try to honor how great he was at it by being okay with him. Sometimes I hit it great, other times not so much. But yeah, thank you for bringing up Mark, because he's a huge part of Pewter Report and where Pewter Report has gotten to. So always shout out and RIP to the late, great Mark Cook, which also, by the way, the Good Guy Award, which they give to a Bucs player every year who like best works with the media and is available to the media. It's called the Mark Cook Good Guy Award, which Chris Godwin won it this year. So shout out to Chris Godwin. Chooch, thank you for the... Oh, you know what? We'll get to Chooch in just a moment, but just your initial thoughts on Tykee Smith as well, because we didn't have you on when the pick was made.
I love that pick. He was number one safety on my board.
Heck yeah.
Plays so well at and behind the line of scrimmage, which works really well for a Todd Bowles defense. He played the star role at Georgia, which is a complex defense for a college defense, and that is one of the most complicated roles on their defense. So the IQ is definitely there just from what he was asked to do. It's a very prestigious position to play in that defense. He was all over the field. He can play that overhang safety role. He's physical. He can play the slot. I think I tweeted out, like, I do not be surprised if he is the starting nickel corner for the Bucs come week 1.
Really? Wow.
Yep. Christian Izzian went from starter to like third string in an offseason. It's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, unfortunately. But hey,
but the defense.
Talk about depth. Yeah, the defense is going to be something. And that's what I was saying before. We already talked a lot about Tykee Smith, but just what this kind of allows Antoine Winfield Jr. and Jordan Whitehead to be able to do as well, with just having so many different pieces for the Buccaneers. But thank you to Chooch for this $4.99 super chat. Nice photo as well of Vita Vea. Tykee adds linebacker depth too, given Whitehead can slide into sub linebacker and Tykee can play deep for dollar, dime, and nickel to give a linebacker coverage upgrade.
Yeah, the Bucs don't play a ton. I don't think they play any dollar. They play very little dime. And when they're in nickel, they like to be in a 2 linebacker set. So I think he has the capability, if they wanted to run more DB heavy packages, that he could do that. Todd Bowles hasn't really shown the proclivity to run those formations out there or those personnel sets out there. It's an interesting thought, and one that I would love to see as just kind of a change up, a variation that the Bucs throw out there if a opposing team goes into like 10 personnel.
Shout out to graphicdetail.com. Thank you for the $5 super chat. As they say, Pewter Report has kept me well informed over the years, especially during the draft. And Scott Reynolds and staff has always kept it classy. Thanks. Appreciate you guys. RIP Mark Cook. Thank you very much for the kind words. Graphicdetail.com. We tried to do our best with Bucs coverage. Obviously, adding a guy like Josh Capo to the team, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, it's been 2 years and 2 months.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Months.
Well, adding guys like Josh obviously makes us as a total at Pewter Report better, but specifically, of course, with the draft coverage as well. And, we try to be entertaining. We try to keep you guys as informed as possible. I think we do both. So thank you very much for the kind words. And yes, RIP to Mark as well. I'm laughing at this next one from Animal. Thank you for the $2 super chat, who says, will Riley be on tomorrow? I think you're talking about Riley Allman, the son of Greg Allman, who covers all of the NFC South for Fox Sports. Greg was on the show a couple of weeks ago. Riley's been on before. He's as detailed with the draft and just football and sports in general. I think he's at school right now. I think he's still at school. I don't think he'll be here, but hey, if he's around and he wants to hop on tomorrow, maybe we'll set something up if Greg's okay with it. And Shaggy, thanks for the $5 super chat. I have a stuffed Bucs gnome I named Cookie. That is
awesome.
great. I think Mark would really appreciate that as well. Thank you guys all for the super chats. Josh and I are on. We'll be on for maybe the rest of the draft. I don't know. We might switch in some of the guys. They're waiting for Jason Light to talk to him about Tykee Smith and, of course, Jaylen McMillan as well. But, man, I'm a fan of these picks. I would say my least favorite pick right now is probably Braswell, but I think that's just because of I like the Smith pick so much, and I wanted the Bucs to get a wide receiver on day 2 at some point. So,
yeah, what's interesting is I think they've done a really good job of kind of pivoting from some players that we thought they might have been in on who literally went like a pick before them, right? So Marshawn Nealon went a pick before the Bucs selected at 57, and they went with Braswell. And then Marshawn Lloyd was a running back who is a part of our Bucs best bets, who went, I want to say, 1 pick before the Bucs selected at 89.
Yeah.
Right. So he went 88 overall. And with it, and this goes to show you just the amount of preparation and how Jason Light's really good at pivoting based on kind of the circumstances around him.
Not panicking is a key, and I don't think he panicked in this case.
And with so many teams trading up, he's keeping his picks and he's finding value at a lot of them. So, I mean, Braswell, while, I had a couple of guys ahead of him, I wasn't as excited about that pick. He was 57th on my board. He went 57th overall.
No kidding. How often does that happen?
It's happened twice in this draft so far.
What? Who was the other one?
It was
not to put you on the spot.
Oh, I'll have to find it. But in the meantime, what I will say is, McMillan was, I think I just mentioned, like 62nd on my board.
Yeah.
He went to the Bucs at 92. So there was a ton of value on that one as well. So I think he's done, it's been a good draft. And you look at the rooms that he's upgraded, they were all rooms that we highlighted as needing upgrades, right? So edge, he addressed it. I personally think that the Bucs needed to find kind of that alpha edge rusher. I was much more a proponent, especially with them selecting at 26. Go find that guy in free agency, because there were a ton of very productive pass rushers available in free agency this year. But Graham Barton should upgrade the interior offensive line, which definitely needed it. I think fans knew that last year. We knew that last year. And we found out that Jason and Todd were talking about it mid-season. They knew it last year.
Yeah.
And now wide receiver, where, yes, at the top, you've got your guys. But one's approaching 30, and he's in the last year of his contract. The other is over 30 while he's coming off of a phenomenal season. Father Time is still unbeaten, right? So by getting somebody like McMillan, it's helping to improve the depth of the wide receiver core, potentially that wide receiver 3 spot for this year, and start to build that bridge to the future. Ben Solak, who I'm a big fan of as an analyst, he loved that pick. He said having him learn from somebody like Chris Godwin in the slot is just good process, right? So I think a lot of it lines up for a solid, I'll say solid but unspectacular draft is the way I'll put it, which is kind of a highlight of Jason Light's career. Like, he doesn't often have spectacular drafts, but they're always pretty solid. And in 2-3 years' time, they typically end up being some of the best drafts in the NFL. Not every year. I know some of you are going to come at me with that 2020 draft. It was not a good draft, but it wasn't his only draft. And over 10 now, I want to say this is his 11th draft. He's had more hits, than most.
Yeah, like, you can't just clown him for one or a couple of bad picks without acknowledging, shout out Roman Reigns, put the ones up, without acknowledging the great picks that he's made as well. Someone had a comment earlier about, what was it?
While you find it, Cooper Beebe was my other dead on. I had him 73rd on my board. He went 73rd
Kansas
overall.
State.
Kansas State guard.
Pewter 94. No, this was what I was looking for. But would we move Hainsey to left guard now? Most likely not. Probably be the first backup at center. You got a couple of other free agents that they signed this year with Sua Opeta and Ben Bredeson that can compete for guard as well. Maybe he'll get thrown into the mix.
banner real quick?
I'm sorry?
Can you pop to a different banner real quick?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's talk about our friends over at Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. Of course, the Pewter Report Draft Show is brought to you by Celsius. You know we love Celsius energy drinks. So many awesome flavors. Tropical Vibe, Galaxy Vibe are fantastic. Can't go wrong with the strawberry lemonade. That's definitely, certainly in my top 5. Sparkling orange is great. Sparkling watermelon. Arctic Vibe we all like. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of great flavors. Fuji apple pear. The cola flavor as well. That's a Scott Reynolds classic. So we love Celsius. No sugar. Gets you going to start your day or keep you up late at night like we're doing tonight. So go to the store locator if you need to know where to find one. If you want to buy it in bulk, head on over to Amazon. Click on the subscribe and save, and you can have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. So shout out to our friends over at Celsius. Welcome back, Josh.
Thank you.
Happy to have you.
Sorry, my laptop was about to die, so
No worries.
had to plug it in.
I kept trying to find that comment. It was... Oh, man. It was something about, like, they enjoyed all of these picks. It wasn't anything... No one's, like, a game breaker, but all, like, solid picks. And that's what I agreed with.
I think Barton has an opportunity to be a game breaker just at a position that people normally don't see as game breaking.
Right. Yeah. This was it from SK, who said, all great picks so far. No one necessarily elite, but all good football players with good production and all very young and good character guys. So, yeah, that was the comment I was looking for. I'm glad I found it. Also glad to bring up this super chat from Jason Carr. Thank you so much, Jason, for the 1999 super chat, who says, great draft content from Pewter Report. As always, thank you very much. As a Pewter Report follower since 1997. So you saw the Buccaneer magazine days.
Jason Carr's been with Pewter Report longer than Adam Slavan's been alive.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's true. You got a Jason Carr. I got getting out of here.
That was a really good collaboration at the Grammys.
Yeah,
it was so
that was
good.
fantastic.
Tracy Chapman with Luke
You
Combs.
got a Jason Carr. Now I got a plan to get us out of here. That's what I was trying to go for.
Yep.
It's great to see the high quality Bucs content we all need. Probably hate the content after I just sang that. Moving to day 3, what are the biggest needs? And Jason lists tight end, running back, inside linebacker, cornerback. Thoughts? Appreciate the super chat, Jason, and really good question too. As we kind of start turning our attention towards day 3.
Yeah, I think at this point, both of our Bucs best bet for tight end are already off the board.
They're done. Yeah,
Zip Ryman going in the third round. Yeah. So I don't know if the Bucs will necessarily address tight end, because at this point, I don't know if there's a guy out there that you would say kind of improves the room. Maybe they go for somebody in the late, they've got 2 late picks in the 7th round. Okay. Maybe you throw kind of a dart there. I would say inside linebacker will be an interesting one. It's not a deep draft for inside linebacker. You're seeing some teams already reach for some of the guys that have gone here at late day 2. I would say running back is definitely a position that they may look to address. Trying to pull up who is available, who I might like for them, with Marshawn Lloyd kind of off the board at this point. And I should have that here in just a second.
Meantime, get back to some.
Yep. Tyrone Tracy Jr. out of Purdue is really interesting. He's a wide receiver convert, really fast, really explosive. He's 24 years old, but I think as kind of that running back too, there's more urgency, I would say, in his running style, and he definitely offers you a lot in the receiving game as a complement to Rashad White there. Kimani Vidal out of Troy would be one that I'm really interested in, especially if he can get back to kind of his 2022 tape. And then Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin, he's a bigger back, so I think he'd be a good complement to Rashad White there. So I think those are some guys that may be interesting picks for the Bucs at running back. We already mentioned inside linebacker. I think they still continue to look at interior offensive line. And then with as deep as this draft is at wide receiver, I wouldn't be surprised if they take another receiver on day 3.
Really? You think that they might double up?
I do. It is a Jason Light special.
Is it because, not to cut you off, but is it because McMillan is more of just like a straight up slot guy?
Yeah, I think that they could look to finding like a bigger wide receiver on the outside. And there are some interesting ones who are still available. One is the son of a Hall of Famer wide receiver. You may have heard of his dad. It's Jerry Rice. And that is Brendan Rice. Javon Baker from UCF is still available. I think that would be a really fun pick, although the Bucs don't have a 4th rounder, correct?
They don't have a 5th rounder.
They don't have a 5th rounder.
The Saints took them all.
That's right. And then Devontae Walker out of North Carolina. I'm not a huge fan of his game, but all 3 of those players would be more perimeter receivers. And you could see them kind of be brought in. I think all 3 would probably need to be targeted in the 4th round. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Bucs doubled up. It is something that Jason Light does quite a bit. If you look at his draft history, almost every year you see him take one position group and say, I'm going to get a couple of guys there. And it's really worked out well for him because not every draft pick is going to hit. And when you double up on a position, you increase your likelihood that at least one of those guys becomes a part of your long-term plans on your roster.
A lot of people have been talking about Johnny Wilson.
I will not be one of those people.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I liked him at Florida State, but I mean, he's more suited to be a tight end in the NFL.
I don't think he can play tight end in the NFL. That's the thing. So Wilson, I don't think he's a very good route runner. I don't think he can separate very well. Being a contested catch receiver, if you look across the NFL, there are very few who can do it at a high enough level consistently enough to make that a calling card where they can play. Okay. He's tall. He's quick for his size, but I don't think he releases well. I don't think he gets open very well. I'm just not going to be high on Johnny Wilson. I think the NFL is showing that they're not very high on Johnny Wilson right now. Out of 100 and I ended up with 155 players. There's one after I produced my big board. Johnny Wilson is very low on mine. He's 146th, so very close to the bottom. So relative athletic score is very high. Not saying that he can't be a good receiver. I just don't see it in the cards for him.
Sorry, doing some Instagram stuff.
Well, while you do that, why don't I recap everybody on the picks?
Yeah, please do.
The Bucs selected at 92 overall, and with that pick, they took Jaylen McMillan. Adiza Isaac went to the Ravens in a very Ravens-like move, letting a guy kind of fall from where everybody expected him to be right into their laps. They take him at 93 overall. The Eagles took another edge rusher in Jalix Hunt. The Bills went with defensive tackle out of Duke, Dwayne Carter. Jerrion Jones, the cornerback out of Florida State, went to the Jaguars. I had him rated higher than Renardo Green, who went a full round ahead of him.
No kid.
McKinley Jackson, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, went to the Cincinnati Bengals. Peyton Wilson's slide finally stopped with the Steelers at pick 98. It's a linebacker out of NC State. The Rams took safety Cam Kinchins for all of you Miami fans. And then Luke McCaffrey was the pick at 100. He is the son of former Denver Broncos wide receiver Ed McCaffrey and brother to San Francisco 49ers running back. Why am I forgetting his first name? Christian McCaffrey. Thank you. The Commanders took him at pick 100 to finish up the 3rd round and day 2 here of the NFL draft. So just to kind of recap where the Bucs are with their draft picks. In the 1st round, 26th overall, the Bucs took Graham Barton. He played left tackle at Duke, but they announced him as a center. They see him kicking inside. In the 2nd round at pick 57 overall, the Bucs took Alabama outside linebacker Chris Braswell to help out with their edge group. And then here in the third round, the Bucs had 2 picks. At pick 89, they selected Georgia safety Tykee Smith. And then 3 picks later at 92, they took Washington receiver Jaylen McMillan. I almost said Jalen Polk.
Yeah.
That's how much I wanted to Polk to go to the Bucs.
That must have gotten like kind of confusing.
Yeah.
During their time over at Washington, but yeah, been an entertaining go of it for the Buccaneers with some of these picks. So
Now
I think
this
we've gotten so far.
I want to say the Saints haven't picked in a while. They just had
They
their
don't
two.
have any more picks
The Panthers
today.
I want to say the Panthers traded up, so they haven't picked recently since I dropped off the show and came back on. And or did they? Did they have another pick?
The Panthers, yeah, I think they picked like right before.
Let's take a look here. So in addition
picked, like, right
to trading up into the first round at 32 and getting Xavier Leggett, that's right. They took Jonathan Brooks in the second round, and then they traded up in the third round to get Trevin Wallace, linebacker out of Kentucky, a very athletic linebacker. So finally starting to address their defensive needs there. And then the Falcons, well, you really don't have to pay attention after the Michael Penix pick.
Oh man!
Now, if he ends up being like the best quarterback in the NFL, the Falcons are going to run so many.
Yeah, like at some point you
hot-
got to clap back, I would think.
Yeah. Brad Holmes took his victory lap not too long ago after everybody clowned him for taking his top 3 picks. What was it? Just last year where running back in Jahmyr Gibbs, linebacker in Jack Campbell, and safety in Brian Branch.
Hand up. I know we got a picture up, but hand up. Like I was one of those people. I was like, what are the Lions doing with
Right?
some of these picks? And
And
boy, was I amongst many other people proven wrong.
Yeah, all 3 of them immediate contributors to a deep, deep playoff run. So, you try and look at trends, you try and look at value and things like that as an analyst, and sometimes you get punked. And Brad Holmes and the Lions punked a lot of us last year. So
I wonder who's going to be that team this year. Because I asked Adam this, but I'm curious to get your opinion on this. They're still all of Saturday, but as far as like early winners and losers, a lot of people have said Washington's a winner.
Oh yeah.
People have said the Falcons are losers. Curious where you kind of stand with it.
Yeah, Washington definitely has had one of my favorite drafts. I think I saw somebody say, how did they have so many picks? I know they traded away Chase Young and they traded away Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
Not Josh Sweat, Montez Sweat. Is that
right?
I think so. Last year before the trade deadline. So keep in mind, the Commanders, despite all of their struggles, they had a very talented defensive line leading up to last year. And then kind of knowing that they were about to blow everything up, they traded away both their top 2 edge rushers. Chase Young going to San Francisco for their playoff run, and then Montez Sweat going to the Bears, who immediately signed him to a contract for over $20 million a year. That netted them a lot of draft picks on top of their own draft picks. So that's how they've kind of gotten some of those picks. But Jaden Daniels, he was like QB5 for me, so I wasn't a fan of that pick overall. But if you think he's your next, franchise quarterback, all right, you take him. You're at number 2 overall. If that's the guy you've identified behind Caleb Williams, hey, more power to you. But then getting Johnny Newton, who is number 1 on my draft board overall, in the second round, that's amazing. An amazing pick in my mind. Then at pick 50, they get Mike Sanristil, Mikey Sanristil, the slot corner out of Michigan. Then Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State. I think those are going to be immediate day 1 contributors for their team. Brandon Coleman, who played tackle at TCU. I thought he's a developmental project, but I think that there's a lot to work with there. Looks like they're calling him a guard and they're going to move him inside. I think that's a good move. And then they took Luke McCaffrey to finish up the third round, which is their 6th pick in the top 100. And I think they got contributors at just about every one of those picks. So I'm a big fan of their draft. There's somebody else who had 7 picks in the top 100. I can't remember who it was. But I would say the Commanders have one of my favorite drafts so far.
So Luke McCaffrey was the last pick of the third round.
And of day 2. Yep.
End of day 2. Wow. He was a guy that was like
Cardinals. That's what it was.
I just at the combine, this might be we might have to get Bailey Adams on tomorrow to recount this, but his podium was like absolutely packed. And I get it. He's the brother of Christian McCaffrey, the best running back in the game. But like people were swarming all over Luke McCaffrey, even at the Senior Bowl to a degree. But the combine, I think you really, really, truly saw it.
Yeah. Another draft that I like just in terms of how they're going around about drafting players and just I'm typically a fan of more picks. I like trade down scenarios a lot more than trade ups because I understand that the draft for everything you do about evaluation and setting your boards and everything, a lot of it's a crapshoot. So the more shots you take, typically the better draft you're going to have. Cardinals have 7 picks in the top 100. Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, is one of the few difference-making players in this draft, like with a high floor and a high ceiling. So you get that wide receiver one for their quarterback for the Cardinals.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. Thank you. So you get
video
that.
games.
Darius Robinson, who I've always been really high on out of Missouri. They got him at the end of the first round at 27. He's a versatile kind of guy you can play along the defensive line. Then getting Max Melton, the cornerback out of Rutgers. I think he's a very talented corner. Trey Benson, who is running back 1 on my board in the 3rd round. Then Isaiah Adams, a developmental guard out of Illinois. Tip Ryman, who we had as a Bucs best bet. I think he's a project at tight end, and I think they took him pretty high. Like I think maybe that was a reach. And then Elijah Jones, the cornerback out of Boston College. I'm a big fan of just taking a lot of swings. Some of those are going to pan out. With that many picks in the top 100, I feel very comfortable saying, you know what, they're probably going to hit on a few of those. So I like that kind of a draft. You know, you get a lot of picks and you use them.
That's the whole point.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Some people like to trade back a little bit too much. As John Spytek is actually speaking with the media, we thought it's going to be Jason Light. Usually Spytek speaks on Saturday, but anyway, Spytek is talking to the Tampa Bay media. And as we turn our attention to day 3, what do you think is going to be the position that the Bucs don't take? I know it's kind of a backwards way of asking, but we said before that the Bucs are not going to be able to address every single position, or maybe scratch that. This is what I want to know. Do you think the Bucs should try to recoup their 5th round pick that they don't have at the moment?
Selfishly, if it means getting rid of their 2 7th rounders, I'm all for it. But full disclosure for all of you in terms of my motivation for saying that is I have to drive straight back to Atlanta at the conclusion of our broadcast tomorrow. So, or potentially even before that. So if we can lose if the Bucs can lose the 2 7th round picks, it makes that a little bit easier for me. So selfishly, I'll say yes. I don't think it's necessary. I think there's still going to be a lot of good value players where the Bucs don't necessarily need to trade back into the 5th. As I just said, I'm not a huge fan for trading up, especially at this time of the draft.
Yeah.
Where, the odds of getting a difference maker are very low. So don't give up the extra picks. Take more dart throws. It increases your likelihood of finding something.
Felix Schmidt wants to know, does Jaylen start as wide receiver 3? I think it'll make for some really good competition. Well, the problem is not a problem, but Trey Palmer isn't just strictly a slot guy. Like Trey Palmer can line up.
Yeah, he can move around.
He can move around, I guess I should say. He's not just going to be stationary on the outside. I'm curious to see. I mean, we'll see what Spytek has to say, but I'm very curious to see what Liam Cohen will have to say about Jaylen McMillan and Todd Bowles, of course, as well. But we know Todd's a defensive guy because if McMillan serves a specific type of purpose for the Buccaneers offense, have they truly built enough depth at wide receiver? Now, like you suggested before, they could go with the wide receiver again at this draft and kind of fill out a different position. But does he start as wide receiver 3? I don't think at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an open competition, which is what we've been advocating for, right? Is Trey Palmer had a lot of really good tape last year. I know that if you were to box score kind of scout him, you'd say it wasn't a very good season. I think a lot of context has to be added there. Trey Palmer was a 6th-round pick who was not supposed to be wide receiver 3. Then Russell Gage was lost for the season to a knee injury in training camp, and he was de facto put into the wide receiver 3 spot. And for that context, I think he actually performed really well. And if you go back to that Detroit game where him and Baker just couldn't connect on a few deep balls that he was really, really open on and one intermediate one, you add those in, he could have gone for over 200 yards. His stat line looks a heck of a lot better. Mm-hmm. And for those who box score scout, all of a sudden you're saying, hey, he's pretty quality wide receiver 3. He got open a lot. He's got to work on his hands. Like there were some drops there. There were some issues playing through contact, which again, like the similarities between how McMillan wins and how Palmer wins are very striking, which goes to say that the Bucs wanted to create competition for Trey Palmer. I think that there's a world where McMillan wins the job. I think there's a world where Palmer wins the job. And I would almost say right now it's a coin flip. So I think either way, whoever wins it, maybe there's a world where they both just kind of don't win it and then they have to give it to somebody. But I think it's going to elevate that level of competition between the two of them, maybe throw in Rock Jarrett and Devin Tompkins, just kind of filling out that room. And I think it's going to give the Bucs better quality play out of their wide receiver 3 spot than they had last year.
Speaking of filling up and filling out rooms, the rooms are going to fly off the charts quickly when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. So make sure you put down your deposit sooner rather than later.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all until they feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know when my soul's in the field.
That's right. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise has been a complete success over the first 2 years that they've done it. And there is one more, or I should say one more. There's another coming up next year from March 7th through the 10th in 2025. Right as spring is sprung, but in this tense, whatever. It's right around the spring. Join the fun with the hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail, as I said, March 7th through the 10th of 2025 on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. This 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale, also goes to Key West and Bimini in the Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Greg Gaines, Luke the Lifter Gedeke, Cade Otton, who must be happy about having another Washington Husky, Jamel Dean, and then, of course, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, and the voice of the Buccaneers and previously of Florida State, Gene Deckerhoff, and others. There are even more players expected to be on this year's Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, including a special appearance by Derek Brooks. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, a raise the flag sail away party, VIP parties with players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests, fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included. They're included with a $200 deposit per person, and that is refundable up until August 16th. So visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com, or call 1-800-975-7112. One more time, that number is 1-800-975-7112.
So I wanted to share this because it came across my timeline. So you know that Commissioner Roger Goodell kind of floated his ideal NFL schedule, maybe when the next collective bargaining agreement comes up. And I believe it was he wants them to have 2 preseason games and then an 18-game schedule. And then extend the season by 1 week in order, or by 1 week in order to have the Super Bowl like the Sunday before President's Day. And Buccaneer great Tristan Wirfs has made his opinion of this public via his Twitter. It is the meme with Anakin Skywalker and Queen Amidala,
Natalie Portman,
right? And it's where the Anakin character says something, and then Natalie Portman's character says, well, and this happens. And then he stares at her, and then she goes, it happens, right? And Tristan has said, how does an 18-game schedule sound? And Natalie Portman's character goes, and 2 bye weeks, right? To which Anakin says, and 2 bye weeks, right? I don't think that's what the commissioner wants.
I think the commissioner probably doesn't want it. I did see, because Pewter Report retweeted something, and then it was by one reporter, like big time reporter, and then retweeted the follow-up tweet that said that there would be 2 bye weeks involved. There is no way, there's just no chance that you can do an 18-game schedule and not add in another bye. You can't boast player safety. We want the players to be safe, but then also say, we're going to add another game without having a bye. We're going to add more Thursday night games and more schedule flexibility where you can play on a shorter date.
Now they're adding Friday games. They started that this year with the Black Friday game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think they can. I think you may have more faith in the NFL than I do, because there are a lot of things that they talk about, player safety, but then other issues where they're relatively silent on, like artificial turf.
Right. Yeah.
Or where they've come out and said, well, we've run our studies that says that injuries don't happen at a higher rate on those artificial turfs. And you as a Jets fan, I think you would disagree with this, correct?
I'm disgusted by the turf. I even went on the turf after that Bucs Jets game. And at the time I had a grand old time, but I wasn't running for my life because there was no offensive line in front of me.
Right. So I think that could happen. I think it's going to be a major point of contention on the next collective bargaining agreement. And if the league and the owners want that, I think the players need to get a lot of concessions in return.
I wonder, as a fan of the NFL, like, at some point, as much as I hate to admit it, at some point there has to be a tipping point by fans that this is enough. Like, this is getting out of control. The penalties, the new rules are terrible. The stupid thing with the cap on the helmet is dumb.
I'm in favor of the Guardian cap.
Really?
I am, because I do think that actually promotes player safety, and it's not a mandate. They're letting players opt into it. They're giving them the opportunity. If I'm truly worried about the long-term effects of concussions, and this helps reduce that. I love a proposal like that because you're not forcing it on people. You're giving people the opportunity to kind of make their own decision there. I'm a big fan of the Guardian.
Do you think the first person to wear the cap is going to be like a truly groundbreaking
I do
groundbreaking
not.
moment?
Nah, well,
remember when baseball had the
it was a I want to say it was Erasmo Ramirez.
There was a pitcher on the Padres that ended up going to the Mets. He was
Yeah.
like a relief pitcher. His name was Alex something.
Gotcha. I want to say Erasmo Ramirez of the Rays actually was one of the first to wear one of those. So I think it probably will be, a special teams player or something like that who pioneers it. But I'm for that. But to your grander point, I think it's tough to say that because for the fans to say enough is enough in a way that ownership cares about, it means removing your dollars from the sport. It's not buying the merchandise. It's not going to the games. It's dropping the ratings. And everything says that this sport is so beloved by fans that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I want football to keep being awesome. I do worry about the flag football type of thing that we joke about, not the Olympics. By the way, I know Scott's anti-Olympics. I like the Olympics.
I like the Olympics.
I love watching LeBron, KD, all these guys dunk on some country that I've never heard of and win by 75 points. That's awesome.
So for me, it's really cool. Both of my kids are into geography and learning about different countries. So the Olympics is a perfect opportunity. My 12-year-old is going to, as we start to watch it, my son Gage, who I adore, he's going to be just based off of the standings and the flags, he's going to know every country. I'm not going to know half. He's going to be yep, that is this country. That is this country. That is great. He knows every flag on earth just about. And then my daughter is getting into national anthems.
There you go.
From countries all around the world. So she'll be definitely pumped about those playing at the beginning of events. So it's going to be a
big
great
Francis
time.
Scott Key fan.
She's not we're working on her appreciation for the American national anthem. It's not quite where I want it right now. So, but the Olympics are going to be a great time at the Capo household. I'm very excited about it.
All right. How about this? The national anthem or God Bless America? Better song about America.
Me personally, I'm all about the national anthem.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the national anthem. So anyway, SpyTech is going long.
Yeah,
man.
this has been an extremely long one. I texted the Pewter Report group chat and no response whatsoever.
So, we got some people talking about the Olympics.
Yeah, let's do it up. I mean, we're getting to the hours, and you'll see this tomorrow, where, yes, we will talk about the Buccaneers and the draft, but we also go off the rails a lot as well. And I think talking about patriotism and the national anthem was a solid start, as Christopher Oxentine from Overland Park, Kansas, says, the Olympics are where I learned most of my geography when I was a kid. Interesting. I would say not geography, but I'm a big fan of the UFC. I like watching their fights, and there's a pretty popular fighter right now. I actually saw him fight live in Jacksonville a couple of months ago. Shout out Randy Harris for hooking up the tickets. But he's from the country, Georgia. So now I know what the flag Georgia looks like.
Yeah.
And you live in Georgia, but a different Georgia.
I live in a different Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Pewter941 says, per Greg Allman, Chris Boswell ran a 21.9 miles per hour and squatted 705 pounds. So we actually, we mentioned that earlier on our podcast. I'm pretty sure Greg's getting his information from the same place that we are, which is Dane Brugler's draft guide. Dane Brugler from The Athletic called The Beast. That was in his write-up. And actually originally comes from Bruce Feldman's The Freaks List, which is something he does every year, kind of finding these absolutely outlier athletic players in different categories. And Braswell was highlighted in that Freaks List twice for these two specific things. So Greg grabbing that, just like we did from Dane from Bruce, which is just all great content. So.
All right, John Spytek officially has finished. So maybe we'll hear from the rest of the Pewter Report group.
Yeah.
See what Spytek had to say.
Yep. Giselle Torres, we have killed this draft so far. We are going to run the South. Go Bucs. So, and then since we were talking about some of the songs from earlier, Battle Hymn of the Republic for me. I'm sure I probably heard that song.
Yeah, I'm sure if we...
I'm not sure if I can identify it in the dark recesses of my mind.
Yeah.
My best friend, Johnny Fuentes. What's the country with the only non-rectangular flag? So this is something that my son knows and talked with him about, and it's going to test my memory, which is crap.
The only country with a non-rectangular flag.
Is it Nepal? I think it's Nepal.
And what is it?
It's
what's the shape?
triangular.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's triangle.
I want to say it's Nepal. Hopefully, Johnny lets us know here in the chat.
Now you know like how big of a triangle that is.
Scott Reynolds returns to the room. Scott, do you want to talk a little bit about what SpyTech had to say, or will we save that for tomorrow?
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit to wrap up the show.
Okay. All right. Cool. So we're going to have a little bit of a line change since both you and Adam were a part of that press conference, if you will. We'll do a full line change.
Yeah.
Hopefully better than the Lightning did this week.
Oh, yeah,
that's
tough
right.
one. By the way,
Throwing strays.
while we're closing up shop tonight, we're not done with the Pewter Report live draft show presented by Celsius. The draft show will be back tomorrow on Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. A lot more picks for the Bucs to go. So get ready for that starting at 11 on our YouTube channel. Come on, guys. Let's do the move.
Yep. So, Scott, you can talk about what SpyTech had to say, or the chat is very interested right now in world geography and flags.
You mean Buccaneer flags? Or?
No. Country flags.
Oh.
We just we threw out a random stat that Nepal is the only country in the world with a non-rectangular flag. It is triangular.
I did not know that.
See, now you know the rest of the story.
You guys are having very deep conversations here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's getting on midnight, so
It is.
You gotta do some stuff.
Yeah, so we'll keep this a little brief. John SpyTech was not brief, but we'll talk a little bit about this tomorrow.
That was so long. I mean, we were
Yeah.
he's still going.
Yeah, John was savoring the moment of being the general manager tonight of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Like the Energizer Bunny, just kept going.
SpyTech threw us into our geography.
Right.
Exactly. So I'm Scott Reynolds. That's Adam Slavon, and I think one of the biggest takeaways, just from a news standpoint, is it looks like Tykee Smith is going to get a shot at nickel corner to start with. That makes a lot of sense, right? He played nickel at Georgia. He played safety at West Virginia. He's got the versatility. He's a chess piece. He is a Todd Bowles defensive back, and that's something that John SpyTech certainly confirmed. Takeaways are there, the effort, the high football IQ. They ask so much, Adam, of the safety position, of the defensive backs in general in Tampa Bay. And that's kind of what Kirby Smart does at Georgia. So this should be a seamless transition, kind of a plug and play for Tykee Smith.
Yeah, very NFL ready. And talking to John SpyTech just about like how much Antoine Winfield Jr. he has in his game. You mentioned it, the playmaking ability, the smarts in terms of coverage, football intelligence, blitzing. He's really the total package and the perfect third safety complement. He brought up Mike Edwards and kind of being like that playmaker that the Bucs secondary really lacked before taking him, and really is aided by his selection.
Yeah. With Jaylen McMillan, they really feel like he's a steal. One of the things that John SpyTech said was, when you look at Jaylen McMillan, 1,000-yard receiver the year prior, injured his knee. If he had not been injured this year, put up more numbers, he would not have been in the third round for the Buccaneers to take. Probably would have gone higher in the third round, or maybe even in the second round where Jalen Polk went. But a very smooth, natural receiver who knows how to get open, very team-oriented. I thought that was one of the biggest takeaways from talking with Jaylen McMillan on the conference call. This is a guy who had to share the plate of food at Washington, right? You've got Roma Dunze, who's going to get his bites of the apple. You've got Jalen Polk also in the mix. Jaylen McMillan, a couple of tight ends, and Culp and Westover, right, that are all involved in that passing game. So he had to learn patience. He had to learn that when it was his time to make a play, you got to make a play. Yeah. And a lot of times it was on third down for McMillan.
Yeah, and when he transitions from going from Washington to the Buccaneers, a lot of that has carryover because now he's going to be sharing the ball again with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And it may not happen immediately, but when you look maybe year 2, year 3 of his career, he might be that number 2 guy.
Yeah.
Or as Mike Evans, he starts to age, he could slowly be in that number 1 conversation. But for McMillan and also Tykee Smith, one thing that really stood out, and Graham Barton as well, is just the leadership and intelligence of each of these guys. Like, these are all Jason Light picks for good reason. And one thing that he said pre-draft was there may be more talented players, but when it comes to fit, these guys all fit and they check so many boxes.
They really do. That's so well said, Adam. And I think too that these are guys that are very team oriented. They're great teammates. At Washington, you have to be able to also block for the running game. And McMillan, despite only being 192 pounds, is a willing blocker. And we've seen Trey Palmer not be the biggest guy, but also be very willing. And this is really interesting. It sets up a really interesting matchup for that number 3 wide receiver position.
Yeah.
We've seen Trey Palmer lose some concentration, have some drops.
So close to those big plays last season.
Yeah, and fumble the ball a couple of times too. Now the pressure is on. You've got to be able to make every opportunity count, because if not, there is a legit guy that can take those snaps, that can take that role at wide receiver 3. And let's not forget Raheem Jarrett either. But this was big, and I thought it was interesting too, right? So the Buccaneers get a center in the first round. In the second round, you get the edge rusher. You get a safety, a nickel in the third, and now a wide receiver 3. So really, they weren't able to go defensive tackle because there's that massive run on defensive tackles at the top of the second round. But really, you look at the needs. They went through and they found some good players at positions of need here in the first 2 days.
I think that they blended need with taking best position or best player available like really well, and drafting not only guys that are going to fit immediately and potentially be starters, but also getting impact players at positions where they really needed help.
Yeah.
The Bucs really needed that edge rusher that can really complement the rest of the room behind Yaya Diaby. That third wide receiver, when you look at it right now, McMillan being a 3rd round pick compared to Trey Palmer being a 6th round pick last year, you'd have to think that he's wide receiver 3 as it stands currently. And then getting Graham Barton yesterday, where you have a day 1 starter, and Tykee Smith as well. They're really getting a lot of good quality impact players.
Yeah, and you could kind of sense too, there was a little bit of dismay in the voice of John Spytek, and they kind of talked about some guys. He didn't mention any names, but you could kind of sense that they were a pick away from a guy that they liked, and a couple of our Bucs best bets that are no longer on the sheet here. You look at Marshawn Lloyd from USC and going to the Packers right before Tampa Bay selects
another
in the 3rd round.
Marshawn Kneeland right before Braswell.
Yes, by Dallas, and you have to think that maybe those were a couple of guys that they had on their board. At the same time, you get the sense that the Tampa Bay said, you know what, we're not going to do a lot of maneuvers in this draft. We're going to stick and pick, and we're going to stay true to our board. And as the guys we like come off the board, we draft the next guy that we like. And I think that's what they did. It does 2 things. It preserves the amount of draft picks you have, because it takes draft capital to move up. But then also at the same time, you sometimes it's not always the first pick that is the best, right? So sometimes, like I remember Tony Dungy back in 1996, the second year that I was covering the Buccaneers, and he was not the first pick for the Buccaneers as the head coach. But you know what? He ended up being the right pick, because the guys that they wanted, Jimmy Johnson, Steve Spurrier, they turned the Buccaneers down. Tony Dungy was the right guy, and he was not the first option. And so maybe it all works out that Chris Braswell ends up becoming better than Marshawn Kneeland, right? And maybe if they would have, got Tykee Smith and they tried to trade down a little bit, or trade up to get a Marshawn Lloyd,
Yeah.
maybe you don't get a Tykee Smith because you burn that pick. So, who knows? But what we do know is the Buccaneers feel pretty good about the players that they got.
Yeah, and just building off your point, when you look at the rest of the NFC South with the Falcons, the Saints, and the Panthers all trading up at various points to go get a guy, the Bucs, patience really pays off. They stayed true to their guns, just taking the next player and the next pool, very confident with it. And John Spytek also kind of mentioned the fact that they didn't even want to trade down. There's a span tomorrow where they're not going to be picking for a while yet.
Yet.
That was a key word.
Right.
And he was kind of smiling talking about it. But they didn't want to risk losing Tykee Smith or Jaylen McMillan just to acquire another 5th-round pick. When a guy's there that they want, they took him.
And that's very wise of you to mention that, because if you notice the last couple of years, what have the Buccaneers done? They've dipped into future drafts on day 3 to move up in rounds. And we've seen that with Zion McCollum a couple of years ago to go up and get him on day 3 in the 5th round. And then last year to use a pick from this year's draft, that 5th rounder, to move up in the 6th round and get Trey Palmer, a wide receiver they like. So don't rule out the Buccaneers. It's apparently 95 picks between their 4th round pick and their 6th round pick. There could be some maneuvering tomorrow that we didn't see today from Tampa Bay to kind of fill that void a little bit and maybe move up from the 6th or 7th round into the 5th round, maybe moving back from the 4th round a little bit to acquire an extra 5th round pick to maybe get another body or two. But it just as we wrap up tonight's show, here's a couple of Bucs best bets still available. Both quarterbacks are available. Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt, and Kendall Milton from Georgia would be another big back, kind of a compliment. I don't know that they're going to go wide receiver again, but you can't rule it out.
You never know. It's such a deep class.
It is. Malik Washington's still on the board. He is a slot receiver, though, and I don't know that they're going to go back-to-back slot receivers with Jaylen McMillan, so that one might be all for naught. Tanner Bortolini, keep an eye on this guy. If he's there in the 4th round when Tampa Bay picks, it could be a too good to pass up selection, especially with Robert Hainsey being in the final year of his contract. Christian Mahogany still on the draft board, not the most athletic guard out there, but at the same time, he does have a lot of physicality and toughness to him that I think would endear him to the Buccaneers. The tackles are gone. Mo Camara, don't see the Buccaneers necessarily drafting another edge rusher. That room's kind of full, but he's still on our Bucs best bet board. Marcus Harris, interesting guy from Auburn. We saw him have a really good Senior Bowl, Adam.
Yeah, we did. And talking about the Washington pipeline, there could be an Auburn pipeline again in getting Marcus Harris there. Inside linebackers, you still have Cedric Gray on the board. Cedric, for the Tar Heels defense, he was a true leader, and that's what the Bucs could use at the linebacker position, somebody to compete with Servassier Dennis there. Cornerbacks, you still have Arkansas's Dwight McLaughlin, very talented corner that we've put in some mock drafts. And then the safety position, we hit on one with Tykee Smith. There is another, Trey Taylor.
And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they double up at safety. And here's why. Because you have Kayvon Merriweather, right, as a player that they like, undrafted free agent last year from Iowa. They cut Richard LeCount. He was just a backup player to begin with. But with Tykee Smith maybe being a nickel, if Trey Taylor's there, you could never have enough good defensive backs. And this guy, Trey Taylor, is a very interesting safety prospect with the Air Force, maybe a 6th or 7th round pick.
I think that's Todd Bowles' motto. You can never have enough quality defensive backs. You've seen it in free agency. The team acquiring Bryce Hall and Javier Thomas to compete for the nickel position. You already have Christian Izien. You draft Tykee Smith tonight. Maybe get another guy in Trey Taylor, and then all of a sudden, the secondary really becomes a position of strength when going into the offseason, it was questionable.
And we appreciate all the super chats tonight. I guess Matt has gotten to all of the super chats. Our last one being Jason Carr at 11:13. Yep. So greatly appreciate that. 6 hours in the books today, and we've got another fun day tomorrow as we wrap up the Pewter Report draft show, day 2 tonight. Again, day 3 tomorrow. We'll see what Tampa Bay does on day 3. It's not a throwaway day. This team has found a couple of interesting players, Zion McCollum being one of those that has now worked his way into a starting role. KJ Britt now is starting inside linebacker for this team. So Jason Light, it was a bit of a wasteland, a void, if you will, not being able to hit on day 3 guys earlier in his tenure. I think he, John Spytek, Mike Beal, the scouting department have done a better job of finding guys. One of the guys we haven't talked about is on this graphic. It's Devin Leary. Maybe they look and find a quarterback late on day 3. John Spytek ended his press conference today talking about the selection of Michael Penix. He was asked what was going through his mind when the Falcons drafted Michael Penix despite having Kirk Cousins, and what did he say?
He said it's a quarterback-driven league, and you need those guys to always be there. You always need a quarterback. And for the Falcons, kind of what Jason Light said yesterday when he wasn't surprised with it, Spytek echoed a similar sentiment. And a guy like Devin Leary in the 7th round, it could make sense.
Yep, exactly. So we shall see what the Buccaneers do. They've got 3 picks as it stands right now, one in the 4th round, a 6th round pick, and then a 7th round pick. For Adam Slavon, I am Scott Reynolds. We appreciate everybody in the Pewter Report chat and everyone watching the Pewter Report Draft Show. Day 3 starts tomorrow at noon, but you can catch the Pewter Report Day 3 Draft Show live at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We like to go an hour early and prep the board, if you will, and get you Pewter people excited about Day 3 and talk about some prospects that could be tempting and tantalizing for Tampa Bay. So for Adam Slavon, I'm Scott Reynolds saying thank you for joining us on the Pewter Report Draft Show, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.